Try that again. Good morning.
Good morning.
There we go.
Mr. President.
I know everybody's awake now. That's a good thing. Thank you all for being here. My name is Alan Priest. I've had the honor and the privilege of being president of US Chess now for the last roughly year. And it's been an interesting year, both on the national front and on the international front. So over the next couple of days, we will be about the business of the Federation. I hope that we will take our business seriously.
This is the bylaws committee,
This is
right?
not
Yes.
your local chess club. This is not even your state association. This is the national governing body. And as the organization grows and as it changes, frankly, the responsibilities have grown as well.
That's correct.
So thank you all for being willing to commit your time and your talent and your treasure to come here and serve your fellow players, coaches, directors, parents, and the community at large. So I appreciate all of the sacrifices that you all have made to be here. I don't know, for some of you, those are considerable. Our first order before we actually formally start our meeting, I would like to turn the floor over to Harold Winston as a representative of the US Chess Trust. Harold.
Thank you, Al.
You might want to turn around because that's still your better side for them to see.
Like, get this thing to stop.
You have to.
That's why Ken's there, he'll help.
Okay. All right, the US Chess Trust is a 501c3 Massachusetts trust. Our goal is to aid American chess nationwide, especially scholastic chess, and to work with US Chess. We donated 651 sets, boards, and demo boards to 72 schools in 29 states. We paid the cash prizes and the first place scholarship at the Denker and the Barber events, held through the generosity of Dwayne Barber, and we give the cash prizes at the Herring Girls National Tournament of Champions. And we also donated $3,000 to the U.S. Senior Tournament of Champions. There was a great turnout this year, a total of 184 players, 50 in the Barber, 48 in the Denker, 44 in the Senior, and 42 in the Herring. We support the Scholar Chess Player Program, which gives awards of $1,500 scholarships, 5 based on both chess achievement and academic achievement. And we're aided by that by the National Scholastic Chess Foundation. With the help of an anonymous gift of $5,000, we supported 5 women's regionals, giving them $1,000 each this year, located in the Southeast, the Northeast, the Far West, the Midwest, and the Southwest. We gave the Donless Award to John Haskell of Florida for his many years of service in helping organize the Denker, the Barber, and the Herring, and for directing those tournaments as well. We work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, which now has had over 100,000 visitors. They're in St. Louis, and hopefully many people here can visit them next year when the US Open is in Missouri. So far this year, they've had over 12,000 visitors. The co-chair of the trust is Jim Eade of Northern California, who's here. Our managing director is Al Lawrence of New York. Our secretary, Myron Lieberman, who's here up front. Our treasurer, Leroy Dubeck of New Jersey. Our scholastic VP, Sunil Weramantry of New York. Our vice president for chess and education, Tim Redmond. And other trustees include Beatrice Marinello, who's here, and John D. Rockefeller V. We will accept donations in cash, checks, or credit card. This year, to help the meeting go more smoothly, instead of my circulating from table to table, I will be sitting here up front, and I welcome any donors who wish to come to me. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Harold. The US Chess and the Chess Trust have an agreement as to how we will cooperate more together and have formalized that over the last few years, and this is one of the items in that agreement. So I hope that you all we'll have the opportunity to find Harold. He's usually easy to find, and help out the Chess Trust. As we get ready to call the roll of the delegates, I would like to point out two things. First of all, there were 5 delegates who were elected yesterday at the membership meeting. Their election does not need to be approved by this body. They are delegates, so they will be announced in the roll call of delegates. I think you saw on the screen earlier, that is kind of a motion. We will not be considering that as a motion, but the people are up there. So that whoever that body presented, that they are delegates now, they will be called. I'm going to just The other thing I would like to recognize in the audience, we had a kind of a cool little photo op yesterday. We have some former presidents of the organization with us, and a couple of them who have not been able to join us in the last year or two or a few more. So I would like to recognize in the delegate body today, Mr. Harold Winston, who I think was president a long time ago.
Prior to your birth.
Couple weeks.
It was not prior to my birth. I'm older than you think I am, unfortunately. But I do appreciate that sentiment. Steve Doyle. Beatrice Marinello.
She here? Yeah, she's somewhere.
Gary Walters of Ohio. And my good friend and colleague up here on the board, Mr. Mike Hoffbauer. The 6 of us got to take a picture last night that you might see at some point, so thank you. And now, before we call the roll, we have the recognition and the sad duty to address those who have passed during this last year. Before we start with the regular roll of that, I would like to recognize another former president who unfortunately, and in a very untimely manner, is on this list, in Ms. Ruth Herring of California. Mr. Secretary.
Again, I'm sorry if I mispronounce any names here. Jim N. Ansley, Washington. Pat Arena, Massachusetts. David M. Axon, Pennsylvania. George Babolat, California. Robert J. Bales, Jr., Illinois. Marvin R. Barker, Jr., West Virginia. Vincent J. Bazermore, Jr. of California. Peter Bergsdahl, New Jersey. Dr. Nathan Leland Bowles, Florida. Herbert J. Bergrauer, Ohio. Robert W. Burlingame, California. Edwin F. Burnett, Rhode Island. Tony Burton, California. James C. Callan, Pennsylvania. James R. Cannon of New Hampshire. Michael L. Cardinal, Illinois. Edward Carpenter, Florida. Donald Anthony Corelli, New Jersey. Chris Carson, Texas. Mike W. Chess, Georgia. Joseph Cisneros, California. Brian A. Clark, New York. Donald J. Cochinor, Wisconsin. Joseph M. Coleman, Connecticut. Dr. Paul Consalver, California. Brad Cornelius, Wisconsin. John C. Doksovich, South Dakota.
James P. Davis, New York. M.M. Darren, Connecticut. Harold J. Donahue, New Jersey. Murphy Y. Donnan, Jr., South Carolina. Danny L. Dunn, Texas. Aaron Eisenbach, Maryland. Keith DeIlia, New York. Thomas L. Evans, Sr., Michigan. Richard W. Fabian, California. Joanne Favali, New York. Jim Fisher, Utah. John J. Fitzpatrick, Pennsylvania. Solomon Francis, Pennsylvania. Walter Griesmeyer, Illinois. Craig Grigson, Missouri. James E. Gwynn, Sr., New Jersey.
Jeffrey Hafner, California. Phil G. Haley, Ontario, Canada. Bruce S. Hall, North Carolina. Daniel Hammond, Illinois. Peter W. Hannon, District of Columbia. Ruth Inez Herring, California. Leon Harriton, New York. Billy R. Harrison, Mississippi. Robert A. Hayward, Connecticut. Raymond E. Hemstock, Maine. William T. Hendry III, Alabama. L. George Hermes, Arkansas. Douglas M. Heimbichner, California. J. Allen Henshaw, Virginia. Durwood B. Hutch, Pennsylvania.
Toshia Ime, Michigan. Igor Jaworowski, New Jersey. David H. Jones, Kansas. Jeffrey Mason Jones, North Carolina. Ronald J. Jones, District of Columbia. Samuel C. Jones, Maryland. Arthur C. Joy, Florida. William S. Caden, Massachusetts. Aaron Capston, Manitoba, Canada. Richard Casa, California. John D. Kelly, New York. James H. Kaiser, Nevada. Erez Klein, New York. Vincent J. Clem, New Jersey. William V. Vondrath III, California. Riley E. Lane, Georgia. Daniel N. Leeson, California. Lawrence Lerner, Washington. Sandy Lieber, Florida. Gail Lingner, Massachusetts. James P. Loring, Illinois.
Richard Andrew Mahan, New York. Ralph O. McGraw Jr., Illinois. William Bill McGreevy Jr., New York. Brian L. Melzak, Ohio. John R. Minke, Illinois. Dwayne W. Mercer, Maine. Henry Duncan Mervine, California. Alan H. Messinger, Pennsylvania. Dr. George J. Meyer, Florida. Glenn R. Moeller, Pennsylvania. Rigoberto Salvatierra Morales, Florida. Roger Morin, Maine. P.J. Morris, Limerick, Ireland. John J. O'Falls, New York. Russell J. Palkendo, Pennsylvania. George H. Paxton, California. Stuart R. Pearson, Washington. Darrell L. Pelletier, Washington. Jeff Pennig, Nashville, Tennessee. Thomas Arthur Polez, Pennsylvania. Wayne W. Porter, Virginia. Edmund Jerome Powers, Illinois. Ted G. Price, California. Joseph S. Puzzuoli, Jr., Nevada. Ernst R. Rasmussen, Washington. Danielle Rice, California. John Risk, North Carolina. William Ross, Florida. William J. Ross, Pennsylvania. Ronnie D. Rubit, Texas.
Leaving behind a great big pair of orange volunteer tennis shoes, Harry D. Spine, Tennessee. Antonio V. Sagasag Jr., California. Paul J. Salem, South Dakota. Eric Allen Samuels, New York. Eric A. Schiller, California. Jeffrey Schmolt, Ohio. Jeffrey A. Scribner, Pennsylvania. Hans Suschel, Florida. Harold E. Schwartz Jr., South Carolina. Raymond Sapira, Georgia. Ludus Sachs, Pennsylvania. Robert Sigmund, Pennsylvania. Dr. Graciano Sisson, New York. Ross Sprague, Ohio. Dennis Patrick Steigerwald, New York. Gary K. Stevens, Pennsylvania. John Russell Stopa, Ohio. Prabhas Sankara, Iowa. Suhas Sankara, Iowa. Anthony Sirachi, Connecticut.
James John Tyrone, New York. Tom P. Try, Minnesota. Jean Trondell, Mississippi. Luz Del Carmen Ulig, Texas. Richard Varchetto, West Virginia. Joseph Wagner, California. Stephen Weissman, Virginia. Gerald W. Weldon, Maryland. William F. Wheeler, Massachusetts. Larry Whelan, Indiana. Brian Whitcomb, Oklahoma. Jerry Williams, Massachusetts. Alan M. Willamont, Colorado. Martin J. Wyand, Pennsylvania. Ralph Patrick Zimmer, Maryland. Ask for any others.
Are there any others? Yes, sir.
Ron Jones, District of Columbia. James Glenn, Virginia. And pardon me if you all have mentioned this last year, but Judge George Layton of Massachusetts.
If you could give me those names, I'd appreciate it so we can get it into the record officially.
I don't believe he was mentioned last year, but Dale Gibbs of New Mexico.
Seeing none others, I'd also inform you that tomorrow, basically at the close of our meeting, back in Crossville, Tennessee, at 3 o'clock will be Harry Sabine's memorial service. US Chess will be represented at that service. Unfortunately, many of us who would like to attend are unable because we're here. But tomorrow, as the round begins, if you would remember Harry's family during this time. I'd like to observe a moment of silence for all of our members who have passed away. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, I believe it is time to call the roll of the delegates. Is Mr. Hoffman performing that duty?
Yes.
Apparently.
Yes, as chair of the State Senate Affiliates Committee.
Guy? Have at it.
Alabama, Neil Deach. Ken Sloan. Pick up your credentials.
They're fake.
Frank Camerata. Arkansas, Larry Weston.
Maybe it's a different order, but please yell out here loudly so Guy can hear you up here, please.
Arizona's next. All right, nobody from Arkansas.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's
holding
here.
up his.
Please yell out.
Where? Right here. Please say present, so I have a slight chance. I don't really want to have to look over the body.
I'm sorry, but you jumped in there.
Yeah, okay.
Valid point. Okay. This is working.
Okay.
I just need this show us a C. Arizona. Myron Lieberman.
Here. Yes.
Rachel Lieberman.
Here.
Angelina Belakovskia. Did I murder your name sufficiently?
Yeah.
Michelle Martinez. Martha Underwood.
She's here.
Yep, I heard them both. Northern California. Tom Langland. Richard Kepke.
Here.
Judith Starre. Am I murdering that sufficiently?
Yeah, but
It's
starry, but she's not here.
Not here.
Okay. James Eade.
Notoriously present.
Notoriously present, okay. Abel Talamantes.
Here.
Okay. John Donaldson, Mark Pinto, Jordan Langland, Michael Agner, Theodore Baillas, another name sufficiently murdered. Southern California. Dwayne Barber.
Here.
Randy Huff.
Here.
Sean Monros.
Here.
Steve Morford.
Here.
Jennifer Vollins. James Manella.
It's just as he walks in the door.
Yeah.
Brian Glover.
Here.
Colorado. Paul Covington.
President accounted for.
Ale Mosa. Connecticut. Fred Townsend. Alexander Lemelski.
Here.
Suhas Kodali. Matthew Meredith. DC. Robin Ramson. Okay.
She's here, but she's not
I
in here.
thought she was here. She
Yeah,
picked
she's
up
not
her
in here.
credentials.
Just go on.
She might be late.
Yeah, probably late.
Delaware. William Truman. Florida. John Haskell.
Here.
Kevin Pryor.
Here.
Brian Tillis.
Here.
William Bowman.
Here.
Daim Shabazz.
Present.
Georgia. Thad Rogers. David Hayter. Amrita Kumar. Scott Parker. Ernest Nix.
Present.
Fun Fong.
Here.
Iowa. Eric Vigil.
Here.
Randy Bauer.
Present.
Idaho, Adam Porth. Jeff Rowland. What happened to Hawaii?
There's no delegates from there, according to
Yeah.
this at least.
Yeah, I see that.
Why? AWOL. AWOL.
Illinois,
Oh.
Harold Winston, who, hard to miss.
Check those credentials.
Tim Just,
Call the question.
That's somebody in line right there.
hopefully at the against mic. Steve Plotnick. Rachel Schechter. Larry Cohen. Yo, yo. Kansas, Brian Yang. CJ Armenta. Kentucky, Alan Priest.
Here.
Another one not hard to miss. Ryan Velez.
Here.
Randus Burns. Louisiana, Lila Dakin. Massachusetts, Ken Ballou.
Here.
Bob Messenger.
There's one from Kentucky that we missed. Her name was Joan Priest. She's supposed to be on this because she's picked up the
Oh,
credentials.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that one. Dmitry Barash. An additional one from Kentucky, Joan Priest. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It was on this list. All right. Maryland. Chris Kim.
Present.
Michael Regan.
Here.
John D. Rockefeller.
Here.
Maine. Michael Dudley.
Present.
Michigan. John Whitworth.
Here.
Brad Rogers. Tahira Yanish. Okay. Minnesota, Dave Coons.
Here.
Mississippi, Jeff Bullington. North Carolina, Walter High. Rudy Abate.
I don't think most of them are here. I know several of them, but like I know Craig's not here.
Wayne Spahn. Kevin Hyde. Kayono Nugroho. You gotta be kidding.
Shan Mugov. I mean, I can read it if you want.
Venkataraya Shanmugavadavel. There is a murdered name. Not present to chew me out? Okay.
Just go on, go.
North Dakota, Vasanta Suri. Nebraska, Venkata Kali. New Hampshire, Alex Relia. Al Terry. Pick up your credentials. New Jersey. Al Spreckman.
Here.
Mike Summers.
Here, Texas 153.
Steve Doyle.
Exit 82.
Objection, Steve Joyle is not yet a delegate. He will be elected here in a few minutes, but he is not yet a delegate. Okay? Hold on, we're gonna get to them. He's gonna be, just a minute.
Still 82.
Michael Khabarovsky. If you say so. New Mexico, Joey Troy.
Here.
Nevada, Al Losoff. Janelle Losoff. Pick up your credentials. New York. Beatrice Marinello. Bill Goichberg. Srinivas Sampali.
Here,
Sandeep Alampali. Steve Emmett.
Here.
Kimberly Dew. Harold Stenzel. Dan Rhodey. Sophia Rhodey.
It's Sophia Road here. Remember that. Thank you.
Al Lawrence? Okay. Sunil Weeramantre? Oh, I've seen him too. Carol Jarecki? Harold Scott? Michael Ellenbogen? Ohio? Gary Walters? Kelly Bloomfield? John Miller? Oklahoma? Chuck Unruh?
Here.
Hope so. James Gray? Charles M. Unruh? Jim Berry? Oregon? Carl Hessler? Pennsylvania? Tom Martinek? Rhode Island, Frank Bogle? No, he's around.
Yeah, he's here, but not in here.
Apparently not. South Carolina, Dave Grimaud?
Here.
John McCrary? Daniel Smith? Maureen Grimaud? Tennessee. Corey Cormick.
Present.
Chris Prosser.
Here.
Texas. Thomas Crane.
Here.
Troy Gillespie.
Present.
Vish.
Vish.
Here.
No. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Eddie Rios. Louis Reed.
Here.
Wendy Reed.
Texas has got a strong contingent here.
Mm-hmm.
Utah, David Day.
Here.
Virginia, Mike Hoffpower.
Here.
Woody Harris. Adam Chrisney. Andy Rhea.
Present.
Anand Domal Apadi.
The Malapati.
Is that a here?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. Who would have thought? Christina Schweiss. Paul Sweeney. Vermont, David Carter. Parker Montgomery. Washington, Fred Kleist. Wisconsin, Mike Neatman.
Here.
Guy Hoffman. Here. Maybe. Sandy Hoffman. West Virginia, Louis Sanders. Wyoming, Brian Walker. Roll is complete.
Mr. Secretary.
There have been 99 credentials picked up, so the quorum is present.
I believe you have an addition to our deceased list.
Yes, I've been asked to add one name to the passing list, and that's Peter Roberts of New York.
I raised an objection during the roll call, so let's deal with that issue right now. There are a number of folks who have the opportunity to become delegates. They have been elected in the past as delegates at large. Those terms, and that is provided for in the bylaws, those are in your book. Those terms are for 3 years. They must be present to be reelected at the end of those 3 years. So if they weren't here, they weren't reelected. And for example, Mr. Camerata is listed in your advanced agenda, but he is not eligible to be reelected because he is not here. Mr. Doyle's term had expired, but since he is here, he is eligible to be elected as a delegate at large. So we are now putting into a motion that Steve Doyle be elected as delegate at large.
Second.
All in favor? Congratulations, Mr. Doyle. Or my sympathies, it depends on how you view it.
There's an extra
Okay,
one.
before we move
Considering
to
the
some
ones
other
that
business, we have a couple of matters
I didn't-
of
there's no
state
one on there. I
delegations
don't
to
know.
resolve that may
He's
also
here
affect
and has picked up
the
credentials.
number
Okay.
of delegates and the delegates who are credentialed. So we have had a request for certifying a new state association from our great state of Alaska. So, who has the information about Alaska? Is that you, Mike?
No, I don't have it handy. It's in their packets, right?
Yeah, I think the information is in your packets. Guy from the States Committee, you guys have looked at this.
In the work, the committee approved the application for the state charter for Alaska, and the workshop approved it unanimously.
The board saw no problems in the application that had been submitted. But the admittance of the new state affiliate is in fact up to y'all. So I believe that the States Committee and the workshop are recommending approval of this. Are there any who wish to speak to this because this is a debatable motion?
Mr. President, Sean Manross, Southern California. If I may introduce to the executive board and the delegates, Jonathan Lee Singler. He has been someone I've known for about a year now, and he is an extraordinary leader of Alaska Chess. He runs, as many of us have seen, the last Frontier Chess Foundation. He's worked extraordinarily hard to bring about this historic moment, and this will complete the union I ask the delegates, may it please the President, may it please the parliamentarian, Mr. Blue, to approve this historic moment by unanimous acclamation.
Are there objections? Seeing none, the application is approved. Would you like to make a comment about the great state of Alaska and your affiliate?
Yes, sir.
It's big.
Good morning, Executive Board, as well as other delegates and US Chess members. My name is Jonathan Singler. I am here representing the Alaska Frontier Chess Foundation in support of the application we submitted this year for the state chapter. Alaska, as you know, has had a pretty shaky past in terms of having a state chapter, and over the past 3 years of my living there, and with the other board members that are in that package, have been working progressively both in casual chess and rated chess for the state. Alaska does face very unique challenges, different than other states, such as size as well as community differences. This past year, the Alaska Frontier Chess Foundation worked specifically with a prototype program in the city of Anchorage named the Alaskan Cultural Charter School, to provide efforts connecting chess with the Alaska Native community, which is very big and very prominent in the state. So the unique facets and challenges that we've had over this past year have been successful and continue to do so. So thank you for the opportunity to be here and being willing to look at our application. So thank you.
Jonathan, are you the delegate representing the great state of Alaska?
Yes, sir.
You may pick up your credentials.
Thank you, sir.
And I believe he is number 100.
On another matter, last year there was a challenge presented to the state affiliate status of our current Connecticut state affiliate. The delegates saw fit to appoint a special committee to explore that question. The charge of that committee was, one, to determine if the Connecticut state chapter was basically fit to remain as the Connecticut state chapter. Another rival group had submitted an application to become the state chapter, so they were also charged with exploring that issue. And they had a third option, which was to declare the state affiliate completely vacant and we'd start over. The chair of that special committee was Mr. Losoff. Mr. Losoff, you have the floor for your presentation.
Thank you, Alan. As it turned out, this was one of the easier committee efforts. But I do want to specifically single out committee member Bob Messenger, who attended several meetings of the Connecticut affiliation and prodded them to some extent to get their house in order. Unfortunately, the president of the CSCA suffered a stroke and was not able to become involved any further. As a result, partially of that and partially of the more amenable meetings, the then acting vice president called a new meeting. They elected new officers. The group that was contesting their affiliation withdrew their application. So in effect, there's no action needed by the board. We did recommend, based on their meetings and their activities, that they are now behaving as a viable and active state affiliate and should continue with no restrictions.
The board member who was spearheading the effort and working with this committee was Mike Hoffbauer. So Mike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to second what Al has just mentioned, specifically with regard to the efforts of Mr. Messenger, who really went out of his way to help. Hal Spreckman, also on our board here, provided some assistance and attended at least one of those meetings. But most importantly, the way this was resolved was by the members and the people in Connecticut. And there could not have been a better outcome for this action to have been resolved by the people who care most about it in the state of Connecticut. So I'd like to congratulate the Connecticut people for working that out amongst themselves, and we look forward to a continuing relationship with the state chapter in Connecticut.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Brad, one comment, there was some discussion on the committee and no resolution, but suggest that this body consider for the future that removing a state affiliate and adding a new one should be treated as two separate items. That one should not, and again, this was not unanimous among the committee, but there was a feeling that it's not necessarily appropriate for someone to apply to be a state affiliate when there already is one. And that the first action would be to appeal to this body to revoke the state affiliate first.
Point well taken. The committee report does not recommend any change or any action. They have reported back to the body that appointed them, which was you all, and there is no business to conduct from that report. Mr. Barber, you have a comment?
Dwayne Barber, Southern California. I'd like to mention that we consulted with Connecticut. I am pleased that we are going to see the Scholastic Initiative moved forward in a very powerful way. I'm excited that we are going to also want to support all the state affiliates in what we have to do in the world of scholastic chess. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Last year, this body adopted a conflict of interest policy. That policy was sent to all of you. It was also in your packet. You should take that seriously. If you have a potential conflict of interest, it is up to you to disclose it, and then the body decides what the remedy for that is. The body might decide that there is no conflict. The body might recommend that you abstain from voting on a particular issue. One thing that did not make the agenda was the appointment of the review committee. This committee, as was outlined in last year's policy, would be appointed and would serve through to the next meeting. So we're a little behind the power curve because we didn't have the ability to appoint this group earlier. But the idea, particularly for next year, would be when you receive the conflict of interest policy, go ahead and send it in. Go ahead and send in conflicts, and then this group will be able to assess those before the meeting starts. And if there are remedies, they can talk about it in that context. Also, they'll have the ability to review those conflicts against against ADMs and items that they think will be talked about in the meeting, because you may have a conflict, but it may not be being addressed at all during the meeting, depending on the motions that are before it. So we need to name that committee. I have four.
Chairman, objection. The motion that passed last year said the committee would be named right after the parliamentarian is appointed. And we're not quite there yet.
Yes, and as the chair, I'm moving it. I am taking the chair's prerogative to move it up because the next thing on the agenda is the review of those conflicts of interest. We must have the committee in place to review that. Next year, we certainly would have it after the parliamentarian because we would have a committee in place up to that point. Okay? So your objection is overruled. Are there any objections to the action of the board, of the chair? Seeing none, the four that I have recommended for this and talked to about serving on it, three of them are attorneys. That would be David Day of Utah, Gary Walters of Ohio, who also was a primary author of this conflict of interest policy, and Leila DeQuinn of Louisiana, and our apolitical parliamentarian election chair, Ken Ballou. Are there objections to those four? Seeing none, would that committee then please get together now and get with Jen Pearson. They need to grab Jen. She's got the list because we need to look through those before we go a whole lot further and see if there are issues that need to be addressed by the body as a whole.
Mr. President?
Yes.
May I ask that we defer that action to the certification of election results? I suggest this because I personally believe there are no possible conflicts in the motions coming up, which are adoption of the agenda,
election of parliamentarian, and the minutes of the meeting, and then I'm also needed to present the election results.
Works for me. All right. We will put that on hold for a few minutes. We'll simply move that down. I think the motion would be to table that part of the agenda, and we'll pull it off the table in just a minute. Okay. We will now address the ADM 1902, Mr. Winston.
Question, do you want to do that before approval of the agenda and listed above it?
Approval of the agenda is 1904. It's coming.
All right, I move that the minutes of the 2018 delegates meeting is available to the delegates present in Orlando, Florida, be accepted. A very good job was done on those minutes.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I move that Ken Ballou is appointed parliamentarian.
Second.
Anybody else really want that job? Seeing no objection, Ken, sorry for your luck. The next motion is 1904, which is to move that the delegates approve the advanced agenda for the delegates meeting and approve the standing rules as printed in the delegates call.
Mr. President, I would like to offer an amendment to the agenda to move the election of delegate appointing committees to its traditional place just before old business.
Second that.
Would you like to state the rationale for your suggestion change? Yes, the rationale for my suggestion is that the election of delegate appointed committees is a must-pass series of motions. And if the meeting goes late, I don't think that should be rushed through at the end. So if something is a must-pass motion, to me, it needs to be early in the meeting.
The reason why it was placed at the spot of the agenda is really very simple. The motions that may be referred to these committees, we don't know what they are until they are. And so we don't necessarily know exactly what expertise we need on some of these committees until we know exactly what they're going to be dealing with in the next year. Is that a really big deal? Probably not. Also, at the end of the meeting, to the objection to it, at the end of the meeting, normally the things that are rushed through are not the ADMs. They're the floor motions that are made. And if we thought we were running short on time, we can always move to suspend the rules and move it up. But it's up to the body. Mr. Deutsch? Deitch.
Question. The motion reads as printed in the delegates call. I did submit an amendment. It was for clarification to one of the ADMs. Does that?
You will present that as an amendment when that ADM is presented.
Thank you.
Mr. Reed.
Jim Eaton from Northern California. I wanted to preface my comments by saying that I'm going to say something that makes light of both Alan and myself, and I want to make clear that I have the utmost respect and appreciation for the financial stability that's been introduced into US Chess by Alan, Chuck, Randy, and others. And so I am being lighthearted when I say that Alan frequently teases me about being out of it.
Point of order. Is this applicable to the motion to amend the agenda?
Yes. This is the preface to make sure that I am not giving offense down. Thank you. And my concern is that just what was stated, that when we get to the end of the meeting, frequently we have fewer and fewer delegates present. And establishing that these delegates appointed committees is very important, that we as a body, as the full body, do it. So I would encourage us to move forward. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of amending the advanced agenda, now the motion is not particularly clear, so let me clean it up for you. To move the ADM 1935, 1936, and then the other three, which are listed after that, which have no motion made for them yet, from their spot on the agenda and insert them right after committee reports. Is that what the motion actually is, Mr. Messenger? Yes. Is that clear to everyone? All in favor of that motion signify by raising your credential. All opposed? The advanced agenda is amended as stated. Is there any speaking to the motion to approve the advanced agenda as amended? Mr. Hoffman, I'm sorry.
Ellen, I move that ADM 1929 be stricken from the agenda as it is a redundancy to ADM 1912.
Steve, jump up now.
I rule that motion out of order. You're asking for me to declare it moot. It is not moot because this motion addresses addressing an issue to the delegates. The motion that's in old business talks about addressing that to the executive board. It does address the same issue, Guy, but thank you for telling me that ahead of time. I did look at it, and I do not believe it is moot.
I move to approve the advanced agenda as amended.
That motion is already on the table. We're looking for any other comments. Seeing none, all in favor of approving the advanced agenda as amended, signify by raising your credentials. Opposed? This requires a majority to pass, and I don't think we had objections to that, so we are moving on. We will make that change in the agenda. Next is ADM 1905, Mr. Blue, certification of our election results. This should be very controversial.
Mr. President, before I present my report, I would like to take the liberty, on behalf of the Election Committee, to express the committee's deepest condolences to the family of Harry Sabine. Among his many other invaluable services to the Federation, he has been the chief teller for our Executive Board of Elections for a very long time. We are grateful for his service. Mr. President, this year, there were 4,043 registered voters. Of those, there were 1,006 ballots returned. 2 candidates running unopposed have the majority of the votes.
Oh, good job. Who won?
Those 2 candidates would be
I just meant by who got more votes.
Those 2 candidates would be Mr. Hoffpower and Mr. Unruh.
who are currently who are currently members of the executive board. So they have been reelected. The election results are the same.
Appreciate your votes.
I didn't vote for you. That's okay.
Mike did. I hope Mike did.
I would hope so. It is now time. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was only going to point out that this would be the time for the Conflict of Interest Committee to meet.
Yes. And Jennifer is here. So if we could get that group together while we do the officer reports and get with Jennifer and we'll get those. If any of y'all have those that you have not turned in, now would be the last moment to get those dudes in. It is important that you do this because if you have an undisclosed conflict and you have voted on something that presents a conflict, you put yourself at risk for failure to perform your fiduciary duty. Yes, ma'am.
Alan, I would just like to say, for those that just received the packet and are writing frantically, do we have a little more time?
Yeah, they're going to be working on it for a while. As soon as you get it, we're going to be doing reports, hop up and run it over there.
Thank you.
Try to avoid any parliamentary procedures in my issues in my absence.
As long as nobody fusses at my report, we're good. Since I'm going to be making a report, I'm actually going to turn the chair over to Mr. Hoffpower, and I'm going to move the podium. By the way, these are directional microphones. As you can tell, if you're not right up against it, they're not going to pick you up. So take that as a warning when you come up to the things. You got to be right up and do it. I'm a singer and a performer, and an omnidirectional, you kind of can be away or you can turn your head away from it, and you're good. A directional mic, you got to like kiss on it. So please don't do that. It'd be unsanitary, and the person behind you would be upset, but still, you got to be right in it. This microphone stand won't raise up anymore, so I'm just going to pull the mic off the stand and hold it. All right, so here we go. Carol, you may not have this problem. You're not quite as tall as I am. You know something, folks? Change is hard. Anybody know the name Edwin Demings? That name ring a bell? Yeah, he was a quality control and engineer and efficiency expert. And he told Detroit, you need to change what you're doing. They didn't listen, so what did he do? He revolutionized the auto manufacturing industry in Japan. And what then happened? Detroit closed down for a while, right? Change is hard. Detroit couldn't change. Japan rebuilt in a different way and was successful. You know, the problem is we get comfortable with the way things are. And part of us longs for how things were. So that's why change, especially when why should we change, rather? Especially when US Chess is approaching record membership, has improving, and I would say extraordinarily strong for our organization, finances, sees continued growth in scholastic chess, and experiences increasing success in international play. There was a recent article by Stephen M.R. Covey. The name Covey probably sounds familiar to you. He is the son of noted author Stephen Covey. And this article was posted on the website, chiefexecutive.net. The article explores the need for ever-increasing change in our fast-paced world. Covey tells of the great historian Arnold Toynbee, who studied the rise and fall of civilizations. And Toynbee concluded, in the way that academics sometimes have a great way with the turn of the phrase, that nothing fails like success. Nothing fails like success. What? How is success failure? Well, Covey states, and I quote, he, Toynbee, posited that when societies face challenges, they use creativity and innovation to successfully respond. But inevitably, the nature of the challenge changes. And yet, they so often respond with their old approach. Their subsequent downfall is as certain as their newfound challenge. Hence the expression, nothing fails like success. Now, why is this relevant to US Chess? This is a guy talking about the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. Well, right now, I think things look pretty good. We are past the days when we are not certain of the money to pay our team members during the summer. We were dependent on a few things working right each year, and if any one of those failed, we had a big problem. Now, as I mentioned, we have success across the board. We have membership growth. We have a registration of finances that are indicative of a series of good decisions and some good fortune. Some of those choices were made by US Chess, and some of those choices were made by our players, our friends, and our supporters. But we do not have the luxury to sit back and assume that what we have been doing will continue to produce the same level of results. The need to adapt is relentless. Organizations that are not agile and fast to adapt to the ever-changing and increasingly fast-paced world will fail. For US Chess, failure is not an option. That sound familiar? Yeah, I stole it from the Apollo program. Right? Failure is not accomplishing the mission laid out to us by the delegates over 10 years ago. That shift in our mission led us to become a 501c3 tax-exempt organization rather than remaining a 501c4. And we have had to reassess the vision and value statements that we use to evaluate the relevance of both things we have done for years and for new ideas. Now, people resist change largely because they fear they will lose something dear. Also, change threatens entrenched interests that benefit from the old ways of doing things and do not want to change themselves. Yet, change is inevitable. It seems that consternation and conflict over change is also inevitable. We cannot avoid that, but we must be sensitive to it, and as an organization, we must work through it together. So what have we done to change, to fulfill the mission set by you in 2008-2009? Well, great membership service is a key goal of US Chess. We are modernizing our whole database structure. We need to make sure that it doesn't fail due to age, and we must take advantage of all that technology can offer us to provide excellent member services as we go into the future. Those of you all who have attended workshops have heard us talk about this very specific issue in multiple times. Much of the work in a volunteer-driven organization is done through committees. Mike Hoffpower ably led the effort to work with existing committees to develop charter statements for each committee so that their efforts would be fully aligned with the broader mission of US Chess and to provide a sense of direction for those committee efforts. Through that process, we also assessed the activity and the effectiveness of current committees and how those committees fit into the goals and the vision and the objectives of this organization, which led us to change some, to eliminate others, and to restructure certain elements of our committees very extensively. This was all done simply to position US Chess for the future. During this last year, we changed certain membership policies. The EB can only adopt promotional memberships, but we added a promotional membership for prison chess, and we modernized the junior tournament player program to address more sensitively issues related to homeschools. We renewed our commitment to work with FIDE and our continental organization. Now, I realize in some cases that's controversial, and believe me, having dealt with it for some time now, there are things in FIDE that really need to change, and I don't think folks would disagree with that. But we cannot make those changes standing on the outside and yelling about it. So, during this most recent General Assembly, we placed an unprecedented number of US Chess members in key FIDE roles, and we reached out to our America's neighbors in new ways. We are working with those who want to reform FIDE. I don't know if it's ever happened, but we got individuals elected to every elected committee and presidential board within FIDE. Quite extraordinary. We expanded our development efforts by hiring our development director, Jeff Isaac, by adopting gift acceptance policies, updating our case for support, creating a planned giving program with all the materials that you need to do that right, and expanding our contacts with potential sponsors, including many folks who have not associated with us in the past. And that effort is continuing and accelerating under the leadership of our chair of our development committee, John Rockefeller. We revised our policy to address some issues related to our membership. We revised our policy recognizing the acceptance of transgender players. We formalized and expanded our policies for the review of new electronic devices for use in chess. And we adopted guidelines for safe play to place us in the forefront of child protection. As I prioritized events to plan where to expand and, if necessary, to cut our support for events to those that would most closely advance our mission. Covey concludes that, quote, "We're so deeply scripted in our old successful response that we're often afraid of disrupting ourselves," unquote. Your executive board is trying to be disruptive because we must. That is the only way we can rise to the new challenges that we face, some of which we cannot even anticipate today. So what can you do to help us? Well, we are humbled and grateful for the support that we have received over this past year, and we thank you for that already. It is a continued commitment and support of our philanthropic friends and partners that enable us to advance our mission through meaningful programs. Programs that extend the joys and benefits of chess to school children, to seniors, to at-risk youth, to prisoners, to the underserved, and to the underrepresented. These are programs that make dreams come true. These are programs that make a difference. There are now more girls playing chess in the U.S. than at any other time, and this year, for the first time, because of the generosity of donors, our friends at the CCSC, we are able to provide a grant program that has awarded grants of over $50,000 to external startup programs that advance girls and women in chess. These are monies that enable local programming, and as those programs develop it, we can gather the information about what has been successful and spread it to the rest of the organization. Donor funds we received this year from Mr. Barber and others also allow us to pay for scholarship donations to 3 invitational U.S. chess events: the U.S. Junior Championship, the U.S. Cadet Championship, and the U.S. Junior Girls Championship. We also received funding from donations for uniforms for the World Cadet, World Youth, and Under-16 Olympiad delegations, allowing players to look sharp as they proudly compete and represent us and our nation in these important events. So who is it that is making all these great things possible? Is it US Chess? Well, yes, but only because you are US Chess. It is the generosity of people like you that is making such an impact on the game of chess and on the lives of players through the many programs that you choose to give to, whether it is the General Fund, our Fund for At-Risk Youth, International Youth Championships, National Senior Tournament, Olympiad, or other programs. Inside the new US Chess Annual Report, which I didn't get up to wave it for me. Yeah, here we go. There's a stack here. If you didn't get one, get one. Inside the new US Annual Report, you will find a giving card along with an envelope. Please look it over and consider one of the many ways to give. You can make a one-time gift. You can make a matching gift through your employer, a monthly gift, or a gift through your estate plan, which entitles you to become a member of the new US Chess Legacy Society. Please consider becoming a financial partner with us and investing in the game that changes lives and makes dreams come true. No matter the size of your gift, know that your contribution goes a long way toward fulfilling our mission, which is empowering people, enriching lives, and enhancing our communities through chess. Thank you for the opportunity to be of service to you through this year, and we're looking forward to another year of great advancement of chess in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Is this reading you just did available?
Can you go to the microphone, please?
I'll handle it.
Okay.
The question is this available? Well, actually, what I was reading from is a combination of stuff, which is my report in that report. And, thank you, I get to advertise this. I have a column that's in Chess Life for the president. It's called Across the Board. Over the last several months, what you have seen me doing in that column is outlining the mission and explaining each of the 5 goals of our vision in detail. And in September, what you're going to, if you'll read it, it'll sound real familiar to you from what you heard today. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I am Shabazz, Florida. I have a question about, you mentioned prison chess, and I see in the proceedings that it said it has disbanded next to it. Could you please clarify that?
We had a committee that was ineffective and not accomplishing anything. So rather than have a committee in name only that really wasn't doing very much, we said we're going to restructure that and figure out how to do it in a different way. Our first step toward doing that was working out this promotional membership for prison chess, which is what many of the people who are active in it ask us to be able to do first. If we have folks here who would like to revive and be active in the prison chess community and will not just be focused on their own activities in a 3-county area, but will be looking at this from a national perspective, let us know. We'd welcome your help.
Thank you.
Andy?
Yes, Andrew Reddy from Virginia. Point of information, what is the process for informing the delegates when the people who have been absent from the roll call arrive and are present? And in the example I had from the District of Columbia, we have Robin Ransom here.
They need to check in at the desk with Jennifer, make sure that we've got credentials. We have a quorum, so we don't necessarily need to know that they're here for the purpose of the quorum. If they'll just check in, they can get credentials and we're good to go. Because they're already listed. Our next report will be by our president. I'm sorry. That's me.
Deja vu.
I was at the General Assembly and I was in the CCA meeting and I said something about being president of the United States and all these people chuckled. And I did, look, I don't care what your politics are. I said, no, I'm not that guy. You know, if you don't like him, it's not me. So anyway, we'll turn the microphone over to our executive director.
I think our treasurer.
Treasurer's next.
Our treasurer. Come on, Chuck.
Treasurer?
Vice President.
Our Vice President for Finance, Chuck Unruh. See, I was focused on what I was doing pretty heavily here. I'll go back to being the chair of the committee. Go for it, Chuck.
Well, I'm vertically challenged. I can reach the microphone.
That's as big as it gets, boss.
Yeah.
I think I can reach your microphone. This is great. This is great. So, first, truly it is a pleasure to serve as your Vice President of Finance, which could be the treasurer, and I really do appreciate all the votes. I hope that ex-President Hoffpower got more. He's a better candidate, but we'll see. Anyway, I want to talk about change a little. I noticed that the president said something about change. Well, what happens when we have change? Our finances catch up to the changes. And that's really what has been happening. We're going to look at our audited report first. Now, we did a lot in the Finance Committee. We had a meeting and we had a finance workshop and we accomplished quite a bit. So we're not going to go back through it because just to do the audited statement with the wonderful split notes was about an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm going to give you the short version of where we are for the last 2 years. Now, why do I say 2 years? Because we're on a 2-year cycle. And this year, in our reports, in our audited financials, you'll see tournament expenses blossomed. They were up 50%. No, we're running our tournaments as efficiently as possible. We just had more obligations, more what we call fee day events. Overall, it was a good year, though. There are a lot of good things happening. We're going to talk about the changes and how we see them starting to come through the balance sheet. So over the last 2 years, what we'll see is that we created a surplus. The combined surplus with both years was $779,000. That's a tremendous amount of surplus. But we'll have a report from our executive director on our capital budget needs, and we'll talk about that briefly. But The organization's very solid. We've generated the surpluses, we'll need these surpluses in the future. And when I talk about the finances, we want to say, well, how much do we generate this year? You know, like 2 years, 779, well, this is a tougher year. The 18-19 year was more difficult because we had more obligations in our events, and we generated still $241,000 worth of surplus in this year. Now we're back on the cycle where we're going to have a little breathing room, but we're fully staffed now. Now we're fully staffed because of the expanded mission. We've added a position that was always there, but we finally filled it. In the past, we've been running a little bit short-staffed, and that saved a considerable amount of funds in the last 3 years. So our staff has been almost overtime in their commitment, and I appreciate that. What we're seeing then, are we getting results? Well, we are. We're getting very good results. Donations are up. Some of the donations are matching fund donations, so we have to have reserves to match those. We're starting to see our programs kick in, and that's very, very much within our mission, our new mission going forward as we expand. But we don't want to forget that our membership is very important. That's still our largest source of revenue. In the last 2 years, we've collected over $4 million of membership funds. This year, membership revenues are flat. Now I heard that we have more members, and that's wonderful. We have more life members, people signing up for life memberships. We have more benefactor members. From the early days of the benefactor member, where there were 3 of us when the program started, we're now up to 46. And a benefactor member is a person that donates extra up and above life membership. I believe the minimum is equivalent to $3,000 in value. That's exciting to me. That's a tremendous commitment by our membership to the mission of this organization. So we have growth. Well, how much growth in donations alone? Well, one of my reports here tells me that we're seeing 30% just by the auditors. The auditors said our donations grew by 30%. But in the last 2 months, I know it's much better than that. So we continue on good footing. I'm giving you a little bit of what's in our past now. May is done. The audited financials are done. But as we move in, we're 2 months into the current year, and it looks great. We're doing really well. Going back to the audited financials, I'm going to talk a little bit about our membership revenue. Not our memberships. Remember, we increased our memberships. But our revenues, we looked at our tournaments over the last 2 years. It cost us to do this program about $1.6 million. That $1.6 million represents 40% of the membership monies, funds. So what are we getting when we sign up for US Chess and do a membership? Well, 40% of it it's tournaments. And in those tournaments, we don't include payroll. So our events, in general, on a 2-year cycle, are not money makers. Then publications will be another 30 or 40%. When we finally add up all of our costs, the costs of running this organization are more than the membership revenues. Fortunately, we generate other sources, and that's what I was talking about, the donations. One of the other things that we're seeing finally starting to flow through our audited statement is an increase in investment income. We anticipate going into the new year that our investment income will continue to grow and grow significantly. in,
You have a fan.
thank you. Well, and, you know, we hear about what we're, how we're going to do this in the future and change. Well, our president in March did something that caught me by surprise, as he often does. And he proposed the endowment fund. That is exciting news. I don't think we've ever had an endowment fund, and we funded the endowment fund. Along with other funds that you've heard about, or life member asset guarantor, or a guarantor trust, and that is to make sure that monies are invested for the services of, well, it's actually the expenses incurred to the life membership. When we get money in, well, we just don't put it in from life members just into the balance sheet and the P&L and it disappears. Most of it is set aside for the future. At one time, this organization had a life membership based on 20 years, 20 years worth of the regular membership. Today it's 30. We're living longer. So it has worked much better. The life membership, LMA, life member assets, are doing well. We should be able to meet all of our obligations. Now that's another hat I wear. I'm chair of the Life LMA Grantor Trust. Now that trust this year did very well also. Are there any questions on our audited finances before I go forward?
Chuck, with your permission.
Yes, sir.
I spent over an hour yesterday going over the details of the audited statement. I will not bore you with that today, because I know many of you are not CPAs and get kind of excited and stuff like that. It's, you know, a character flaw for us. But I do want you to note that there is a marked change in the reporting standards for nonprofits. It's effective now. So these financial statements reflect that reporting change. Also, the numbers from last year have been restated, not to make any changes to the bottom line, but to make the numbers comparable from one year to the next. So where we had to report something a little bit differently, those numbers are reflected the same way in the 2 years. One of the major changes is that restricted funds in the past only reflected donor restrictions. Now restricted funds represent board restrictions as well. So if you look on the balance sheet, we'll see that there are donor restricted funds in there. If you look in footnotes, if you're ever reading financial statements, the CPA says, go look at the footnotes. They tell you a whole lot of information. In the footnotes, there is a description of each of those restricted funds and its purpose and the amounts related to it. Finally, as Chuck teed it up for you for the next part, boss, as we talk about what the budget coming up is, this year there is a subsequent events footnote in there. Subsequent events footnotes are for things that happen that are significant that we think, as the authors of the financial statements, it's the organization, that our readers of them need to know to fully understand what's going on. And in the subsequent events footnote, we talk about the contract that was issued for this IT project you've heard us talk about. We talk about the phase 2 portion, and we are telling you that we have a lot of money, things look good, but a lot of it is spoken for, okay? The other thing, which is not quite as reflected, it is reflected in the financial statements, but we did not talk about it much yesterday, is at May 31 this year, because of the timing of V-Day events, we had collected roughly $250,000 that was about to leave us. So the cash balance is $250,000 higher for payments that had been submitted by players and their families for participation in the North American Youth and in the beginning for the World Youth and Cadet. So Of that cash balance, $250,000 went away within 6 weeks. But that was totally planned and expected. It's actually down in there as a liability as well. But if you just look at cash, adjust for some of those things. Finally, the other note which is important in there is a liquidity note. And that is a new disclosure that talks about when we look at cash, we take out things that are restricted, we take out things that are spoken for, what could turn into money we use to pay bills over the next year. That number at the bottom of that footnote, look at all the cash and all the assets, that number is 1.2 million. Okay, so that's the amount, and we're going to spend $500,000 to $600,000 of that on phase 1 of the IT project. If you ask why we've been holding on to money, I mean, we budgeted $250,000 for the IT project for 2 or 3 years. We didn't spend it, and we put it in the bank, so we'd have it available to do this when we got to it. Okay, Chuck, I've teed it up for you. I'll hand it back.
Okay. I appreciate that. In fact, one of the things that was created as part of our change over the past 3 or 4 years was the reserve fund. And as you know, our reserve fund started out at $800,000. We added a couple $100,000 recently. And now the reserve fund, as of this morning, has hit a new record. We are investing that fund. It's at $1,341,000. I'll make a footnote to most of our investing, and our investing is predicated mostly in bond substitutes. Now, so we're getting quite a few cash dividends. We're in the cash deposit market with banks. And in one of the footnotes I saw on the report that we just heard about, it stated that perhaps we're not protecting our money. Well, our money is protected in sweep programs. So the auditor's statement, and I don't know which page that was on, he obviously didn't know that we are in over 10 banks. That gives us $2.5 million worth of protection from the federal government. So we're very, very conscious of our risk profile as we go forward. Our basic risk in investing would be dramatically or extremely rising interest rates. And if you have followed interest rates from December on the US 10-year Treasury, from December of 2018 to today, it's fallen about 50%. We started at 3.2 in December % yield. We're at 1.7 this morning. Interest rates are falling dramatically. This is like being in your canoe on a swift river. So that really works. You don't have to paddle as much, but there will be a day when this turns on us, and we'll be prepared. Going on to our budget, there are budgets up here. If you do not have a copy, we have extra copies. Our budget this year has a few changes, but they're nothing out of the ordinary on the regular operational budget. The operational budget calls for an increase in membership. Actually, last year our cash memberships went up, but some of our sustaining and deferred membership money didn't decrease, and so it looks like membership stayed the same, but cash-wise, we actually gained 4% year over year. But when you start adding deferred income from the memberships, it looks flat, where we only gained 0.74%. This year, we've increased membership revenues by another $20,000 in the budget. We think we can make that. We think that the increase in several of our events and the increased participation will do well. That's a modest increase, $20,000 on $2,030,000. Other places in the budget as you move through it that have changed will be payroll. Our payroll, of course, last year we weren't fully staffed. This year we're fully staffed going forward. We also increased some of our thoughts on donations and interest coming off of our investments. our investment interest this year will top $50,000. That's just straight cash off the investments. Tournament expenditures will be down. We're in that part of the cycle, which is favorable to us on tournament expenses. Of course, revenues will be down. We don't have the big P-Day events. All in all, as we get to the bottom, and this is a very conservative budget, we're going to see a $112,000 surplus. So once again, if everything goes right and there are underlying risks, anytime you're changing rapidly and you have so many moving parts, there's a risk. But that risk, we think we have set aside by being a little bit conservative in our budget, or very much in some cases, that we'll be prepared for it. Now, I will make a motion at this time to approve the budget after discussion.
ADM 1906 now then becomes on the floor. The executive board actually has made the motion to approve the budget as presented. Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Randy Bauer from the state of Iowa. I want to make one follow-up comment as it relates to the budget. Now, many of you who have been involved in this process for a long time know that we have continually worked to provide more information within the budget. So we break out tournament revenue and other sources that in past years have not necessarily been reflected that way. One of the things that has been mentioned here that I'm hopeful will continue to build on the budgeting process is the capital budget. And in instances where you have expenditures for projects that are often multi-year in nature and where the asset is going to be substantial for a number of years, developing a capital budget is generally considered to be a budgeting best practice. And I believe that we will continue to operate and start building that out more so that we can, as a body, understand that some of these surpluses were not just being parked for no discernible purpose, but it was to build up the resources necessary to make major capital investment and the expenditures associated with that. So in future years, I have suggested, and I'm hopeful that we as a board will actually build out a separate capital budget so that that is another kind of level of transparency as to what the purpose is for resources that are being gathered together. In general, though, I commend Chuck and those who have worked on the budget. I do think it is a good budget. One of the things that started many years ago, and I was involved in the process, was to really start being realistic in what we were believing we were going to have in terms of revenues. There were some budgets, I think, in years where the revenue numbers weren't necessarily as realistic as what we're presenting now. So I'm completely supportive of the budget and hope that we as delegates will pass it.
That becomes a common problem. Churches are notorious for it. They come up with all this mission they want to do, and they just figure God will provide the money. And God can, but the people got to write the check. One thing about the budget document in front of you that probably is not particularly clear, and Chuck didn't address it, and we helpfully did not provide a key for you. But on the right-hand side of the document, there's things like 1s and B's and A's. When we worked on this budget, what we did is we took a look at the numbers and said, what parts of our mission, to which parts of our mission does it align? So if the keys for the 1 through 5 are simply, go look at one of my columns over the last 5 months and I list 5 objectives, they're in order. They're not in order of priority, but the first one there would be the number 1. He said this associates with that. So if you do that and then you get a little better feel for it, some of the others are a little bit less clear, but we can help you follow through that if you'd like to later on. Is there any further, I'm sorry?
Okay.
Is there any further discussion of the budget? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the budget as presented, signify by holding your credentials. All opposed? The budget is passed. I believe that now, looks like our Conflict of Interest Committee is back in the room. Can we have is there a report that needs to be presented? There may not be. I'm just offering you all the opportunity if you need to make a report.
We have 5 members need to be thrown out of the room.
Mr. President, no report is needed at this time.
Thank you. Well, we've had a lovely time for the last couple of hours, but if you're like me, before we get into Carol Meyer's report, I'd love for us to be able to devote our full attention to that. So let's take a 10-minute recess. I'll see you back here at 11:05. Thank you. I'm sorry? Yes, the budget was approved. Yes. Thank you all very much. I'd like to recognize, I think we've had another few delegates come into the room since we called the roll. I'm going to miss some, I know, but I see that Al Lawrence has come in from New York. Tony Rich from Missouri is now here. There may be a few others. If you have come in and you have not gotten your credentials, please make sure to go over to the table. Jennifer's not there right. Yeah, Jennifer's standing up, wave in the white jacket, and she will get you taken care of if you're on the list. We've already established we have a quorum, but we do want you to make sure you have the proper materials. We have about 50 minutes before we need to recess for the awards luncheon. So we will cover as much ground as we can until then. Do I anticipate we will get all the reports done? It just depends on how long-winded we all are. Next up.
He's not giving any more, so.
Our esteemed, and I mean that sincerely, Executive Director, Carol Meyer.
Good morning, everyone. All right, I think we're going to make some adjustments here. Or not. Not a good time for the computer to not work. Very good. Well, thank you for the nice welcome. It's been tremendously gratifying to mix with everybody over the past few days. I can't believe how many faces are already familiar to me. This is only my second delegates meeting. As I did last year, I wanted to start out by expressing my appreciation for so many who have helped me settle into this role and who are such big contributors to the mission and the work of US Chess. Starting with the executive board, all the guys up here to my left put in a lot of time on behalf of this organization. I don't know that if you've never done it, you have any idea of the hours of investment every week most of these folks put in. It's 2 to 10, I would venture a guess. And without their leadership, we wouldn't be where we are today, so thank you. I had an opportunity to recognize our staff yesterday, but I would be remiss if I didn't do it again today. We have a great team. Down to a person, they are always willing to step up and take on things that are not in their job description. We couldn't get it done otherwise, so a big shout out to the US Chess staff. To those of you who are sitting here as delegates and to everyone else who serves on committees, again, the volunteer contributions, the guidance, and in some cases, the work that you do on our behalf to carry out our mission is so important to our success. So thank you to each and every one of you for your commitment to us and for making things happen on the ground. And I'm looking at a couple of people here, you know, Maureen Gramad and Janelle must have stepped out. There are many others who are just making stuff happen and making us look really good because of their activities. So thank you. To our donors who are making it possible to grow our program offerings, thank you. We can't say enough. We hope we've honored you appropriately in this year's annual report. And of course, to our members who, without you, our reason for existence would not be here. So I want to just say thank you. On the sponsorship front, Alan and others have already spoken a lot about our sponsors. This is an area that's sort of new for us. We are very actively working to talk to corporate entities, both those who we've traditionally worked with and new folks. So the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you, Tony. The Kasparov Chess Foundation, Michael, thank you. Susquehanna International Group, one of our new sponsors. The Barber Fund, Dwayne, thank you. American Intercultural Education was our sponsor for the international youth teams this year. New sponsor, Two Sigma was our sponsor last year. US Chess Federation Sales, Sean and his team. Trophies Plus, and of course the US Chess Trust, who has sponsored many of our activities, especially in the scholastic arena. So thank you to all. So I was playing with a couple of ideas of how to sort of get the point home that this organization is changing. I think Alan did a wonderful job of sort of casting the net far and wide, describing all the different things that are going on. But I think my job has perhaps changed the most. And Al, you know, you were an executive director. I suspect I tackled the job differently than you did. So I wanted to give you a quick overview of how I think of myself in this role. I'm an ambassador. I'm an advisor, a staff leader. That's a call from Boyd at about 10 o'clock at night. You know, a Sisyphus impersonator, a referee, and I'll leave that there. A salesperson, and a cheerleader. I'm at my happiest when I'm at an event rooting on the players, no matter their age. That's what makes this job really, really fun. So to kind of move to the business side of this, internal operations, we've had a great year. Lots of moving parts, lots of changes afoot. The most notable change in our staff profile this year was the addition of Jeff Isaac and the creation of our development department, fundraising, for those who aren't familiar with the term. Jeff has done a great job laying the groundwork for our program. We're doing a lot of planning. We're developing the materials that are needed to reach out to different people and organizations. So Jeff couldn't be here today, but you know, I'm grateful to the expertise that he's brought to our organization. We've also had some shifts. You probably remember we moved Dan Lucas into a new role last year, having been our longtime Chess Life editor. And Dan is now in charge of all of our communications. We've done I think a really great job of expanding how we communicate. And Dan is in charge of overseeing a pretty good chunk of our staff who are involved in different modalities of communication. And then we also moved Jen Shahadi, who had been in our communications team. She still has a little bit of a role working on our website, but because of the changing nature of our organization, we've moved her into a program position, and she is our director of women's program. So the staff profile is definitely related to us developing programs and launching new initiatives, and you know, all of these things are very nicely knitted together, I think. We continue to update the way our office tackles their work. Many of you know that we have several very long-time employees. We have somebody who is celebrating her 50th anniversary with the Federation this year, and her twin sister is coming up on 49 years. A lot has changed during their tenure, but God love Judy and Joan. They are sort of the glue that holds so much of this together, and if you need a question answered about something historical, they're our go-to ladies. But change is not their strong suit, and but they're always willing to learn and listen, and they're coming along for the ride, I'm proud to say. And then, of course, this has been talked about throughout the week, our infrastructure refresh. This is a project that is massive for us. We have a small staff and limited expertise in the IT space, so we've hired a consulting firm that we have a lot of confidence in, and we'll be working as partners with them to rebuild our system to make everybody's life easier who interfaces with US Chess. I threw this together to kind of illustrate how we as an organization are evolving. So before last year, we had 4 basic operational areas: events, administration, membership, and publications. We still have those 4. We call publications communications, but that's really the biggest difference. But we've also added a program division and our development department. And this represents change, and it's shifting resources within our organization, our staff resources, to deliver on the mission that the board and the delegates have set us forth on. But the more things change, they also stay the same. We've had a banner year in rated play. So 12,100 plus rated events last year. Last year, I think it was like 11,500. That's a pretty significant increase year over year. In terms of rated games, we're up to 5,000 and change from 813, I think, last year. Wow. So again, we are growing in all the ways that this organization has grown over its history. And so for people who are uncomfortable with maybe us shifting some of our emphases, please know that the health of the Federation remains with our scholastic and other events that many of you run out in the communities all throughout the country. And to my mind, they are the best demonstration for why chess is a great activity for people of all ages. Of course, we spend a lot of time on scholastic events. They are very important to growing the Federation. We had another tremendous year with our scholastic events. Growth in 3 of the 4. The K-12 here in Orlando last year was down about 6%. I would venture a guess the reason for the downslide was that the event was actually a little bit closer to the Christmas holiday last year, and between end of semester exams for some high schools and family commitments and the like, it just ate into our attendance a little bit. And then we're tracking the number of girls who are participating in our events, and we hit 20% this year at the National Elementary. That's a marker for us. That's tremendous growth over the time that we've been investing in women's issues. And I think you can just see that the biggest jump from this graph is in the National High School. We had a 46% increase in the number of girls year over year who participated in the high school event. That was huge. And the other observation I'll share is the strength of field at these events is growing every year. We had a young GM win the National High School this year. He won on tie breaks. It was a 3-way tie for the top. But this is a GM who's playing in the National High School Scholastic event. That's remarkable. I've hesitated to call this set of activities external because they really are advancing our mission, but our outreach to our state affiliates is something where we had fallen down on the job for a number of years. We lost touch with our affiliates, and so with Jen Pearson's efforts over there, she developed a bi-monthly newsletter just sharing information to connect our affiliates back to the mothership. I mean, it's simple, it's communication. And we've invited their contributions to share with others, and we see a lot of opportunity to facilitate more interaction among the state affiliates moving forward, and we think that our IT refresh will support that as well. With support from the US Chess Trust, we've run a number of regional girls and women's events this year. Those have been wildly successful and are expanding this year. Maureen, do you know how many are on tap right now for the coming? Okay, she's working. There's a number, and those can be found on the US Chess website under the women's program. One of the highlights of my year was working with the World Chess Hall of Fame's team to put together the exhibition on US Chess 80 Years, a celebration of this organization. And it was really fun going through the dusty files and looking for artifacts that told the story of this organization throughout its history. And You still have time to visit. I think it closes the first week of October. Is that right, Tony? Yeah, and so it's free. The things that are going on there are just remarkable, and I commend it to all of you to take a side trip if you have the opportunity. And then finally, we're trying to build partnerships outside of our community because we think that chess can be for everyone. And there's a lot of interest from non-traditional partners. You know, last year we had the Alzheimer's Association here, and they conducted a workshop for us. There is more and more interest that we see from community groups that would like to engage with us. And right now we're limited by our personal bandwidth and time, and less so by the financial resources that might be also a limitation. So what's next? Building capacity. You know, this is transformation. Change is, you know, there's no real clear roadmap for this, but we are putting down markers against which we can measure our progress, and it necessarily requires us to tackle things in a different way. And I know that's not always easy to internalize, but I think we're proceeding at about the right pace, and you know, pulling people in where they may have gifts that they weren't necessarily hired for. Pete Kirianis being a prime example of that. Pete's our assistant director of events, but he's a great writer and a great personality. So he's got one of our 4 podcasts, for example, and just allowing people to grow in ways that use the talents that they love to use in addition to what they were hired to do is, I think, a real formula for success for us. Again, building and launching programs. I would venture a guess, I spend about 30% of my past year working on this IT refresh between the RFP and reviewing proposals and talking to vendors, you know, and that will continue this year as we actually start to do the real work of that transition. The governance task force, while they didn't put forward any recommendations this year, I expect next year that we may have a set of recommendations from them, and some of those will be changes that may be hard to accept. But I ask that everybody consider those with an open mind, because as a C3, which is different from a C4 with what we do and how we do it, we have to make some structural changes in the way this organization is run if we are going to have as much success as we hope to have. And I would challenge everybody to reimagine what's possible for US Chess. What's needed? Volunteer talent, people with expertise, people who have ideas, creative sorts. Right now we are open to lots and lots of ideas, and we distill them, we work through our committees, our staff works with the board to advance excitement and new programs for US Chess. We want the engagement to be strategic, and some of what the board has been working over the past 2 years is through the charters that they've retroactively issued for most committees, tied that back to things that align with our mission so that we're all proceeding in the same direction. And that is really, really important so that we're not working at cross purposes. So again, the work of the committees supports the mission of this organization. And I would just again ask that people be open-minded and approach this with the sense of excitement that I feel, and be willing to hear out and be flexible to accept the changes that I think are needed to allow us to be the best organization we can be. And I feel like I need to end with our mission, which states empower people, enrich lives, and enhance communities through chess. That's really what is motivating us, and I thank you for your time this morning.
So we used to have this guy who was a contractor to us, and he was overseeing magazines and things like that. And we liked that circumstance so much, we hired him as the publications director. And then we looked at it and we said, we've made a mistake. Because it's not about publications, it's about a broader communication strategy and the integration of communications in print, online, other forms of electronic communication, etc. So now, we have the Senior Director of Strategic Communication, Mr. Dan Lucas, to report.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here yet again. When I stood before you last year, it was as head of a brand new department, communications. We only had formed in June of 2018. So it's a little bit more fun to present to you this year when we have a full year record of achievement that we can present to you. The theme for this talk today is, just like the reports that have gone before me, is about change. But that doesn't mean that, just like our friend Tevye from Fiddler on the Roof, that tradition is not still important to us. We still are devoting time, energy, money, resources into those items that have always been important to us, which include Chess Life, our flagship publication going back to 1946. Chess Life Kids, our publication for kids under the age of 13. Our tournament programs, these are screenshots from a few recent tournament programs. We've really spent a lot of time and effort updating these. Our Scholastic newsletter, our US Chess newsletter, these go to regular members. The delegates call that you use as such an essential workbook at these meetings. The annual report, which I hope at this point you all have in front of you. Our website, and you might wonder, why would the website be something that we consider something traditional? But surprisingly, this goes back over 20 years at this point. In fact, here's a screenshot of what it looked like 20 years ago this month. So we are continuing to move forward with these. These form the basis of everything else we do, but as a brand new department trying to have new communications outlets, we are using these strengths to build on for the future. And many of you probably remember the ad campaign in the late 80s from General Motors about, "This is not your father's Oldsmobile." And just like that, this is not your parents' USCF, and I am specifically using USCF in that context instead of US Chess. So what are we doing to build for the future? Increase reliance on social media, such as Facebook. Twitter is especially important. Almost every event we do now, we have somebody doing a Twitter takeover. Working with Jeff Isaac as he gets the development department off the ground, we are creating brand new collateral for him. The planned giving brochure is one of the first items we've done, and then items like the pledge card that are inserted in this annual report. Takes us in surprising new ways. Our friends at St. Louis told us that their 10-year-old US Championship trophy no longer had space for the winners' names. And they asked us to, please provide them with a new trophy. Carol, Frankie Butler, our creative director, and I worked together to create this new championship trophy. Here it is, a picture of it on display at the 80th anniversary exhibition that Carol mentioned at the Hall of Fame. We also at the same time created a US Women's Championship trophy that's based off of the colors for the US Women's program. And we also created replica trophies that the winners could take home, and here's a picture of Hikaru and Jennifer happily holding their winner's trophy. I'm sure they're more happy about the trophy than their actual championship, right? We are making increased reliance on the use of press releases. These are being sent out on a regular basis whenever we have a national champion identified, whenever we have just any kind of item of importance in US Chess. We create, these are inserts that were placed in all US Chess branded merchandise that US Chess Federation Sales offers. Last year when I talked to you, Cover Stories with Chess Life was a brand new podcast we had started in April. I had told you that we were working on others, and now we have our full slate of podcasts. One Move at a Time was the second one introduced, and in that one, I talked to people who are advancing our mission statement. Jennifer Shahadi started Ladies' Night, in which she talks to people doing items of note in women's chess program. And in fact, this podcast was just named Best Podcast by the Chess Journalists of America. And Chess Underground, that our Assistant Director of Events, Pete Karianis, is hosting, in which he talks to people that are involved in chess in an unusual way and have an unusual story to tell. We are sending out congratulatory letters to national champions, to new FIDE titleists, whether that be as a player or as an arbiter. Just a way to show these people that they are important to us. Carol has made a very distinct effort to keep our events welcoming, and in that vein, she asked us to create a Welcome to National Events guide for people that are brand new to these events, where it can be so overwhelming to show up and see thousands of people and not know where chess control is or even what chess control is. And so we created this guide as a downloadable PDF. Ryan Velez, our board member, presented most of the text that was used in this, and then we did a layout that was available for download, and we email blasted it out to participants. Branding continues to be a very high priority for us. This is our primary logo, and it remains the one that we protect with probably the most venom. But there are reasons to have other types of logos. For example, on Facebook, the New York Times, they have their primary logo in black up there, but for different sections, they've created variants on that logo. To that, we created a US Chess Women's logo to help brand that program, and this one has been particularly well received. USCF Sales immediately created some merchandise for the women's program, and my understanding is that at some of the events, this merchandise is even sold out. This is our 80th anniversary year at US Chess, so we created a logo to celebrate that, and we've been using it on the cover of Chess Life and on your delegates' bags, among other places. We created logos for our affiliates to use for their state affiliate and for our silver and gold affiliates, and for people that just want to use it to brand a rated event. These have been popular and well received and well used as well. For example, here the Texas Association has put it on their website. The Illinois Chess Association has put it on their website, and they even took it a step further and created a brand new state association logo that incorporates the new state affiliate logo, which I thought was a really cool way of doing it. This year we self-published the Rules of Chess. It was always published by more traditional publishing houses in the past, and so this was done. If you haven't seen it, if you haven't received your print copy, it is for sale right now in the bookstore across the way. It's also available as an ebook on Amazon, and the 3 key chapters were made available for free download on our website. So that was a lot of new aspects of what we're doing. But it doesn't mean that there isn't still more to do. And so on the horizon, we have things like, we have these old new to chess videos that are on the old portion of our website, and they're a little bit dated already, even though they're not that old. Jennifer Shahadi has been doing a good job creating new videos for us. We have some good ones coming down the pike, and we really want to get more user-friendly videos for people that are brand new to chess to learn how to play. So I want to talk about how we are putting this all together. This, because we have so many powerful tools at our disposal now, I want to show you an example of where we had a very coordinated campaign to use all of the resources we have in communications to tell a really compelling story. And last year, Timur Gariev won our US Open. You probably all know he's a very interesting character. We knew we couldn't just do a standard portrait shot for a cover story for him. So Melinda and I contacted Jennifer Valens, who was serving as his manager at the time, and she said to us, and hi Jennifer, she said, well, you know, he likes to parachute. And she knew a videographer that could work with us. So that seemed like a no-brainer. And so we did hire a videographer who not only had extensive experience filming parachuting, but he actually has won 2 Emmy Awards for his work. So US Chess hired an Emmy Award-winning videographer. This indeed is not your parents' US Chess Federation. I want to show you, the video is only 2 minutes long. I don't know that you've all had a chance to see it. If you haven't, it's probably been 6 months since you have. So let's just take 2 minutes to look at this exciting video. If you have vertigo, you may want to turn away. And unfortunately, we don't have sound connected. There's only music attached to it anyway.
If you put your mic down. Yeah, you can put your mic by it.
Was it a rated game?
They announced the venue in advance, so.
That's when you want to get on the first screen.
He made an illegal move.
And Mike Hoffpower also asked up here if it was a rated game. It was intended as such, but we could not find a TD to jump with him. So what did we do with this fantastic, sure. Right, and in fact, he did a number of training jumps. I believe it was like 12 jumps that he did before they got the material they wanted. Flying the board proved difficult, and they had to attach a special cone underneath it to make it more aerodynamic.
That's a good point.
So, what did we do with this fantastic material? Obviously, we put it on our own website and made a CLO report out of it. We put it on YouTube. We put it on our Twitter feed. It was put on Facebook, and I sent out a press release to anybody and anyone I could think of. Obviously, it went out to everybody in the chess press, but I sent it to a great number of mainstream media outlets as well. We did get a number of PR hits. ChessBase ran it. ChessBase India ran it. Who knows how many eyeballs we got on that site too. And then in the mainstream press, the US Parachutist Association, they found it a very interesting story and they put it on their website. And one of the coolest ones was Cater's news agency in the United Kingdom. They picked up this story and distributed it throughout their whole European network. So we got a lot of bang for the buck with this video, and it was a very successful project for us. And so we will, as we go forward, we'll be looking for other ways to take these kinds of compelling stories and present them in a cohesive, unified way, instead of kind of the haphazard, scattershot way we've often done it in the past. And I'd like to close by just giving a shout out to the communications department team that makes this happen. Starting on the left side is Jennifer Shahadi, our women's program director, who also still carries the title of senior digital editor. Below her is our newest hire, John Hartman. He was hired in February and does the day-to-day work on CLO. Next to him is, in the blue top, is Melinda Matthews. She is our publications editor, and under that title is the Chess Life and Chess Life Kids editor. Above her is Frankie Butler, who was promoted this year from art director to creative director. Next to her is Alan Cantor, our copy editor and editorial assistant. Below Alan is Joan Du Bois, who does the TLAs for us. Next to her is Natasha Roberts, who was promoted this year from editorial assistant to creative content coordinator. And under that job role, she does the infographics you see in Chess Life, as well as manages the art direction for Chess Life Kids magazine. And above her is International Master Ron Burnett, who is our technical editor, which means he reviews all the chess and all the magazines before they go to print, and saves our butt when we write that Queen B5 is, a fantastic move in a position when it really just overlooks a mate in 1. So, again, it's been great interacting with everybody this week. I appreciate all the feedback I've been getting. Please continue with that in the year to come, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dan. One thing interesting about that team that he posted is how many actually work in the office in Crossville, like one. There's a couple other people who are nearby, but they don't work out of the office. So we are very spread out. We are a very virtual organization in so many ways. Thank you, Dan, for your report. The next report.
What about it? This one? Yeah. She wants it. It's off. No, she wants you to unplug it. Thank you. Hold on. It goes under.
Okay. I would like to thank you, Dan, and everybody in the Publications Department and Communication Department. This year, I organized the World Junior Chess Championship for players with disabilities. It's the third time that it's being hosted in the United States. I think it was covered in one of the press releases that was included in the online publication. Then later on I requested to include it in Chess Life. They told me no, it's better to just put it in Chess Life for kids, which is fine. We will do that. But I wanted to give everybody the good news that that CNN came to the event and they spent the whole day filming for something that is called Good Stuff. So in the middle of this month, there's going to be a between 3.5 to 5 minutes report on the tournament in CNN. So I would really appreciate if the Federation promotes this information and they help us through their channels to spread the concept, which I think it helps everybody. It's about children, it's about inclusion, and obviously supporting people with disabilities. Okay? Thank you.
I can't help but chuckle. We'd love to promote good stuff, wouldn't we? Okay, that's our next report. I don't think Boyd is in the room, is he?
I've been texting him.
So I would turn this over, Frank, to our FIDE zonal president. He would be next. We'll pick up Boyd when we can find him. The zonal president's report is in your delegates call on pages 28 to 31. Now, it's not that dense. There's a lot of lists and stuff in there. You probably don't know this guy very well because he's not played very many roles for us in the Federation over the years. I think it's his second stint as our zonal president. In fact, it is, and it's unfortunate that it's his second stint because he was very willing to step in and replace our dear departed Ruth Terry, who had been serving in that position. So as much as I love having Frank do this report, my heart hurts that Ruth cannot. Go ahead there, Frank.
Okay, thank you, Alan. And speaking of the roles, Dan, just realized I was never the interim publications director. And I cannot make fancy charts like you can, so mine are pretty plain. Just to what Alan just said. Oh, by the way, one more thing though before I start. I have jumped from airplanes. Back in 1970, I was a young soldier at Fort Benning, Georgia, going through airborne training. And from a much lower altitude, and not using anything fancy, not a chessboard in my hands, I broke my ankle. So I don't know how Timur did it. And if they need a TD for a tournament like that, I am not it. But in any event, getting serious, I echo what Alan said. It is with a great sense of sadness that I stand before you here to deliver this report. I was the zonal president from October 2010 until August 2016. Just before that US Open in 2016, Ruth was talking to me, and she asked me, she said, well, when you get tired of this, I'd like to be the zonal president. And I said, well, your turn out this year, so why don't we do it right now? So I recommended to the EB that they appoint Ruth as the zonal president, and they did. It is with an aching heart that I stand here again due to her passing. And once again, I was not happy, but I was willing to step in and do this again. So the third slide, please, Grant, world events. It is well published by now, of course, about how well we did at the World Olympiad. And again, like Alan said, everything is there on page 28 to 31. So I'm not going to read slides to you, but just two comments on the Olympiad, and that is that our team, the open team that is, finished in, get the silver medal. They finished tied for first with China, lost some tie breaks, but our team was the defending champion. It is not easy to defend, especially at that level. So just because we have won the gold before they won the gold, did not guarantee anything. It was very tough. They finished tied for first, and they got silver. So at that level, all those teams on the top, they're so close to each other that you never know what's going to happen. So and then when it's tie breaks, you really don't know what is going to happen. And the women, although they finished in 7th place, they actually did very well because they were the 10th seed at the Olympiad. So they did above their expectation, if you want to count it based on seeding. So next slide, please. Other world events. I think Beatrice just mentioned that they organized the 2nd World Junior Chess Championship back in August last year. They only had 8 players. So to Beatrice's point, where's Beatrice, by the way?
She's over there.
Yeah, thank you so much for organizing that event. I think you have brought all 3 so far to the US, and again next year. No, I know you did, but you have brought over the tournament each and every the 3rd time now, and next year will be the 4th. And like she just mentioned, and I have a slide later on that briefly talks about this year's event, but she went from 8 players to 16 players. So again, with her support and the support of many, it is getting better. And our thanks to her team and Beatrice in particularly. The World Junior and Girls under 20, that was a really tough tournament. A lot of grandmasters there. You may recall that a few years ago, not long ago, our own grandmaster Jeffrey Zion won it with a Rantos pair. This past year, a wonder who was our top seed finished in 28th place. But it was much stronger than I have ever seen it. And the World Youth under 18, under 16, under 14. I don't think any of our players medaled, and to finish in the top 10, so the names are there. Next slide, please, Brent. The cadet, however, our players always do very well, and this past year was no exception. And there highlighted are the players who medaled. Lastly, on that slide, I have a brief summary of the Women's World Championship Knockout Tournament. We had two participants, Sabina Foscher, she was the 2017 US champion, and in odd number years, the US championship doubles as the zonal championship. The second place that year was Nasi Paikitsi. However, Nasi was not able to attend, so the third place finisher, Grandmaster Irina Krush, Irina went. They both had tough matches. Sabina tied, or drew, I should say. I'm a chess player. They drew the first two games, and then on tie breaks or rapid games, then she lost to Antoneta Stefanova from Bulgaria, and Irina lost in the next round to the eventual champion, Grandmaster Zhu Wenjun from China. So they did well, but they got eliminated early, especially Sabina. Other world events, of course, who hasn't heard by now of the World Championship that took place in London last year. Our representative, Fabiano Caruana, did not win, but as we know, he drew all the regular games and then lost on the tie breaks. And I, for one, and I know all of us, are hoping that we again have an American player in 2020 to represent the U.S. and also at the world stage in the highest tournament that they have. In the World Senior Championship, we had only 3 players, and they're listed there in the 50 plus, and then 2 players in the 65 plus. Many players there, but we didn't have, we had 2 women in the 50 plus, but I don't think we had enough players in the other. The next slide is about the World Team Championship. And it's worth noting there, as you can clearly see, that none of our top players were able to participate. That is not to say that they didn't want to, but the scheduling did not. I believe Tony was in the US Championship starting shortly after that. Yes, so I'm sure many elected to get ready for the US Championship instead. Only Samuel Sevian won a medal there on his board 2. On the next slide, I have there the senior team tournament, and our team, the 50 plus team, successfully defended. That is 2 years in a row that our team wins. So congratulations to our team, and hopefully they'll make it 3 in a row at the next one. There was no team in the 65 plus, nor was there a women's team in either category. So again, here is where I had the 3rd World Junior Chess Championship for the disabled, Beatrice. And I note here that now this year you had 16 participants. That just concluded about 3 weeks ago. So again, thanks for the job well done there. On the continental and regional events, on the Women's Continental Championship, we only have one young lady, Thalia, and she finished 11th. And then on the North American Junior under 20 in Baja California, we had some players that are listed there. And lastly, we had a few players in the Pan Am Senior in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the only female in the field was Julie O'Neill from Arizona. So she will be competing, I hope, at the Worlds.
Point of information?
Yes.
Yes, Julie actually finished third overall in players age 65 and older.
Okay.
As a result of that, actually, she will receive free room and board at this year's World Senior in Bucharest. And if she happens to take somebody with her, they will get half rate on the room and board. I do hope that somebody in the USCF offices will make sure she knows about this.
Oh, okay. Well, and Julie's a friend of mine, so I'll talk to her. And as far as somebody going with him, I'm sure Nick Schumacher, her husband, will be there as well. He participated in St. Croix, so that's great. That's good to know. Thank you for adding that.
Just so that we maybe nip something in the bud, a point of information is asking a question. If you are wanting to make a statement of fact, then don't raise a point of information, and we'll call on you if you're at the microphone when we're ready to do that. So please don't anybody do another point of information and tell us what you think, okay? Ask a question. Go ahead, boss.
Okay, thank you, Alan. The next slide, the FIDE Americas Continental Regional Tournaments, the North American Junior Under 20, that was held in June. Some of the things are not in pages 20 to 31 because the term is concluded after I wrote the report for publication. So I don't think this one is, but as you can see there, this one was organized by Grant Owen, right? And by far, most of the players were from the US. In the Open, there were 50 out of 52 from the US. I think there were 2 from Canada, right? And in the Girls Championship, as you can see there, out of the 25 participants, 21 were from the US. And of course, you have the list of the ones who won medals. Secondly there, the Continental Championship in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This tournament is very important because the top 4 finishers qualify for the World Cup. And of course, players want to do that. But obviously, if they have already qualified by virtue of the US Championships, then they have no interest in going to this. There you have our Parachutis, Timur Garif, who was our highest finisher from the US in 8th place. Lastly there, and I know that Maureen will, I was talking to her earlier, the Pan Am Under 20, we had a girl, Annie Wang, playing in the Open division, not the girls, and she finished with the gold. So that was amazing. Our congratulations to Annie. As a result of that finish, anyone gets automatically the IM title. So that is fantastic news. The next slide. The 2019 US Championships, the only reason I talk about that is because, once again, in odd number years, it is the zonal championship and the zonal president. So, thankfully, thanks to Tony and his group, I was also the chief arbiter for that. So, thank you, Tony. The players listed there, Ricardo, Lanier, Fabiano, Sam, and Jeffrey qualified for the World Cup based on their finish. And in addition to that, Wesley So had already qualified because he was a semi-finalist at the last World Cup. And Sam Shankland, speaking of the Continental, because he won the Continental Championship, so he also qualified. And as we all know, on the women's side, they qualified for what used to be the Women's Knockout Tournament, and now it's going to be the Women's World Cup. And that's Jennifer Yu who won, and Tate Abrahamian who finished second on tie breaks. The next slide on the titles earned, the ones that I have highlighted in red are the ones that are not in the book, because those were as a result of the second FIDE Presidential Board meeting that took place in Baku at the end of June. So all those players now have earned the titles. The one in asterisk, it is conditional in rating. They have to attain the rating first. On the book, I list in the middle column there, International Master Ben Lee. He has an asterisk in where you can read your book, but he has met the title, so he now has, or he has met the rating, I should say, so he now has the title. And at the next presidential board, that is going to be in Budapest, Hungary, we have so far 3 applications. Do we have any more, Grant? No, those 3, okay. So for International Master, Edward Son, for Women Grandmaster, Carissa, and for FIDE Arbiter 2, actually, Eric and Jeff. So those have been sent to FIDE already, will be considered at the next presidential board in September. Now, I think Michael Karakowski, are you here? I think he is. Oh, hi, Michael. I stay in close communication with Michael Karakowski, who, in addition to being our FIDE delegate, he is, as we all know, a FIDE vice president, as well as I'm in contact often, every week, just about, with Mr. Jorge Vega. He's the continental president and also in the presidential board, therefore. And I'm told by both, I think, and Michael can correct me, but if they're going to have a presidential board meeting in September, which they are, that means that they're not going to have a Congress for about 3 months after that, maybe? They could do it sooner, yeah. But the point is that there's a chance that the next FIDE Congress may be in December. And there are even rumors that it may be between Christmas and New Year. So how will that affect our attendance there? That's up to our EB and the office staff and so on to decide. But it may very well affect the attendance to the next Congress. Back on Ruth, I had the honor to attend 5 FIDE Congresses with her and with Michael. It was always so good, sharing the evenings, talking about our report online and things like that. And we're going to miss her so much. So again, I humbly submit this report today, and we'll see what happens next. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Yeah, the president's wife's going to be real thrilled if he's in Moscow at Christmas time. Sorry, she's here. She hadn't heard that yet. We will have Boyd Reed's presentation after lunch because many of us have a heavy lunch date here in just a minute. Now, we will reconvene promptly at 2 o'clock for those of you all who are not joining us for the awards luncheon. For those of you who are, we will repair the location of it. Yeah, usually I have no problem with knowing where I'm supposed to go because many people tell me constantly. Some of you all do by email, on the forums, and even the occasional letter. But I don't know where to tell these people to go here.
It's in signature 2, which is where the executive board reception was last evening.
Out here, up the escalator, left, left, left. Okay, it's right above the bookstore. We will see you all. We are now recessed until 2. All right. It is now 2 o'clock. We are back from our lunch and awards program recess. I would like to thank those who were in charge of the award ceremony, and particularly Pete and Leela for getting us out so early. Thank you very much. And they even got dinner, so hey, it even works. Couple of things, just some housekeeping issues. Please, as I mentioned, make sure that you get your mouth up to the mic so we can hear you. Secondly, it would help for everyone in the room to know who you are. So when you're at the microphone, if you would please state your name and the state from which you are here, that would be extremely helpful to all of us. And now, without further ado, we will commence a return to our staff reports. Boyd was a little tied up as we came in getting ready for the awards luncheon because he was getting ready for the awards luncheon. So now, Boyd, I know this is the favorite part of this job for you to get together, stand up and do that. So you can be as brief as you'd like to be, Mr. Reed. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good night.
We thought you meant it.
I meant it. I just can't get away with it. All right. So, in keeping with the instructions from the president, I'm Boyd Reed, State of Confusion. This is the August report. Fun, don't do that. This is the August. I know. This is the August report to the executive board. I would like to start out by saying that typically this report covers events that are organized by the national office. It was brought to my attention that it is felt that some people believe that I am excluding events that are organized by external organizers that are national championship events. I want to apologize for that omission. Although it is intentional, it's the way these reports have been formatted since long before I became director of events, largely because we bid out about 20 other events a year, and keeping track of all of those is a bit difficult. That being said, I wanted to thank the organizers of the World Amateur Team and the National Open, among our other great national events, along with the US Blind, which is a personal favorite of mine, for their hard work in promoting US chess. Now, to discuss our current events, the US Open, of course, is in progress as I speak. Our staff, led by NTD Anand Damalapati, are hard at work making sure that the last two rounds are going. The tournament itself looks like a head count in the neighborhood of 360, which is below what I would like for a US Open, but has been fairly consistent with what we've drawn in Florida in recent events. The live stream is going rather well. It's drawn an all-time high in viewers for round 7 for any of our events where we've had it. And for those of you who may want to see it or be part of the audience, it takes place in Salon 7 starting at 7 p.m. tonight and at 3 p.m. tomorrow. The workshops have concluded, and we are, of course, now in the delegates meeting. And that is the wrap on the US Open. Our next major event is the National K-12 Grades, which will be here in Orlando over in Disney's Coronado Springs. The current plans call for Wayne Clark to be the chief tournament director and John Haskell to be the floor chief. Other leadership positions have not yet been tapped at this time. That site, there has been one delay in opening, and I need to clarify something in the hotel contract. That's been clarified, and that site is going live this afternoon. For future national events, we've scheduled the following events, or signed contracts for them since the board's June meeting, excuse me. The 2020 and 21 U.S. Junior and Senior Opens have been scheduled for the Sheridan Fairplex in Pomona, California. It'll be the first weekend in June each of those years. We are planning to attach a ChessCon type festival to those events to help broaden our educational outreach and to remain in keeping with our 501c3 mission. More details about that are forthcoming. Pete Karagianis has the lead on organizing a lot of that in conjunction with Jennifer Shahadi. The 2023 National High School Championship will be at the Washington Hilton in Washington, D.C. The last day of that is April 2nd of the year 2023. The Washington Hilton, for those of you who may not be familiar, is the same place where the White House Correspondents' Dinner has been traditionally held. So that ballroom should be known to many of you who see that. We have that entire meeting space at the Hilton for this event, so it should be pretty nice if I'm still in this job then. Future events under discussion. The US Open, as many of you are aware, is only scheduled out through 2022. We are resuming now looking for sites after 2022. The National K-12 grades is locked in through 2025. We've received expressions of continued interest from both Gaylord National Harbor in Oxon Hill, Maryland, and Rose and Shingle Creek here in Orlando to have the event. So there's a good chance that the additions post-2025 will involve one or both of those sites. Attendees have enjoyed Rose and Shingle Creek greatly, and unless I'm completely off in my analysis, I think everyone will enjoy Gaylord National Harbor. Nashville has not been forgotten in the rotation. As we know, we've been to Nashville once or twice in the last few years. We are trying to move events around. The complication with moving some of our larger events, of course, is that we need a combination of breakout rooms, total meeting space, and hotel rooms, which the larger our events get, the harder it is to find that combination at a room rate that is approaching something people would be willing to pay. So we are talking to Gaylord Opryland for a package deal. The National High School has gotten progressively larger to the point where it is now fairly difficult to place. The National Elementary in 2027 and Super Nationals 9 in 2029. The primary issue we have at the moment with that is that Gaylord Opryland is quoting me a room rate in the neighborhood of $220 a night for all three events. Although it is far out, I am not willing to allow that room rate at a National Scholastic at this point. So we continue to negotiate, and I think I have a pretty strong hand in those preliminary negotiations, and it helps to know that my boss won't sign a contract with a room rate that high, so I don't have that problem. Super Nationals 9 is sort of a beast by itself, and I want to say a word about that. Super Nationals needs to be scheduled about 6 years out, I believe. And the reason is, again, you're talking about, at minimum, 3,200 hotel rooms, 750,000 square feet of meeting space spread out over about 100 rooms. The number of facilities in the country that can hold this event outside of Las Vegas by itself can be counted on the fingers of a mutilated right hand. In fact, there's one. The one we've been at the last 5 Super Nationals. So one of the things that we have decided to do for 2025 is we're looking now at the convention center model. It is harder to schedule these events with a convention center because, unlike with a hotel where we can negotiate occupied rooms in exchange for the cost of the meeting space, convention centers have this odd habit of wanting to be paid regardless of how many room nights we sell. So to use a convention center model, we must schedule enough rooms and get kickbacks from the hotels, which we can then use to offset the meeting space costs. And we combine that with incentives from convention and visitors bureaus and any other sponsorship we can get. And that makes the convention center model work. That is what we are doing for 2025 and Super Nationals 8, which will be here in Orlando. My understanding is that some folks got a chance to visit the West Concourse, where we will be hosting Super Nationals 8, and hopefully I didn't do a terrible job of recommending a site. I think it has everything we need in terms of meeting space and flexibility, which is really important. One of the things I'm rapidly discovering is that I can't plan for all of the things that are going to get added to the agenda for these events. And so I need to have as much flexibility as I can in meeting space. So Super Nationals 9, Gaylord Opryland is interested. Orange County Convention Center is interested in 2029 as well. The problem here is that I am trying really hard to keep Super Nationals off of the month of May if I can. The reason has to do with our high school students who are put in a pretty serious bind for time if we schedule them for May. So I'm trying to get Super Nationals in April, but the places where we'd like to go, the room rates are a lot higher in April than they are in May. So the search continues. Fortunately, we're 10 years out for that one, but 10 years turns into 6 pretty quickly. So we are on the hunt for that now. So for international events, I was able to make it down here for the last part of our zonal president's presentation, and he covered pretty much everything I was going to say with a lot of extra detail. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the procedures for international youth events, particularly with regard to coaching that we provide. We currently provide for the Pan American Youth, the World Youth, and the World Cadet coaching services through US Chess with top players who go along to help our representatives. We provided that up until this year at a 6-to-1 ratio of player to coach. The feedback I've received, including from US Chess personnel who have attended these, is that 6-to-1 is really, really, really difficult to provide any sort of decent coaching on site. Because of the times of day that you're doing this, usually in the morning before playing sessions, and at night when people are done, they end up getting maybe a quarter hour or so with each player. And as those of you who know me know, I don't believe in offering a service if we can only offer it halfway. We're better off not offering it if we can't do it right, particularly when it comes to trying to help our players in international youth events. So I have proposed 2 things. 1, reducing the ratio from 6-to-1 to 5-to-1. Second, reducing the number of players in each division of these events that receives free coaching from 3 to 2. This wouldn't preclude players from getting coaching. It would just mean that a few more players who want it would have to pay the coaching fee, which entirely goes towards subsidizing having coaches at these events for players who want coaching on site. This way, our international youth groups, for the Pan American Youth, that was led by Aviv Friedman and Elsham Maradi Abadi, reported that they had a great deal of success with the reduced rate of players to coaches. So I'd like to keep that, but I also am acutely aware that we don't have an infinite pool of money to spend. So by reducing the number of players who get free coaching, that should keep our burden about the same. So the other thing that I think is worth reporting from international youth events is that I made it clear last year that I wanted a fully open applicant pool and applicant process for coaching. We got 22 applicants this year for the 3 youth events. In other words, we got more applicants than we had coaching positions available. And we reviewed them all, and we were able to get a lot of first-time coaches in while still giving our veteran coaches a presence on the teams to allow us some balance. We also have hired for this year's events 2 female coaches. Katerina Nemtsova and Sabina Foizor will be representing our teams and helping to coach our players. I'm hoping for more qualified female applicants. Since we send about 50% girls roughly to these tournaments, there is no reason why qualified female coaches should not be there. So we are going to adjust our budgeting somewhat to allow for to make sure that we have the necessary coaches that we need and that we have the travel arrangements that we need. Some of the feedback I've gotten is that arriving a day ahead of schedule sometimes is really not doable. And I know from personal experience, trying to fly transatlantic and coach is cramped. So we try to make sure they can get small upgrades just so they can survive an 8-hour or 9-hour flight. All of this adds to the budget, so it means I have to budget more conservatively for future years, and that is in process, watched over as always by the EB. I will now take your questions. I want hazard pay. Pass it down.
That mic is not picking anything up.
I'll have that worked on in the meantime.
Yeah, we've had a few problems with that mic. Please introduce yourself and what state you're from.
Check to see if it's on. That one has it is? It sounds like it's on.
No, that was somebody up here hitting.
Oh.
Come up here and use this. Beatrice?
Yeah, that'll slow down debate, won't it?
Our plan has been foiled.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
One that's working.
Yeah, no. The two on the floor, they don't seem to be working so well. Thank you. Bye.
Hello. I think Danny and I basically we want to talk about the same thing. We would like to thank Boyd for the fantastic job that he's doing. He's extremely competent. He works really hard. I think probably 7 days a week. He has improved in everything, exceeding our expectations. We work a lot in the committee and in the council to constantly move scholastic chess forward, and he's always with us and sometimes even ahead of us. So we're very, very grateful to you, and we thank you for the hard work. And I think Danny wants to say something too.
Just a round of applause for Boyd for all the work he's done.
One thing to note about national events is certainly when we have the Super Nationals here, it's going to look and feel different than the last several has. Some of y'all will think that's a great plan. Some of y'all may not. The playing hall will be across the street here in the West Convention Center. It is Convention Center space, but part of the deal is they're going to put down carpet. But it's going to be big and open and highlights and all that kind of stuff. And all the rooms will not be directly attached to it, but there's going to be a room block in here, room block on the Rosen Hotel on the other side of the Convention Center, the Midpoint, the Hyatt, and the Hilton. So there'll be some walking involved to get there, but I would submit to you that in many cases you won't walk any further than you walk at the Gaylord, because if you're up in the front side of the Gaylord, it's a hike to get back to Delta. So it's going to be different because you're going to go outside. Most of these facilities, certainly ones on this side, you could get there on a skywalk, so if it's raining, you're not going to go out. And there are food service facilities next door in the convention center. There's a space in there that has a food court that will be open during the course of the event. There's also going to be the ability to have a number of team rooms over there, and there may be the possibility of having ones that are like, over here. So you're going to have to go between the two buildings. So that will be a bit of a change than what some of our people are used to. Now, I know that's a long way away, but the reason why I mention that is as we start talking about this, it would be helpful if y'all communicate what those changes are, because it's going to be a bit different. And the more people are prepared for that when they get here, it will be good, okay? So a lot of people come back year after year and they have prior experience with Super Nationals. This one's going to be different. So than what we've had. We got a whole generation of people that have only known one at the Gaylord. So this will be different. And you got an opportunity while you're down here to look around. I think Boyd has arranged some tours from some people and they've gone and seen that. We did that as an executive board. And as we thought about that and before we did that contract, we carefully considered those. Something about the timing on these. They were really eager to schedule that event in April. And we thought, that looked like a great opportunity. Except they were really eager to schedule it on the weekend of Easter and Passover. We didn't think that was going to work real well. And we run into the issue sometimes of those sorts of religious holidays and events coming into the mix that we have to be considerate of. So anyway, just throw that in for benefit. Mr. Barber, do you have a comment or question?
Thank you, sir. Dwayne Barber, Southern California. I've been to all 6 Super Nationals. I've assisted in a couple of them and directing sections or taking results or whatever. And what I think I saw here a couple of days ago is a wonderful opportunity for us. We were given a tour by the folks here at the convention center area. We walked around and we asked the questions. They understood. You have to understand, if you were at Supernationals 1, you had great concerns when you walked away from that, and Supernationals almost died on the floor right there on the last day because of the challenges. And here's the point. Boyd has stepped up, checked it out, covered our bases. We are checking everything from security, restrooms. We were given the grand tour, getting a chance to look at this. I support what this young man has been doing. I hope all of you do as well. Thank you very much.
Dwayne, young is relative. I look at Boyd as a great big brother. So we're about the same age, actually. Go ahead.
David Day from Utah. Boyd, could you maybe expand for this group a little bit on the decision to have the junior and senior for the next couple of years be events that are organized in-house rather than bid out, and have another piece with that? And maybe, I know I'd be curious in hearing a little bit more about that, why that happened, and what the plan is, other than that you and Pete are insufficiently busy and needed another event planned.
Well, the good news is I plan on dumping this on Pete. He's not in here right now, so he doesn't know. Don't tell him. Actually, in all seriousness, this came up as a result of a staff meeting in Madison last year. I came up with the idea of we had been bouncing around the idea of doing a chess festival of sorts, and we didn't really have a natural location for it. The US Open is a bit difficult because, one, it's already contracted out and the space that we have for the next several won't allow it. And second, we also wanted to do something that would be directly in line with our educational mission. Something that doesn't just reach out to players and chess enthusiasts, but also the general public, people who maybe have some peripheral connection to chess. And so the logic is that, we decided that we would bring the US Junior and Senior Open in-house for a couple years and see if we could attach this idea to it. The logic behind having it locked in one place for 2 years is that anytime you have and there's a lot of organizers in the audience here, as you well know, when you go use a site for the first time, there are growing pains. There are bumps, there are things that the site learns, there are things that you learn. And I try to be fair with the hotels and convention centers that I negotiate with. I don't think it's fair to put an event on them for the first time, have them take the beating, learn our lessons, and then move it somewhere else. I think that when you establish a partnership with a place for a couple of years or a couple of events, they learn about you, you learn about them, and it gives you the opportunity to not only lock in better rates overall for concessions and for rooms, it also gives their staff a sense of buy-in to the event. People, they take more ownership of it, which leads to a better experience for the attendees, in my opinion. So that's why we moved that there. As far as the US Open itself being involved, the rationale was that, US Junior Open and Senior Open, the rationale was that if we can put them in one place, bring an event in that'll bring in some peripheral attraction, and also allow for us to be conservative in our planning, then the worst that would happen is we'd have a US Junior and Senior Open that would be about the same attendance and revenue as previous ones. And if we do it really right, we could end up, creating something really big, like a ChessCon. And so whenever the worst case scenario, in my opinion, is we maintain the status quo, and the status quo isn't bad, and there's a really big upside to this if we, as a group, not just me, not just the events department, US Chess as a whole organizes this properly, then we have a real opportunity. And working together with the state affiliate there, Southern California affiliate, working with local clubs there, and working, to help expand the convention idea, coupling it with our experience in running events, like the actual tournament part of it, I think we can put on a really good show and hopefully fulfill a big part of our C3 mission, which is reaching out and helping to spread chess in American society. And it's my opinion, and although I wouldn't dare speak for the executive director, I think she has the same idea that expanding chess in American society is not limited to tournament chess. It's not limited to grandmaster chess. It's not limited to top youth. It's about taking the mountain to Muhammad, so to speak. We want people who don't have any connection to us to want to have a connection to us. And they may not be interested in playing serious tournament games. As those who have talked to Mike Nolan and others well know, about half of our members have never played a rated game of chess. So why do they join US Chess? They feel some connection to the organization. They want to feel some connection to the organization. This is a way for us to reach out to them, because if those people are out there and we've never done any sort of outreach toward them, then who else is out there? There are about 50 million people on Facebook who list chess as an interest. They don't all have to play tournaments for us to be successful in achieving our mission. None of them have to play tournaments, but we have to reach out to people and say, hey, look, we're doing these other activities. There's a chess hook to it, but you don't ever have to step foot in a tournament hall if you don't want to. But if you're interested, we have some national championship events right over here, and you can see for yourself what it's like. So that's the idea. And the US Junior and Senior Open, because of their small sizes, seem like good events to try that with. And the dream, right, is maybe a chess con could stand on its own. Maybe it could become a regional event. Maybe it goes nowhere. But if it goes nowhere, our exposure is virtually nil, because the way we're organizing it, we're not going to put out a ton of money on it. So if sponsorship dollars come in for it, great. If it doesn't, we'll do what we can. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least it won't be like, our former chess playing server. We're not going to lose a lot of money on this. So that's the idea. We wanted to do something low risk, possibly very high reward, consistent with the mission.
Are there any further questions for Boyd?
Nope.
Boyd, I'm really not kidding when I say this. Boyd, this is not Boyd's favorite part of this job. Boyd, you did a fine job. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
That concludes our reports from staff. We've already had the FIDE Zonal President report. What follows now are committee reports. Now, all of the committee reports have been presented to you in written form, either in the delegates call or presented in handout. However, we do have a special task force that you formed last year. And while there is a report about that in the delegates call, I'm asking Gary Walters to make a presentation about the governance task force. Some of this, if you were at the workshop, may have some overlap to it, but we promise this will be the Cliff's Notes version. Since the workshop took 3 hours, this is more like 15 minutes. Or we'll just have to hurt him. Gary?
So, can you hear me? I'm way taller than all these other people that have been up here. I do love talking to this body of folks. I missed last year for the first time in a long time, and I think some of you know the rule. If you do that, you'll get a call Monday morning, and the president will tell you you're the chairman of a new committee. So beware, all you newbies, don't miss a meeting. And for Randy Bauer, I want him to know that after years of busting my chops for showing up to this meeting in blue jeans and a polo shirt, I did have a charcoal suit and a crisp white shirt ready to go today, but my room got broken into last night and somebody took them, a very sad thing. Yeah, so Randy, I would have been ready today. So first, one bit of non-serious business, or sort of serious business, is that there are lots of folks passing petitions today. Let's make it easy for them. They need 50 of your signatures. You know that. There's at least 7 in the room that are passing that I'm aware of. And I would invite them to put their petitions up on this front table right here at the next break and at the end of the meeting today. And please file by and sign the petitions if you haven't already. Don't make them walk the room and find 50 of them, if you would. You know that they have to have 50 signatures, 15 of them have to be delegates. Well, where is there an easier time to get those than here? And 5 of those have to be from different states. So please make it easy for them. Candidates, bring them up here, and I will try to help herd delegates in that direction so that they get signed. All right, so the GTF, every once in a while, the US Chess Federation forms an ad hoc committee that explores subjects that cross boundaries between other committees and functions of US Chess. We did one approximately 10 years ago, and here we are again with a new governance task force. And the question you might ask is why? I think most of you know that. 30 of you were in the workshop room the other day, and now we have the rest of you, so there's 100 more here today that we can talk to about this, and I will be brief. The task force is looking at one principal issue and then a lot of minor issues. The principal issue is how should the executive board be formed? And when I say formed, I'm talking about both in terms of numbers, in terms of how it's selected. And many of you could rightly ask, well, that's been decided a long time ago. We have 7 members. They are all elected by the membership. This is a famous battle that was fought many years ago, OMOV, and we know lots of acronyms that rolled out of that, and lots of discussions. But here's the issue, and it's not a tough one to me, and I hope it's not to this body either. We have what I would describe to be a false tension between our membership side of the Federation and our C3 side of the Federation. And C3 is shorthand for 501c3, which is the IRS rule that governs our particular type of charitable institution. And yes, we are a charitable institution now. Even though we're formed for the purpose of education, we are still a charitable institution. And please understand that that brings with it some public duties that we used to not have as a 501c4. We had some, but now as a charity, we have broader duties with respect to being an education organization, and that's what we are. Are we still a membership organization? Absolutely. Is anybody trying to impinge upon that? Absolutely not. At its core, I have always said that US Chess is a competitive chess playing organization. Rated chess is at the center of what we do, but part of our new mission is to reach out in terms of scope and go find more chess players. I'm talking about not the 100,000 plus or minus that we have now, but the 1 million or 2 million. And we know that the numbers of folks who play chess in this country ranks in the millions. There are millions of people who do that. Not all of them want to join US Chess. And my response to those who are, say that is, so what? It is still our mission to reach out and touch those folks, find them, introduce them to the game in however we can. And if we can bring them into the fold, all the better. And that's what we're talking about with this GTF. And how are we talking about it? Well, our 7 elected board members have invariably come from the world of chess. I am one of the rare birds who came to the executive board without ever having met a delegate in my life, without ever having attended an annual meeting, and without ever certainly without ever knowing what the executive board was or anything about this august body. And when I say August, I mean August body. So I rolled in here as new as they get. And some of you will remember this because some of you have been around here way longer than I have. You'll remember that right out of the gate, I was launched into a battle over the CAS arbitration. It seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? And we were battling that whole episode coming out of FIDE, and I got right into the middle of it and was introducing myself not just to members, but to you as we fought that fight 10 years ago. But but here I am now, still 10 years later, long off the board, long done with my duties to these guys up here and to you, but still loving it and still returning to do things like this because it's for the game. Yet next year is my 50th anniversary of playing in my first chess tournament, and I know many of you played your first chess tournament a lot longer ago than that. But for 50 years, this game has been giving to me, and it is a joy and a pleasure to come here and give back to it in some subtle ways, I hope. And one of them is taking a look at how we form our executive board, and we're doing this at the behest of the executive board, which I think is a very good thing. The executive board itself, the 7 elected people who have ostensibly the power of the Federation up here, they're saying we ought to look at how we're formed. Let's look at the size of our executive board and how we do this and see if we can't address the other side of our mission. And I hate to talk about it in bifurcated ways like that. We're really one chess federation with one mission. Let's be clear about that. Rated chess is part of it. Charitable chess is part of it. It's one mission. But is there some way that we can reach out on the fundraising side and the 501c3 programming side and reach and do that aspect of our business better? And that's what this GTF is about. So the things that we're talking about in the GTF, I'm bringing you no motions this year other than some tangential motions that have been made that address some bylaws cleanup. Those you'll see in the ADMs later today. But next year, the promise is, the almost certainty is that we're going to bring you a motion or a competing motions or competing motions that are going to address potential changes in the way that we shape the board. Now, let me tell you what we're not talking about. We're not talking about tampering with the 7 members that are elected by the membership and that are responsible and responsive to the membership. The membership is still at the core and will remain so. We are a competitive chess-playing organization. So we're going to have elected board members up here, and I can almost certainly promise you that they will be a supermajority. They will be a distinct majority. And please remember that anything I bring back to you is nothing until you say it's the law of the land. It's going to be brought back to this body for your vote, and if you don't like it, you can vote it down. And I'll be content for you to do so. If I can't bring a compelling case back along with the rest of the committee, along with the rest of the executive board, so be it. You won't be compelled and you won't vote in favor of it, and that'll be the end of that for a while. But I'm telling you that we're trying to form this thing. The things we're talking about is perhaps nominating some board members who would come onto the board from outside of the chess world. The numbers that are being bandied about now are 2, 3, or 4, okay, that would come on with some skills that we simply haven't been able to find well inside of our own federation. There's 100,000 of us, but there's a lot of skills needed, and some of those skills particularly relate to 2 general areas that I'll simply describe as fundraising and C3 programming. We do a lot of programming. Carol is an expert at all of this, by the way, but she can't do this by herself. And she's the reason she's the first person we've brought in from outside of the chess world. And has it stung at all? I hope your answer is the same as mine. Not even a little bit. It has been a grand move that has paid off extremely well, and we would like to press it just a bit further. And that's by bringing on some C3 expertise, both programming and fundraising, onto our board. Our board does not have experience in fundraising. It never has. It's willing, but it's not particularly able, if you want my assessment. And I don't think many of them would disagree with me. Can we get some help out there and bring in some fresh faces that'll look at our world of chess from a non-chess perspective and say to us, hey, we got some ideas for you, both in terms of fundraising. My God, you guys are at least as valuable as music. You may not agree with me when I say stuff like that, but I think that chess is right up there with music when it comes to a grand charitable purpose, a place to put your philanthropic dollars. Let's get some expertise onto this board where it is their duty to look after that aspect of our federation. And it's these people's duties too. No one's saying that it's not, but let's help them with some specific expertise related to fundraising and C3 programming. And that's what we're exploring. We're nowhere yet. There are people on both sides of the issue. There are people who say, we don't need to do it that way, Walters. We could just form an advisory council. Got it. I understand it. And we're talking about that, and we're voting on that. Even as we speak, we're talking about that, just that. Can we leave the board alone and form an advisory council? Some of the wisdom that we're receiving is that it doesn't really work very well in a small philanthropic organization. If you're Ford Motor Company, an advisory board pays big dividends. Not so much on a $3 to $4 million small philanthropic activity like US Chess. So, but that's just one answer, and there are other answers, and other people have different viewpoints, and we're discussing all of that. And next year we will bring some motions back to you, I hope, saying that this is what we think the Federation should look like going forward. And so I invite you, absolutely come to next year's workshop, because while this year we were talking conceptually and a little bit abstractly, next year we will be talking in terms of concrete ideas. We have a robust committee right now. I'm going to make a motion for the content of that committee as I depart the podium today, and the president has invited me to do it just that way. It wasn't my idea. And so you'll hear the names that I'll read out. We'll start back up again right after Labor Day, and we'll be busy. Listen to what this committee has done this year. 3,500 plus emails and Slack comments have been exchanged among this committee. It has been, in my shooting from the hip, no data, no evidence to back up my claims sort of way, it has been the busiest committee in the history of US Chess. And I've told the people coming in that it was going to take from 1 to 3 hours a week to participate fully on this committee. Those are executive board numbers. Now, there are executive board members that exceed that, I know, but I mean, that's getting up to executive board numbers. And I'm going to tell you that the majority of the committee put in those kinds of hours on this task force this year. So it's no small chore. And so I expect us to bring back some substantial stuff to you next year for your approval or not. We are looking at other issues. We're looking at any bylaws changes, of course, that have to go along with any recommendations that we make. We're looking at the DASI. We're considering whether some of them are antiquated, whether the whole concept is antiquated. And again, those are decisions not for the executive board, not for the task force, but for the delegates. And those issues will be brought back to you for your decision. One old sticky wicket that just won't go away is, should the executive board be elected for 3-year terms or 4-year terms? And I'm here to tell you that we've now got a decade's worth of experience with the 3-year terms, and it's clunky. Take it from me, it's clunky. And there are folks, when we put this to a vote in workshop the other day, there was a strong majority that agreed with the executive board that we should go back to the 4-year terms. Fewer elections, more longevity, more continuity, and as I like to tell people, we are a big barge out in Lake Erie. We're not a small speedboat that you can just turn the wheel and we go off in a new direction. It takes time. And I've told people there are stories of executive board members who will put forward a very much prized motion that they're proud of and that they authored, and they won't even be on the board long enough to see it through because we can't get it done in 3 years. And you guys have lived that. You know, here we are in the 2nd year of the GTF, and I don't even have a motion to bring to you yet. And next year we'll talk about it. You may refer our work back to the GTF, back to bylaws and other committees. States, for example, will be impacted. And you may say, okay, next year. And we could be 3 or 4 years down the road before we finally reach something like this. I hope that we can speed it along. And I am vowing to you that I will report to bylaws, I will report to states, I will report to all of these other affected committees long before next year's meeting so that they have time to vet these issues inside of their own committees, and we don't all have to look at each other and say, well, states has to think about this, let's send it and refer it back to states. I will give them a heads up in what I hope is ample time for them to consider these issues before we come back together in St. Louis next year. All right, so I do want to make this brief, and those are the big things that I want to tell you about. I'm just looking at my notes real quick to see if there's anything else that I want to say today. I think that those are the big things. Nomination committees will be a big part of this. How are we going to nominate people to serve on the board, both elected members and as any selected members that may come onto the board? You know, do we need a nomination committee? Let me tell you how it works now. We have a cabal. And it's a quasi-cabal, I like to say, because cabals are usually secretive. And this cabal is not secretive. It's typically me and a couple of friends of mine. We look around and we say, who's running for the board this year? Let's get so-and-so to run, and let's get so-and-so to run, and let's see if they'll be interested. And then we come up with a bigger group of people to run. And we put our hands on it, and we try to shape it. And why do I do that? I do that because it's legal and it's ethical, and I spent 10 years of my life helping to take the Federation from bankruptcy to having $1.x million in the bank. That was a lot of hard work, and I don't want to see it undone. But you don't want me to be doing that if possible. You would rather formalize that, I think, and announce a US Chess committee that's going to do that, and they're going to name people and suggest people to run for this board, and let's get it out of the hands of people like me. I'm a good guy, I swear, and I try to do a bang-up job on this, but it's not the right way. It's not the right process. Is it legal? Sure. Is it ethical? Yes. Should it be at the core of how we do this? No, it should be operating on the fringes. And you'll always be able to do that, by the way. We're not trying to curtail your ability to go out there and seek people to run for office and to get voted in. That's fine. That's part of the political process. But we're saying perhaps at the heart of all this should be a formal piece of the process that US Chess puts its stamp on, and even perhaps says to the membership, these are the US Chess nominated persons. And some people will say, nah, maybe not that way, because that's giving that segment too big a head start on getting elected. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that and more inside of this committee in the coming year. That's what we're working on. There's a lot to it. I'm going to pause for a second to see if there's anybody who wants to yell at me before I walk away here. So I must have been very persuasive today.
They had 3 hours opportunity to yell at you the other day, so.
Yeah. Okay.
I hope this is constructive. I'm Jimmy from Northern California. I just wanted to share with the body that I used to be intensely researching matters like this that you're talking about in terms of the board size, and the consensus of the opinions, the body of opinion was to suggest that it could be anywhere between 4 and 9. 3, since we all know Roman history, was obviously a disaster resulting in bloodshed. But 4 through 9, any number you pick in there, it could be an odd number, even number, didn't matter. After 9, you started to have some sorts of breakdowns and problems. So I don't express any opinion on anything that you just suggested. I just want to share that as the result of research. So if you add to the board, I would recommend, based on research, and I have not kept up in the field, and there may be new research, but just don't have that.
Thanks, Jim. Jim shared that with us in the workshop the other day. I think it's fair that he step up and share it with all 100 rather than just the 30 that were there. And we heard you, and it'll certainly be part of our consideration. Angelina.
Angelina Belakovskaya, Arizona. I'm not going to yell at you either. I did have an opportunity to talk during the meeting, the committee, or the task force. Obviously, you're great at talking, so I will try to keep up with that. It's not an easy task. I want to say that what you did is quite important, and I definitely appreciate that idea that we have to look for the new ways and new opportunities to grow as an organization. However, we have to also pay attention to what we are doing. And a couple of things that I mentioned before. One is, if we add new members to the board that are nominated in addition to being elected, so we have to be very careful if we bring, say 4 people with different skills, and it's quite understandable. On the other hand, it also gives the opportunity for the board or for the people who are leaving the board to make sure that they keep their majority. So obviously when it's 7-0, it doesn't really make a difference, but if there's different groups with different ideas, so bringing 4 people nominated that somehow, let's say, were influenced during the nomination, so they'll help the majority, to keep the majority regardless of people who are leaving the board. So I think, it's an important point. We want to make sure that we have the diversity of opinions. We have the opportunity to express how we see the view for the future of the federation, and it should not be all one voice that is just dominated and those 4 people contribute to it. So on the question of 3 versus 4 years, I think it's a great point overall, but one thing to consider, yes, if you came up with the idea and it takes 3 years to implement that idea, you might not see, if you leave the board. But why does it have to take so long? So we took almost 3 years to get bonuses taken off at the request of the chess players. It should not take 3 years to do that. It took almost 3 years to get sponsorship for and support for seniors to go to the World Team Championship. It took almost 3 years to help kids go to the Under 16 Olympiad. Why does it have to be so long? Because if the kids were 14 years old, well, they turned 17 and they were out of it. So I really feel, as a federation, we have to be more, as the executive board, we have to be more effective and have the decision faster. So that would help a lot.
So I think those were all fair comments. The executive board meets 4, perhaps 5 times a year. This body meets 2 days a year. Are there things that can be done to be streamlined? You can talk to these guys about that. I've lived their life. I know how difficult it is. It's turning a big barge out in Lake Erie. And can we get faster? Probably. Do I have the answer to that? No. And the GTF is not exploring that at present. So
I have neglected something as the chair. This body has adopted a policy that speakers have 2 minutes. I have not measured that yet. We will start that now. That was my error in not starting it before. I also would like to point out that you have adopted Robert's Rules of Order to run this meeting. In conjunction with Robert's Rules of Order, under point 42, it reads, in the debate, each member has the right to speak twice on the same question on the same day, but cannot make a second speech on the same question as long as any member who has not spoken on that question desires the floor. We intend to follow Robert's rules because that's what you've set up for the rules for it. And then when you get somebody who's an NTD and all about kind of like following rules, that's how we go. My parliamentarian tells me that's how we ought to be doing it also. So, you may proceed. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Diane Shabazz, Florida. I attended some of the sessions, including the one on membership, and apparently we're doing very well as an organization. But chess still suffers from somewhat of an image problem in the sense that sometimes when you see chess characterized in the media, it's still a bit distorted. And I think that characterization may prevent buy-in from potential sponsors and corporations that may want to invest in chess. Do we have, as an organization, some kind of a liaison with corporations to help maybe correct the perceptions that corporations may have with chess and perhaps wanting to invest in that, invest in us as an organization?
That question really is not in order with addressing issues with the governance task force. It's really not about that. However, that is a function of our development.
Okay, thank you.
Randy Huff, Southern California. From my perspective of 6 years service on the EB, a 7-0 vote does not necessarily represent unhealthy groupthink. In fact, it's more likely to illustrate the result of informed discussion, compromise to reach a consensus.
So, and I can tell you from experience that if we were sitting on a vote of 4-3 in the past, oftentimes the maker of that motion would take it back and tweak it and get it to where he had or she had 6-1 or 7-0, and frankly, the worry. Angelina raised a good concern about forming new majorities with new members. But let me say that in the last decade, we haven't really been worried about those kinds of things very much because we have been shaping the fight much better. And we haven't had what I would describe as rogue members and rogue ideas. And some of you might think we need some rogue ideas, but we have operated in great concert, and the rewards have been obvious, in my opinion. Do we need to move forward with groupthink? No. I mean, I'm cheerful to have people around who disagree with me every time I open my mouth, and I'm about to prove it when I read the names of the GTF for next year, or at least my suggested names. Sir.
Mr. President, Sean Manros, Southern California. On the topic of elected versus selected members of the United States Chess Federation Executive Board, I believe I may speak for my members, at least of the Southern California Chess Federation, in saying we take great pride in voting and selecting our leaders. Now, an elected is a general rule, board is an elected board, and a selected board is a selected one. I would advise not to commingle them without questioning the wisdom of the governance task force. If there is anything, any specialization which the board so requires that cannot be handled in its normal meetings, I would recommend to the governance task force the selection of a new employee, perhaps, staff. We have one of, if I may so opine, the greatest staffs in the nation, thanks to the wisdom of our executive board and thanks to the hard work of Carol Meyer. And I see no reason to begin changing the integral functions of our organization. But I leave that, of course, to the wisdom of the governance task force. Thank you, Mr. President.
And I promise you, everything that we're talking about is being questioned, including my right to walk free among other men. So it's
Mr. Fong, you have the floor for a question about the governance task force.
Yes, I've been involved with several governance organizations, and there are indeed other structures, as you allude to, with nomination of board members. I think in some of those situations, you actually have the option to also nominate from the floor as well. And so there's more than one pathway of nominating board members. And so I'm open to different ideas that may be better for our organization. In my other organization, the council, it would be the delegates group here, elects the board. And that's another way to do it. So there are many ways of slicing this pie.
Right, and we have 13 options that we began with. I mean, 13. We've got that trimmed down to a much smaller number now, but I assure you, we started with a wide array of ideas as to how to do this.
And in the history of the organization, we moved from a very small group, 500 wise men or something, into one member, one vote some time ago. I think that ship sailed, and I don't think anyone's proposing changes to that at this point. It's just some tweaking for some parts of it. Are there any other things that people want to bring up for the governance task force before we can move on into covering our motions?
Quick question. This is point of information. Maureen from Mount South Carolina. What is the timeline on this, on the decision? Would this be the start of next year?
So my hope, Maureen, would be to bring this back in the form of an ADM next year, one that was so compelling and wise that we wouldn't need to refer it back to committees, and we could get going. Now, how long is it going to take to stand up a nominating committee and make the first selections and get them seated on the board? We're talking 2 or 3 years away for that, in my humble estimation, and that's just me shooting from the hip.
And the reality is, some of the low-hanging fruit of the group is on your agenda this year. So if you see me and Harold on a motion, most of those have come as low-hanging fruit out of the governance task force. I think it's fair to say, wouldn't you say, Harold? Okay. Anything else?
All right, Mr. President, then I move that the 2019-2020 GTF be composed of the following persons: Lila Dacan, Randy Bauer, Guy Hoffman, Corey Cormick, Jim Manella, Alan Priest, Ken Sloan, Gary Walters, Richard Williams Jr., Harold Winston, Alexander Lemelski, and Richard Kepke.
That's largely the group that's been on there. The additions are Mr. Cormick, Mr. Lemelski, I'm sorry. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are there any?
We had one member who dropped for personal reasons.
Yes. Are there any comments? Seeing none, Seeing none, this is your task force. I think to make a change, we need to vote on that. All in favor, please vote by holding up your credentials. All opposed? Motion passes by a wide margin. I didn't see any no votes. If I missed yours, sorry, but look good. All right, so let's move along then. We have altered the advance agenda, so I would invite you to turn in your delegates' call to page 8. We will now address ADM 1935, which is presented by Chuck Unruh of Oklahoma.
Chuck Unruh of Oklahoma. I have my chairman hat on for LMA. I'm thinking maybe we need a hat. I see hats of various organizations, so perhaps we'll try that. But the LMA wants to thank Frank Camerata. Frank has retired for personal reasons. He wanted to, after years and years of volunteer service to the Life Member Asset Trust and to the committee before that, he has decided that for personal reasons to leave the LMA. This year, we're going the nominees to replace Mr. Camerata. I'd like to nominate Mike Hopfauer, and along with that, the continuing trustees, Steve Doyle, Jim Bedenbaugh, Leroy Dubeck, Dov Gorman, Beatrice Marinello, Alan Priest, Tim Redmond, Peter Dyson, Alex Relia, and the Vice President of Finance.
The Vice President of Finance is an ex officio position. I have a sneaking suspicion he may, when we re-elect board members, board officers, it might be the person who made this motion. But it will be that ex officio position. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or debate? Are you waving your hand? Okay, just wanted to know. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, all in favor? That's a boatload. Anybody opposed? That motion passes. The next motion then becomes ADM 1936, which is the composition of the Ethics Committee, and that will be presented by its current chair, Hal Terry of New Hampshire. Yes, please. Doesn't matter which one. Unless you're saying you would like to get off, and that's why you're doing to the against one.
No, this is the closest microphone. There are 11 names listed in your delegates call. One of those individuals, Christina Schweiss of Virginia, had to drop off consideration very late. So we'll only be presenting the other 10 names for nomination. And I'll read those to you. Ken Ballou of Massachusetts, Hal Terry of New Hampshire, Paul Kolodziejski of New Hampshire, David Hayter of Georgia, Harold Stenzel of New York, Noreen Davison of New Jersey, Anand Domalapati of Virginia, David Day of Utah, Randy Huff of California, and Jim Minella of California.
So what you have before you is the maker has amended the motion. Neil Deutsch, pay attention. This is what you need to do. Okay, so the maker has amended the motion to strike from it Christina Schweiss of Virginia from being included. Otherwise, the motion is as was presented in the delegate's call. Do we have a second? Is there any discussion? Are there any further nominations or any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. If you ask why I'm not asking for abstentions, because in this case it makes absolutely no difference. An abstention is simply agreeing to go along with the majority. That's all that it is. So this body has a habit of asking for that, but it's irrelevant. Okay? So if you want to go along with the majority, just don't vote. Solves that problem. All right, now, we have not had a motion submitted for nominations to the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee is chaired by the Vice President for Finance, and Chuck has come to the microphone, I think, to now make a motion to that regard.
I would like to add Randy Bauer, John Haskell, and David Gramad to the Audit Committee, along with, of course, the Vice President of Finance.
That committee calls for only 3 members in the bylaws. So that we have 3 nominations. Are there any further nominations? I apologize. We have a second of that motion. Do we have any further nominations? I wouldn't want to work with those doggone accountants either. I got you. All those in favor of those 3 nominations signify by raising your hand. It's an army. All opposed? There we go. My sympathies with you all. By the way, in case you didn't know, I was elected to serve on the Audit Committee for FIDE. Serving on this Audit Committee is a lot simpler. Trust me. The next one that calls for the Bylaws Committee. The Bylaws Committee also did not submit an ADM listing its nominees, so you do not have in front of you. The current Bylaws Committee chair has come to the mic, I believe, to present a motion as such.
I did give to the computer person. All right, this is a motion from both myself and Guy Hoffman of Wisconsin. Move that the following persons be elected to the Bylaws Committee. Before I read the list, we are choosing a big committee. A number of lawyers have indicated they wanted to join us. I also want to mention that we'll be adopting the rotation principle from the Ethics Committee, so I will not be standing as one of the chairs for next year.
Harold, before you go on, this Bylaws Committee in the bylaws does not have any indication of what size it must be or cannot exceed. So, I mean, it could be 2 or all y'all. That's a phrase in Kentucky, it meant everybody. So,
Guy Hoffman of Wisconsin, Richard Kepke of Northern California, Robert Messenger of Massachusetts, Gerald Larson of Alabama, James Manila of Southern California, Myron Lieberman of Arizona, Harold Winston of Illinois, Gary Walters of Ohio, Steve Emmett of New York, John McCrary of South Carolina, Randy Huff of Southern California, David Mailer of Maryland, Sandeep Alampali of New York, Thun Fang of Georgia, Andrew Ray of Virginia, David Day of Utah, Alex Lumelski of Connecticut, and Lila Daquin of Louisiana. And since it's sent by 2 of us, I don't think we need a second.
I'm with you. I'm good with that. Are there any further nominations? Seeing none, is there any comment about the nominations or any desire to restrict the size of this committee? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by raising your credentials. All opposed? An army to nothing. That passes. And finally, we have another delegate elected committee, and that would be the Election Committee. So the Election Committee needs to get elected. Ken Ballou, would you please present your list of nominations?
Mr. President, the bylaws specify that the election committee shall have 4 members and may appoint alternates to take the place of any members that must leave the committee. The election committee nominates Ken Ballou of Massachusetts, Myron Lieberman of Arizona, Kenneth Sloan of Alabama, Andrew Thal of Ohio, and as alternate member, Alex Relier of New Hampshire.
We have a motion and we have a second. It's important to note, I think, here, just to remind everybody that Harry Sabine served as the chief teller. He did not serve on the election committee. So we are not replacing Harry as if we could even try. But this committee is largely similar to what it has been in the past with some tweaks in it. Are there any further nominations for the election committee? One advantage to it is you don't have to sign any petitions. And if you're on the election committee, we really prefer that you didn't. Please go to the mic and say that.
Mr. President, we amended the bylaws several years ago so that no election committee member may sign petitions.
So if you're one of these people and you've signed one because Gary twisted your arm to do it, please go scratch your name off if you get voted into it. That would include the alternate, by the way. I mean, it would have to. Any further comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by raising your credentials. Any opposed? An army to nothing. That motion passes as well. Okay. As much as I'd like to go to the presentation of outgoing board members, but there aren't any, could almost cross that off, folks. We don't have to worry about it, unless y'all beat me up real bad over the next day. We will move back then on to page 4 in your delegates call. The first motion to be considered under old business is ADM 1907, which was a delegate motion from last year, presented by Mr. Blue and Harry Sabine, to repeal the delegate action of continuing interest, which requires the counting of votes in elections by region. That motion came to this body last year, then it was referred to the election committee and to the bylaws committee. I'm going to ask the election committee to make their presentation of what happened in their committee structure first, and then we'll bring it back to the bylaws, because I'm just doing it in the order that's on here. So elections, please.
Mr. President, the election committee unanimously votes that the delegates accept this motion.
That's not exactly how I heard it before. I thought you said enthusiastically unanimously injected it. So I thought I heard that, but I'll just throw that in. Bylaws.
All right, Mr. President, the committee was actually split, 6 yes, 6 no, one needs more thought. However, it came up at the bylaws workshop, and the workshop was decisive, 19 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
So the recommendation and the reports have been made by the committees to whom it was referred. Now this motion is back on the floor to be dealt with by the body. The main motion that is in play right now is to repeal this motion, this delegate action of continuing interest that requires the recordation of votes by region. Are you standing up as the election or to speak to it, or as my parliamentarian? Thank you. So, people who are in favor of speaking to the motion, please come to the front. People who may be opposed, go to the back. Remember, we're going to hear from everybody who wants to speak first before anybody speaks second. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Mr. President, I believe it is a fact that a majority, in fact a supermajority of our membership would have no idea, without looking at the DACI that defines region, what state they're in. I also believe that a majority of our membership was born after regions were basically discontinued in US chess governance, and would look at you and say, what's a region?
Thank you. We know who Ken was because he already said who he was, but if you step to the mic, please identify who you are and what state. Are there any other comments?
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. Another point that was brought up in the workshop is if we go to electronic voting, then it would greatly simplify electronic voting if we did not vote by region. If we vote by region, we essentially need 13 elections.
Thank you. Any further comments? Mrs. Lieberman.
Rachel Lieberman, Arizona. I used to be for counting of regions, counting of votes by regions, And then Harry Sabine told me that it is much, much more expensive to do it that way because it forces us to hire the service, the accounting service, to help us count it by regions. And I suggest this is a way to save some money and put it into a useful program. Thank you.
Mr. Just, you're standing at the against mic. Somehow I think I know what's coming. You have the floor, sir.
Call the question.
I thought you might. There's a guy behind you. Make sure he's not standing up. Is there any objection to calling the question? For those of y'all who didn't hear it, Ken Sloan said he should have called it before Rachel's comments. You had to be there. Yeah, I get it. Okay, seeing none, seeing no objection, the question is called. We're voting on the motion on the floor, which is to repeal this delegate action of continuing motion interest, which requires voting by region. If you pass this, we will no longer count votes by region. And by the way, 1907A will be moot. All in favor? Any opposed? Passes by a wide margin. Therefore, the chair rules that ADM 1907A is moot. We are moving on to 1908, a motion that came from last year that states that any advertising on behalf of a candidate or candidates for the executive board shall require disclosure of the persons, companies, organizations who pay for those advertisements on said materials. This includes in-kind contributions. This came before the body last year and was referred to the election committee and to the bylaws committee. Staying with the same pattern we did before, elections is referred first. So Ken, would you please address the election committee's report on this referral?
Mr. President, the election committee unanimously voted somewhere between heck no and no way whatsoever to this motion.
I did not bring my no button, Steve and Sophia, but I could have used that here, I think. Sorry.
All right, Mr. President, the bylaws committee had a similar result. The committee itself voted 0 in favor, 11 against, 2 needs more thought. It came up at the workshop, 0 in favor, 14 against, and 2 abstentions. No support.
As a clarification, I brought the no button. I forgot to bring it down today. It's up in my room. Are there any comments to this? Those in favor come to the front mic. Those opposed go to the back.
Mr. President, Sean Manroth, Southern California. I have concerns about the present motion, but not about the finding that we have so far from the committee. This has to do with transparency. And if I may address the delegates, I believe transparency is something our members ask of us. It's not an insult to their intelligence. It's not inconvenient. It is important to know who's paying for advertising. This is something that's common. If someone pays for advertisements, and there's an issue with numbers perhaps, maybe small advertisements just don't matter as much. But we should be honest with our members and transparent on anything that we possibly can do. If the information is available, I for one believe the members have a right to have it. Now, I understand that the committee has its reservations, but I would ask the committee to revisit this, if for no other reason than because it's an issue of transparency. And once we know that this is information that the membership truly has no desire whatsoever to have, then okay, we shouldn't give it to them. But for now, I, for one, if nothing else, is a member of US Chess, appreciate every effort made for transparency possible, and I sincerely hope that the delegates and the executive board members agree with me. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Was that a speech for the motion or opposed to it? I'm not exactly clear what your point was there.
Mr. President, advertisers should be saying who they are when they advertise for elections, if they advertise at all, sir.
Okay, if you're opposed to the motion, please go to the opposed mic rather than the for mic. It's still not exactly clear if you were for or opposed it, but that's okay. Because he said he was, oh, okay, I'm with you. I'm confused. I apologize, certainly. Speaking for the motion now, Angelina Belikovskaya.
Yes, Angelina Belakovskaya, Arizona. So I am speaking for the motion because I absolutely agree with Sean. We have to have the transparency. We can't have, like some background mailing by, different sources without advertising where the money came from, who is supporting this. Now, I'm not saying that it's wrong. It just, in the interest of transparency, we have to know what's going on, and I think it's for the benefit of everybody, just to make sure that everything is nice and clear. Thank you.
I apologize for the confusion there. At the rear mic, Mr. Just.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Are there any objections? All right, then we move to a vote. This vote requires a 2/3 vote to call the question. All in favor of calling the question, signify by raising your credentials. All opposed? I don't think that was 2/3. We're going to say the question has not been called at this point without counting. So we have a person at the mic.
I'd like to offer an amendment, Dylan Kershaw, Southern California. Why not include a number limit?
You're way close to the mic. You can move back.
Yes.
Okay.
Loud voice. Why not include a number limit? I offer an amendment of $1,000 or above as to be disclosed. Anything below $1,000 will not need to be disclosed.
Second that amendment.
So we have a second on the floor. We are no longer considering the main motion. We are now considering an amendment which would add to the motion a limit of $1,000. I'm not sure what it means exactly. Yes.
Could either the Bylaws Committee and or the Ethics Committee inform us as to their reasons for opposing this motion?
All right, well, speaking for bylaws, I think there were two concerns we had. One is we felt that advertising on behalf of the candidate was almost always paid for either by the person who signed it or by the candidate themselves. Secondly, we had a concern about the last sentence of the motion. This includes in-kind contributions from publishers or businesses. We really weren't sure what that wording in was, and we thought that would be difficult to implement and enforce.
Mr. Blue.
Mr. President, although I'm before microphone, I'm still reporting for the Election Committee vote against the motion. The logic is that suppose, for example, some non-US Chess member, some entity not associated with US Chess for any reason, for some reason, sends out advertising favoring a particular candidate in the executive board election. As Mr. Just often says when we're discussing rules changes, or what? US Chess has absolutely no authority to enforce any sanction against a non-member, an outside entity does such advertising. Wouldn't this put some candidates who do disclose at a disadvantage?
So the request for information was to get an explanation from the referred committees as to their responses. That has been provided. We are back to speaking to the amendment, which would call for this to only apply to expenditures in excess of $1,000, I think. If this gets, well, because we don't have a written version of the amendment, so I'm asking the maker of the amendment to please write it down for us before we actually vote on it, and we'll bring it up here. So are you speaking for this amendment?
Mr. President, I have a question, so a point of information.
There we go.
A point of information for the amended words. Words are important, so how many such $1,000 contributions can be made? Or is it simply 1,000 cumulative?
That is a question to the maker of the amended motion.
Anyone that spends more than $1,000 on the election period.
Thank you. comment that was made as the maker walked away from the microphone was cumulative. Mr. Walters, please.
Gary Walters, Ohio. The guy in the bow tie up there a minute ago beat me to most of this. But this, never make a rule that you can't enforce. And that's the problem with this rule. How are you going to enforce this? There's no laws on our side on this one. Somebody sends somebody a check to help pay for postcard mailing. It becomes tangled very quickly.
The next person who's at the mic is at the rear mic. Go ahead. No, you have the floor, sir.
Just a point of information to the maker of the amendment. Why $1,000? Why not $500? I'm trying to get a better understanding of the dollar figure. Normally do candidates at these able up to the board spend over $1,000 or under $1,000 in advertising? Thank you.
To the maker of motion, what is your rationale for 1,000, please?
Generally, for simplicity of accounting and reporting, I mean, $1,000 seems like a nice round figure, and it doesn't make sense to do anything under that. If anybody has a better number, I would be open to amending that as well.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege. Could we please see the motion on the screen, the amendment on the screen?
Well, we're waiting to get it from the person who made it. As soon as we do, we will put it up there.
Thank you.
We now have Mr. Bauer at the against mic.
Randy Bauer, State of Iowa. I have served as a campaign treasurer for both Iowa State Senate race and a congressional race. And there is no way that this is administrable as it's written. So just a couple of the problems with it are that there is no explanation of what disclosure means. Now, disclosure in a lot of states means a written report at some points in time. Some disclosure might actually be on the materials themselves. And I'm telling you, every state that administers this kind of stuff spells all that out in excruciating detail. And there is no such excruciating detail here. The other problem, which is remedies, has been pointed out. If an advertiser is not a member, say, of the United States Chess Federation and does this, what is the remedy? Is that somehow impacting the election, even if a candidate does not know of that requirement and has no way to pass that along? This is simply not enforceable and not administratable.
I would like to ask the people at the mic to speak not to the main motion, but what we are considering is the amendment, which would create a bottom limit for requirement of disclosure of $1,000 cumulative. We do not have that language yet, but as soon as we do, we will get it up on the mic. So please limit your comments to the $1,000 amendment. If we can get this disposed of relatively quickly, we'll move to the discussion of the main motion. Anyone else who does not address the 1,000, I'll rule your comments out of order and we'll come back to the 1,000 issue. That doesn't mean you can't speak to the main motion, but we're going to do it in order. Mr. Manroth.
Mr. President, Sean Manroth, Southern California. I believe the number $1,000 is extremely relevant to the present discussion for one reason only. There are very, very few advertisers who are taking a serious role in our current elections, sir. I believe mass mailers are often in excess of $1,000. We are simply trying to make sure, those delegates who are in favor of this motion, that every effort is made to ensure that all major advertisers are in fact disclosing who they are. The reason for this, Mr. President, is that we believe that small advertisers, for example, if you have a scholastic chess player who wishes to go around town and say that I want to vote for one of my executive board members, if you will allow me, Mr. President, let's just take yourself, I believe that child should be able to support you. But the moment we start talking corporations or extremely wealthy people who have the capacity to influence elections, anything that could possibly be over $1,000, and the issue has come up of how do we govern it, I would respectfully submit the elections committee that sits there, gentlemen. If there is any such advertisement that is out there, we need to know who is sending it. If, again, it is a mass mail, that is the purpose for the $1,000 number. The number is absolutely open to amendment or discussion, but the concept of transparency, if I may allow so, is not. We must be transparent. At least we must make every effort to be so.
Well, now you're speaking to the main motion, so let's keep our discussion to the $1,000 issue. At the rear mic, Mr. Cohen.
Larry Cohen, Illinois, call the question.
Question has been called as to the voting on the $1,000 amendment to the main motion. Is there any objection to calling the question on that amendment? There has been an objection. That is not debatable. All in favor of calling the question on the amendment, but we're not going to vote on it till we get it up on the screen. We just don't need to talk about it anymore if you vote in favor of calling the question. This requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of calling the question, hold up your credentials. All opposed to calling the question. That's a 2/3 majority. We need to get this up on the screen to vote. Evidently, the maker rewrote the entire motion rather than just form an amendment to it. He actually has an amended motion. So that makes it a little bit more complicated right at the moment.
Did you hear that, Grant? He added one sentence, the third sentence, or a clause to the third sentence.
I can't see the screen, so when it's up there, somebody let me know. We up there? Good. Okay, we are voting on the amendment, which would add the language to provide a restriction or disclosure requirement on cumulative expenditures in excess of $1,000. All in favor of the amendment, raise your credentials. All opposed to the amendment, raise your credentials. We're going to have to count them. Okay, let's do it again. I need a counter on each side, please. All in favor, please raise your credentials again and keep them up.
Please raise them high so I can see them. Yes, 22, 23, 24. 24.
So that's 46 in favor, opposed.
I have 20, including myself. 17.
So the motion to amend has passed narrowly. So the motion now has not passed. What has passed, the main motion has not passed. What has passed is the motion no longer applies to disclosures. Disclosures no longer required if expenditures are less than $1,000 cumulative. What was the total, Mr. Hoffbauer?
46 to 37.
46 to 37. Speaking to the main motion now as amended, Mr. Relia.
Mr. Chairman, I move to refer this back to elections and bylaws. I believe the number $1,000 was completely randomly selected and needs much more thought.
I object. The delegates should decide this matter.
Well, that comment was out of order. We have a motion on the floor to refer. Do we have a second? Second. We have a second in the motion to refer. This would take this motion as amended and refer it again to someone. Who did you say? Send it to elections and bylaws. Now we are speaking to the motion to refer. Mr. Ballou.
I propose the motion to refer. I don't believe it will affect the consideration of the election committee although I'm not making that determination for the election commission. I also note that even as amended, Mr. Bauer's arguments, along with mine, of unenforceability and unadministratability of this still stands.
Okay, we are now still speaking to the motion to refer. Mr. Manross, you're at the against mic on the motion to refer.
Mr. President, I'm against the motion to refer. The 2020 election will be extremely relevant. The matter cannot wait for the delegates to decide for one whole year, sir.
Thank you for your comment. We have another person at the rear mic voting as we consider the question to refer. Mr. Hoffman?
Guy Hoffman, Wisconsin. I have to agree with Ken Malou of the Elections Committee. Both the bylaws and elections found no favor at all with the motion originally. I'm fairly certain if it's sent back, we'll do the same thing, and then we can repeat this again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. We have any more comment on the motion to refer? Mr. Rea.
Andrew Reed, Virginia, and I would like to additionally point out that our delegates are here twice a year. We hear from these various committees and our executive board, and we should take action on their recommendations considering the views that we have when we have the limited opportunity to make our voices heard. So this is an example of why we should not just put this on the shelf and try to deal with this again later. It'll come up again, and we could have dealt with it already. So I would appreciate it if we would consider this immediately. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. I think the next person in line actually in coming up here, Mr. Manella, okay?
Would it be out of order to ask a point of information at this point?
No, it's not out of order at all.
What's not clear to me here is who is supposed to reveal this information? The donor?
Now that question is out of order because what motion we're addressing is whether to refer or not. So this is just a question to refer. If we do not refer, then a question about the motion would certainly be appropriate. Mr. Day.
Mr. President, I move to call the question of whether or not to refer.
Is there any objection to calling the question on the referral? Seeing none, all those who are in favor of referring this motion back to elections and bylaws signify by holding up your credentials. Well, that ain't going to work. Anybody opposed? We're not referring it. We're dealing with it on the floor. Okay, we are back. We are back to the main motion to speak to the motion one way or another. Now, Mr. Manella, your question would certainly be in order at this point.
Right. It isn't clear to me who is supposed to reveal this. Is it the donor or the candidate? And the answer to that would affect the way I vote on the motion. I don't believe the maker is here, is he?
Well, actually, the original maker of the motion is no longer eligible to be a delegate because he's now an employee of US Chess. So that cannot be addressed by the original maker. I would refer that over, I think, to the Elections Committee. What would be your opinion as to who would have to make that disclosure? I don't quite know how the candidate would necessarily even know, so.
That is my answer. As I mentioned before in my arguments, what if a donor not coordinating with the candidate, not even associated with US Chess, spends the money? The candidate is completely unaware. Do we penalize the candidate?
There may have been some time in the history of this organization when something got mailed out that some folks didn't know. I don't know. You are up next, Mr. Losoff.
Well, first of all, conflict of interest disclosure. I have circulated a petition. I may be running for office next year, so this does directly affect me. The body will have to decide whether they want to listen to what I have to say, regardless. The questions that were asked made it very hard. I have no idea how I would even live by this. I think that the argument that it's not enforceable is meaningful. The argument that it makes it even harder with $1,000 or greater, because, for example, if someone does put an ad in their state magazine in favor of my candidacy, I have no idea how to count that towards my $1,000, even if I knew he did it. So I have to be totally opposed to the motion, even though I agree with the people who spoke in favor of transparency. And I would offer an amendment that the amendment would be, it is the sense of the delegates that candidates should disclose contributions and payments for advertisement. And my point being that if it's the sense of the delegates that we should do this, then we'll either do it or we won't do it, and the people will vote accordingly, knowing that we ignored the delegates' opinion. But I don't see how we can possibly follow this.
Mr. Losoff, I think if you're going to make an amendment, you need to write it down so we can appropriately consider it. Mr. Blue, what status are you at the mic for?
As the conflict of interest committee member,
Gotcha.
Mr. Losoff mentioned that he may have a conflict of interest. I have not had a chance to consult with the other members, but it is my opinion that this motion would affect anyone who would be running for office. That could be any delegate in this room. Mr. Losoff has no more or less conflict of interest than any other delegate has.
I think that's a valid point from the chair. Okay, now, so do we have a second to the amendment?
I'm going to withdraw the
Okay.
motion and leave it as a comment that I think that type of motion would be better.
All right, so that has been withdrawn. This will be your second time speaking to this motion, so is there anyone who has not spoken to this motion in line? Mr. Day?
Answer Jim Manila's question. It was directly to this.
Okay, go ahead, please.
We believe that, as a supporter, we believe that the onus should be on the candidate to report it.
Even if the candidate doesn't know. Okay, I got you. Mr. Day, you're in the back. You have the floor. Oh, I thought you had not spoken to it. You held up your hand.
David Day from Utah. I speak against the motion. This seems to me to be a solution in search of a problem. My suggestion to the electorate would be that if you receive advertising and the source of who's paying for that advertising is not clear, and you view that as a negative, that you factor that into whether or not you vote for the candidate named in the advertising. That, to me, seems to be the easiest way to handle this.
Mr. Riley.
Mr. Chairman, I just wish to point out that the gentleman from Nebraska is no longer the maker of the motion. We have an amendment on the floor. The original maker of the motion is the member from Southern California.
I understand. You were at the mic next to the back.
Oh, me?
Yes.
William Bowen, Florida. Sorry, I got up here before people started talking, but I completely agree with, I think the simplest way to handle it is, if a candidate doesn't disclose, you don't have to vote for that candidate on that issue alone. And by doing so, then we'll force the candidate, by us not voting for them, to have to disclose if they want our votes. And that, doesn't require any enforceability action or anything like that. We just don't vote for them if you don't want them because simply they didn't disclose where the money came from. Easy.
Okay, Angelina has already spoken to the motion once, as has Sean. Would you care to speak to the motion? You're up here to the floor, Mike. You would have the floor, as this is your first time speaking to the motion.
I'm not speaking to the motion exactly. I was going to call the question.
That's fine. Is there any objection to calling the question? We have an objection to calling the question. This is not debatable. Calling the question is a 2/3 motion. All in favor of calling the question? All opposed? That clearly is a 2/3 motion. That motion carries. We have now called the question. We are voting on the motion as amended. All in favor of the motion as amended, please signify by raising your credentials. All opposed? The noes have it. That motion has been defeated as amended. We will move on to ADM 1902. That motion had been made last year. It called about amending the bylaws to change some timing on the point at which, requests are made to consider replacing a state affiliate and clarifying the date for requests for new state affiliates. This was referred to the Bylaws Committee by the body last year. Mr. Chairman of the Bylaws Committee, your report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we are really talking about 1909.
I apologize, I did say 1902. I just didn't realize I did that. 1909, sorry.
All right, so the committee voted 12 in favor, 1 needs more thought. It came up at the workshop on Friday. The vote was 18 yes, nobody opposed, no one abstaining. The idea of this change, as I understand it, it provides if basically there's a challenge to a state with the current state chapter, it has to be submitted before March 1st, not waiting until June 1st, so it can be presented in time to both the executive board and the delegates, and that's why the committee and the workshop felt it was a positive step.
So the report for the Bylaws Committee is that this should be approved? Yes. Thank you very much. Is there anyone who desires to speak to the motion? Seeing none, this motion, we are voting to accept the language as is presented in the delegates call. The change that is effective is basically the date for submitting for a new state affiliate didn't change, more or less, okay? The date, if you want to ask for one to be removed, has been shoved earlier to March 1 so that we have time to review that properly, because there is a responsibility of the board to make that information available to the delegates 30 days before the meeting, okay? All in favor of the motion, raise credentials. All opposed? An army to none. Motion passes. Now we move to ADM 1910. This motion had been made last year, and it was referred to the Women's Committee and the Executive Board. I will simply, I'll open this up to any Executive Board member who would like to. We addressed this issue. The Women's Committee provided little input to us and basically said we're handing it off to the Executive Board to consider. I think they recognized that it really wasn't a women's issue as much as it was a human issue. The Executive Board made changes to the policy that the board believes addressed the concerns raised in the referred motion. So the board made those changes through EB Motion 19060. The motion that was presented talks about requirements for changes to gender identification and when that happens, and what needs to be presented. And so we have made changes to the policy. So we are reporting to tell you we made changes to the policy. Comments?
Danny Road, New York. I will speak to the motion because the maker is currently not in the room, that we're satisfied, or Steve is satisfied with the changes addressed by the executive board.
So since the board has dealt with it and the maker is satisfied with it, I think we just move on. Is that all right? Good deal. So we are moving on to ADM 1911. This one was also referred to the executive board, and it was talking about requesting to create a spectator code of conduct. Can I hand that executive board response off to Mr. Hoffpower? Mike, would that be all right with you?
Yeah, we took a detailed look at this, and as a start point, we had a pretty detailed spectator code of conduct already in our scholastic regulations, and as a matter of fact, we modified that even a little bit more for the new draft of the scholastic regulations that are coming forth. So, Mr. President, I believe that we've really addressed this, because the spectator code of conduct that we created is one that is broader and can now be applied across our events, and not just necessarily to scholastic events.
And is your thought that we would more than welcome organizers and tournament directors to pull that code of conduct out and use it at their own events?
Yes, absolutely.
Comments from the floor?
Danny Road, New York. I believe this has been satisfying for the makers of the motion, including Stephen and Jeff Weeble.
Steve, I promised you we'd do it. I mean, seriously, I said, if you gave it to us, we'll do it. We did. Okay, ADM 1912 came from last year. There is a motion that addresses some of the similar issues, but it's a little bit different, and I ruled that that was not moot because it is a different question. So this also came before the board to address the tournament equipment certification process. Again, I'll turn this over to Mike Hoffpower to make the response for the board, if that's okay with you, sir.
Sure. As some of you may know, the issue involving various kinds of devices takes on two different issues. There's two different sets of issues. One is the issue of a device that could potentially be used for cheating in a tournament, and any certification that may be associated with being able to use that device in a tournament. There's also certification of other things, just forms of equipment, a chessboard, a chess clock, some pieces of a certain, variety or style. Two different, really, sets of issues, but both interrelated. We focused our attention on the one that was the most significant to us, which is the potential for devices that can be used to give one opponent or give one player some kind of an advantage over his or her opponent. As a result of that, we drafted and developed a US chess policy on certification of electronic notation and game broadcasting devices. I have a box full of copies of that up here that I'm happy to have circulated. The certification process consists of two components. The first component is one very similar to what we've had all along, which is really compliance with the rules of chess. So the policy updates the compliance with the rules of chess, and this was run through the Rules Committee as part of that process and gained their approval for us to proceed forward. The other part, which I would still characterize as a significant word, take the box, put it down there. Let people start grabbing them, passing them out, Andy will help out and stuff. Thank you. The other part of this deals with what is the most troubling, I think, to a lot of us that are organizers and tournament directors, as well as the players.
We just need one. We'll take one.
And that is the issue of whether or not this device can be somehow tampered with, modified, altered, or whatever, but still look like the original device that had been certified, by the organization. In addition, the factor of many organizers and tournament directors saying that I can't tell that device from a cell phone, and I may have looked at the individual's device as part of the beginning of the tournament, but that individual could swap that device out with something that looks just like it, and I would never know it as a tournament director. So the ability to have every round rechecking devices as we go through the process, it can become a burden on a tournament director or an organizer. So the issue is, how do you make the device in such a way so that it is really unique and it stands out, it's on its own, and it's not something that I can just buy a cell phone that's exactly the same model of whatever device it is, and I can have it be a cell phone so I can cheat with it, and then I can swap it out in round 3 or 4 when I start playing tougher opponents and start using it. So we've written draft language into what's considered Part B, or the second half of this certification process, which is entitled Hardware and Software Vulnerability Assessments. And it gets at not only the hardware and how it looks, can it be cracked open, etc., but also gets at the software that's inside. What kind of electronic signals and what waveforms is it pushing out? What kind of can it receive? Clearly, these are not matters that us in the Chess Federation have expertise readily available to do. That is expertise that would have to come from outside the organization. And as a result of that, in recognizing that issue, Carol Meyer and I, our executive director, we have been talking with Underwriters Labs. And we're in the midst of a discussion with Underwriters Labs, who has the US mission of ensuring that anything that's used by consumers is safe And that's where we're kind of at a bit of a crossroads right now, because from UL's perspective, this is not a safety issue. It's an issue of, a fair play. And so they're looking at it within their cybersecurity division of UL, and we're going to be hearing back from them probably within the next 1 to 2 weeks, I think. Carol, is that right? Yes. Yeah. So in the next 1 to 2 weeks, we expect to hear back from UL. But at the same time, we clearly recognize that the development of such detailed specifications for hardware and software vulnerability may impose such a cost on the manufacturer of the device that it just makes trying to build something, market and sell it just cost prohibitive. I just can't get there and never to realize a return on investment. Now many people would say, well good, that way we don't have to work on them anymore. But that's not the point here. The point is that we're going to do a certification process that involves rules of chess, as well as hardware and software vulnerability. We have to go through it and be able to report back to this body what's the reality of the situation. And right now we have no estimate on how much something like this would cost. And that's the kind of discussion we're having with Underwriters Labs. And that's even assuming they come back and tell us we would be interested in taking on this role, so therefore we will give you a cost estimate. Because we've asked them, if they can't give us the cost estimate and they can't take it on, can they refer us to someone else, perhaps a university consortium or a company that does this for a living, on a private basis, because I'm sure there's companies out there that do that. But that's kind of where we are right now. So what is in effect today?
Yeah, hold on a second. To directly address the issues of the motion, the executive board did take a couple of steps to change our procedures. What Mike's been talking about are potential further changes. So I'll tee that up for you. Can you swing at what we have actually changed?
Yes, what we changed in the process was, first of all, in the past, the review members were all just members of the Rules Committee. And so now we're modifying that, and we're looking at modifying that in a way that we can tap into expertise from other places, so that it's not just the same people who get overburdened with looking at multiple of these types of pieces of equipment when it comes up. And it may be that there's people that have a conflict of interest, and we would want to have some flexibility to add additional people to the review process so that it's not just sucked down in one committee and overburdening that committee who already has a lot to do. So broadening the evaluation capability, but still having the rules committee be the chair or really the leader of the review process, because that's where we ensure compliance with the rules of chess is there.
Also, the Rules Committee has been directed that they do not have the authority to send out any sort of approval to anyone before it comes to the Executive Board, that any such approval will come from the Executive Board after review. And further, as we have noted in our response, the Executive Board has passed a revised checklist for approving such devices that is more extensive than what the one was, beyond just the simple of make sure it complies to the rules of chess. That we had to have a lead time on it. So we put that out there to the community some time ago with an effective date that has now passed. So those are now the new rules. We did not have any submissions of stuff between the time we did the revised checklist and August 1, so we don't have anything in process of review, I believe, under the old standards. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so the Executive Board then believes that we have responded to this motion to the makers and thinks that we're done with that action for right now, with the report to you that we're still working on further changes to it.
As one of the makers of this motion, I think this is an active and ongoing potential issue and or thing that we have to keep looking at over and over and over again. And that what the motion is this year has to do with not just the technical, but the practical implications of all of this. So working with tournament directors and organizers. So that is why the new motion on the floor for later this meeting is not...
You're out of order to address a motion we haven't gotten to yet. We need to speak to this motion where we're at.
The Executive Board has done what they needed to do regarding this motion.
We'll address the other motion when we get there, I promise.
And it is a work in progress. And I would also add that this motion, this work that we're doing does not in any way, shape, or form take away the ability of organizers to run the events that they run the way that they see fit. And the chief tournament director is running those events, so it has no impact on that whatsoever.
Mr. Ray, I think we're up first.
Yes, Andrew Ray, Virginia. Mr. President, I'd like to direct this question to Mr. Hoffpower as a point of information. His handout has been very popular, and there were not enough to get to everybody in the room. I'm sure there's still a number of people who would like to receive a copy. Is there a website where this is available to at least be, where we can read this online?
Yeah, at the present, no, but I think we can make that available through the office.
Well, we'll get some more copies for in the morning. Is that fair?
Thank you.
Okay. Gene, could you please? Sorry. Carol, would you please call up Jean and ask her if she could get these to us? We're already on it. Thank you very much. Mr. Reed.
Gene from Northern California. I have what I hope is just a point of information. My question is this in any way what you're doing, which is beyond my area of expertise, affected the visually impaired? The tournaments that we support for visually impaired, they sometimes need different devices to...
No, absolutely not, because the organizer has the ability to either provide a device or to actually to approve a device, that the individual brings. We do want these types of devices to go through the certification process, which then gives that organizer or chief tournament director, the backing that this thing has been looked at in detail by someone to allow it to be used in a tournament. But an organizer is free to provide the tournament whatever devices they want to provide them, because everybody's got the same thing and it's fair for everyone.
Or allow the use for those who need accommodation for a disability, certainly. And there's a whole variety of things that might apply to that, certainly. There would be the concern from the tournament organizer, chief tournament director, to make sure that that didn't impede the fairness of the play, but that's the main concern. Mr. Emmett, you're at the fore mic here.
I have a question for the parliamentarian. What basis does this discussion have? If the motion was referred to the board is reported back, what is the basis for this discussion?
There is one, so go for it, Ken.
Once a committee, which would include the board, to which a motion has referred, reports back to the body at the next meeting, then the motion once again belongs to the body.
In the prior ones, what we've done is simply nobody objected to just saying the report was adequate and resolved the situation, so we did not then continue on to it. Basically, the group said it was moot, is what it amounted to. So,
Mr. Chairman, I am capable of answering the question about the blind.
Yes, please.
Accommodation for the blind, if that
You might have done one or two of those.
I might have done one or two of those. Generally, blind players keep score 1 of 3 ways. They use a slate, which is completely mechanical, where they write their moves in Braille. It's quite amazing, actually. They use an audio recorder, similar to any digital audio recorder that you may use, or they use a typewriter sort of thing to keep score. That's really the only special devices they would need. Also, they tend to use analog clocks without the glass in there, which none of the kids understand at all.
My 23-year-old cannot tell time with an analog clock.
Mr. President, if I may, as an example, 3 weekends ago, I was running a tournament in Charlottesville, Virginia, and there was a gentleman whose arms were very, very affected by his diabetes, and he had no feeling in his hands anymore. And he was explaining to me why I can't write these moves down. I saw his score sheet, and it was completely unintelligible, even to himself, although he was trying. I showed him one of the devices that one of the players had, and showed him that what if we had a device like this as within a larger tablet size. He said that would be great because I could just touch the piece and move it to the next square, and it's taking the notation for me. But those are the kinds of things that I think that are very, very beneficial to players who have the kinds of needs.
Okay, seeing no other comment, seeing no other concern, I will then say the EB has addressed this referral, and the motion at this point is moot. However, I would like to assure you that this remains at the forefront of our minds, and as Mike explained, we are still pursuing and have in this week had discussions about further potential changes to this process. Stay informed. For those of you who are less technologically challenged, look for it on our website. We'll announce it there. If y'all are a little more technology challenged, I'm certain at some point it might show up in print, but that may take a little while.
And if anyone in the body has an idea of another organization that may do these types of hardware and software vulnerability assessments, we'd really like to know that.
In addition to Underwriters Laboratories. Okay, let's move on then. ADM 1913, there was a proposal last year to have a regular prison membership available for $7 for the purpose of playing over-the-board tournaments behind bars. That was referred to the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee took that into consideration. The reason for this had been that we had a very large charitable interest group, namely the Chess Trust, that was taking the Scholastic Group membership vouchers with the approval of 3 executive directors ago in something that was not very well documented, that would be Mr. Hall, and giving them to prisoners. And so those are restricted by age, so we would get one in the office that would be for, a 37-year-old. So it was like, no, we can't do that with those vouchers. So we stopped that so that the rules of the group membership program were clear because they're age restricted. So that created a problem for some of our prison-focused mission people. So that came up last year. Eric Vigil brought it up, and he's very active in that area. And we took that under advice. And so what we did is we adopted a promotional membership, which the executive board is empowered to do. The motion through which we adopted that promotional membership is EB 19032, which is in your delegates call. The promotional prison membership was adopted. That had basically the same price as the lowest group membership price, and it was available, and that lowest group membership price is only available in quantities of 300 or more. We made that lowest price prison membership, group membership, available in quantities that were extremely low. I think it was 1. So you could, if you're in that space, you could, and it just spread out. It became not one of those secret handshake things to know that you could get away with that. So I have been informed that we have maybe not done as good a job at how we communicate that as possible. I take that to heart, and we'll see that we can't do a better job communicating that, but we believe the intent of the motion has been met. Therefore, I think we could move on unless someone wants to address that further. Seeing no one jumping to the mic, I will assume we have Oh, I'm sorry. Come on, Tony.
Just want to make a comment. There was recently a John Oliver special on prisons and how little money they can make in prison. And $7, one of them to know that $7 to a prisoner is a lot of money. Imagine spending 3 months' salary of whatever, wherever you work to make a USCF membership. Would you pay 3 months of your salary to be a member of the United States Chess Federation? More. Yeah, sometimes more.
Wow. Any other comment?
Al Lawrence, New York, and Managing Director of the US Chess Trust. Just to expand on the last comment.
Sure.
I think this price made it possible once again for the US Chess Trust to award these memberships by buying them from the US Chess Federation. I think that was the intent of it.
It was.
And it's very helpful now. It's good to know about. It's a good decision. Thank you.
And I do want to make something perfectly clear. Nobody on this executive board thought the US Chess Trust was doing something like nefarious or wrong in doing it. We wanted to clean up the practice, for one, right? Because there's age limits on the thing. And for two, we didn't want it to be something that you had to know about it. It's the exact same approach we took with the group memberships before. It was another one of those secret handshake deals. And when we had an executive board meeting back in Louisville, I don't know how long ago, 5 or 6 years ago, we pushed really hard to make those changes. And you know what? That group membership program is so popular that it's cannibalizing sales of our regular Scholastic members now. Our number of Scholastic members are up, and our regular Scholastic membership dues money is down. But our special membership, group membership stuff is up more than the other is down. So the numbers have surged in that area. Okay, we will move on then to 1914. And this has been referred about adding a technical director if it determines the additional staff expense is financially viable. This was referred to the executive director, so I will let the executive director address the referral. The response of the executive director is in fact printed in the delegates call, but if you would like to make any further comment.
I think the comment at the delegates call is clear. It's a resource issue. As our staff model, or as the profile evolves, we recognize that this would be a helpful position to have on staff, possibly even reducing some of the load of the sanctioning committees by diverting things before they get too far down the road. But at this time, it's not feasible given our current budget.
Okay. So the executive board believes this has been addressed. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, I will assume that that is resolved, and we will move forward into new business. Now, the first items that go into new business are any motions that come out of the membership meeting. I believe at the membership meeting there was one that came in. That will be inserted here now. It may have been up on the board as MM2. That was because MM1 was the appointment of the additional delegates for the meeting, and that has already happened. We don't vote on that here. So we are dealing with MM2. I've slept since then. I don't even remember what that motion was, but I know you were involved with it.
It is on the board at the moment. Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, I think that would be good.
The delegates recommend the executive board budget and offer professional assistance to state affiliates interested in obtaining 501c3 status. By the way, I'm Steve Warford, Southern California. Just in brief, I think most of the members understand already what many of the advantages are of being a 501c3 organization. It's become more urgent for state affiliates now that the national organization, which we are affiliates to, has become a 501c3. One of the issues has to do with grants they receive pursuant to their 501c3 status, and it's going to make it difficult for some of those to be passed through to state affiliates if we are not also so aligned with the IRS. If you haven't done a 501c3 application before, it can be complex. It's going to involve bylaws changes. You're going to have a conflict of interest policy, and there are going to be a number of other issues. So having some professional guidance and assistance in this matter, I think, would be very beneficial to our affiliates. Thank you. Just as background information, procedurally, the concept was approved in a straw vote at the States Committee this week, and then I took it to the membership meeting yesterday afternoon, and it received a positive vote for the purposes of putting it on the agenda today. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President of Finance, did we already pass a budget?
Oh, yes, we did.
So we don't have the ability to put that in the budget right now for the coming year, but Randy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Randy Bauer from Iowa. I'm not opposed to the motion. I would ask if the maker would be willing to accept an amendment that strikes the word professional. And my reason for that are a couple of reasons. First of all, that it's difficult to determine exactly what constitutes professional assistance, but I do believe that the office would be willing, and the executive board would be willing to provide assistance to state affiliates.
I could see it being a checklist or something. One of the problems certainly is the incorporation, and things are state specific. Mr. Ballou, did you have something to address?
Yes, I move to refer this motion to the executive board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to refer this to the executive board. However, we have a motion on the floor already, which we had not dealt with yet. So we're going to need, that's out of order. That's out of order. We had a motion to amend, which has not been dealt with. So you had a motion to amend, Randy.
I first asked if it would just be a friendly amendment, but it is still a motion, or it will be if it's not friendly.
We need to deal with this first.
Is it my understanding you just simply want to drop in your amendment the word professional?
Yes.
What is I missed part of what you said. Explain your intent. I mean, I put professional in there to make sure that it was somebody who was really knowledgeable about the process.
Well, first of all, it would be the office would be providing assistance, and determining whether or not professional assistance requires it to be a CPA or a lawyer makes this a little bit more difficult to perhaps provide assistance that will still be material for a state affiliate. As was noted by the Vice President of Finance, this is not in the budget currently, certainly could be considered for the future, but for us to be able to act on it right now, it would probably be assistance that isn't necessarily a CPA or a lawyer.
No, I don't think I would accept that. I don't think this is necessarily a large item from a budget standpoint, but what I'm looking for is somebody, a professional.
Then I will make that motion and speak to it.
Is there a second to the motion to amend? We have a second to the motion to amend.
So as one was involved in the work that was done to make the US Chess into a 501c3 organization, there were many hours that if we were hiring lawyers or accountants to do so, would have ran well into the thousands of dollars. And if this is going to be provided to each of the state affiliates that wish to have those services, it's going to be very expensive. And it has not been budgeted, and I would prefer that at least at this point in time, that we provide assistance but do not require it to be quote-unquote professional assistance.
Point of information. It's my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe this should be a point of parliamentary inquiry, but when you refer something, whether the amendment has been approved or not, the entire matter, including the amendment, is automatically included with referral. And if that's the case, do we need to even worry about whether or not the amendment is approved here if the whole thing's being referred?
Your point of parliamentary inquiry is correct. I wanted to allow them just to finish making the point so we would know exactly what the amendment was. So now that we know what the amendment is and we know what the motion is, the motion has been made and seconded to refer the whole thing to the executive board. That is appropriate to be on the table at this time. Now we are speaking to the motion to refer. So anyone in favor of the motion to refer would come to the front mic, opposed go to the rear. No one has spoken to this motion at this point. Mr. E.
I'm Jimmy E. from Northern California. I am in favor of referral. I am also in favor of the amended suggestion by Randy. My point is only to say that the CalChess recently went through the 501c3 process, and it was long and required energy and work to do it. And this offer of assistance is greatly appreciated, however we manage to do it.
Do we have anyone else to speak to the motion to refer, not to the substance of the motion, please?
Dwayne Barber, Southern California. In the motion to refer, I would mention to the board that the amount of time and space energy necessary to deal with this topic when you receive it is minimal. And so when it's referred to you, I do not see the amount of time you will need will be large because in my last evaluation where I checked every single state affiliate, 38 of them are already nonprofits. You're not dealing with a field of 40. You're dealing with a much narrower field. So when it's referred, then it will be less of a strain on effort and energy by the executive board. Thank you.
I'll make an observation that nonprofit is not the same as 501c3. There are some 22 different, I stand corrected, I said 22 the other day. There are 24 different categories of 501c organizations, including nuclear plant decommissioning sinking funds. That might apply to some of our affiliates. I'm not sure.
I believe we're only speaking to the motion to refer to.
We are.
I'm actually in support of referring it with the current language.
It's not referral with current language. It's just a referral, and we'll deal with it. And we have an amendment that's been proposed, so we would just be dealing with it. In the back.
William Bowman, Florida. We're referring the motion and the amendment. And I would say if we're referring the motion was to refer to the executive board, I think it should also be referred, if it's going to be referred, also referred back to the state's committee as well. Thank you.
Can I make an observation that the state's committee is an executive board committee? So the purpose of an executive board committee is for us to be able to seek guidance from any of our committees. So I think if we were to need it, we would ask them rather than, and it may be outside the expertise of that committee a bit. So is there anyone in favor of referring it to states, or just send it to EB, and if we need states, we'll ask them? Mr. Manroth.
Mr. President, in agreement with my fellow delegates from the state of Southern California, and as a president of a state affiliate that sincerely wants to become a 501c3, I support moving this to the executive board with the explicit reason that looking to our finances, they have never been stronger. The credit for this, in large part, goes to the Vice President of Finance, Vice President Unruh, and he needs to have his say on this. So I believe the delegates should immediately commit this to the executive board, and we should call the question.
Well, you cannot call the question after speaking to the motion under the rules that this body has adopted. Mr. Day, you have not spoken to this. Mr. Mumford has.
Because Tim just is not doing his job. I move to
Is there any objection to calling the question to refer this to the board? We have an objection to calling the question on referring it to the board. All in favor of calling the question on referring to the board, please hold up your credentials. All opposed? Takes a 2/3 majority. We clearly have a 2/3 majority. Now let's vote on the referral. All in favor of referring this motion and the amendment to the executive board? All in favor? All opposed? It is referred. We will report back next year. Now we are moving on into other motions of new business. I will point out to you, it is 25 minutes after 4. Those of you all who are involved in the chess experience here probably would like to be able to go play at 7, so I assure you I am tracking that. But we're going to keep going for a little while. If you need to take a break on your own. I'm not going to recess for it. We're just going on, and if you need, you wander out and come back. Go for it. We are on 1915, sir. You are a maker, Mr. Winston.
Pursuant to Article 3, Section 10 of the bylaws, the delegates reviewed the promotional memberships offered by the Executive Board in 2018 and authorized their continuation. We got in our packet a list of a promotional memberships report, and added to that was, as the President pointed out, the 1932 resolution passed by the Executive Board dealing with the prison promotional memberships. So I think this has been satisfied, and I'm hoping I get a second and we pass this quickly.
Second. Does anyone wish to speak to this motion?
I'm up.
Yes, you are, sir.
I'm definitely speaking in favor of approving what you've already done. One thing I would like to see, I think, is an excellent program is this bulk membership. But the unfortunate flaw with it is you cannot upgrade one of those memberships to a membership with a magazine. And at least in our state, we have not been using the bulk membership very much because we feel that for a large subset of our population, being able to have the kids receive Chess Life for Kids is a big boost promotionally. And we would like to see that the bulk memberships, the promotional memberships be expanded to include something that will also include the magazine, even if it's just at the same incremental price difference. Thank you.
Mr. Just.
I'm back on vacation. I call the question.
I was worried about you, sir. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Is there any objection to calling the question? Seeing none, all in favor of supporting the motion, signify by raising your credentials. Any opposed? An army to none, except Harold had his thing up for both. Sorry. I think you were just trying to get up, getting your hands in the air. Yes. Okay, we are moving on to 1916. Mr. Winston.
Delegates reviewed the financial information about expenditures, the status of funds in the Players Health and Benefit Fund, and approved a report on those items, report required by DM 1151. On page 54, there's a report, which I think is adequate. And again, I hope I get a second and we can quickly vote on this.
Second.
Are there any comment? Mr. Vice President for Finance, I think you had a quick one.
Yes, I do. The Special Players Benefit Health Fund, there were no withdrawals this year, and I would talk to that. Plus, parts of the fund are now in with the reserve fund in order to increase the return to the fund.
Previously, it was basically in a CD. The CD was at the bank, but the CD was also securing our line of credit. It seemed silly for us to be required to keep this in a CD, which was paying basically zero, in order to maintain a line of credit we didn't need. And it was a confliction between the two purposes. So we get rid of that, we free it up for liquidity for the fund, and then we started investing it a little more advantageously. It is still in, as Chuck mentioned at length the other day, the reserve fund is in near cash equivalents and bond equivalents, and it's not fluctuating. It's not subject to much market fluctuation. It is subject to a little bit of interest rate fluctuation, but most of those things have hard dates on them. So, you know, if it fluctuates and you're going to get your money in 4 months anyway, who cares?
We have good liquidity.
Yeah.
3 days we can, if there's a need for the money, 3 days we can get it.
Seeing no other comments, all in favor of this motion, raise your credentials. Any opposed? Motion passes. An army to none. Now we are on page 6, and we are on motion 1917. Mr. Winston.
All right, and I do have a slight correction. It should properly read, amend the final sentence of Article 2, Section 1, and I'm adding the word Section 1 of the bylaws to replace the words, quote, handicapped individuals twice, and quote, handicapped, unquote, once by individuals with disabilities. And we're talking about what's on page 33, which has Article 2, Section 1. And the sentence in question now reads, US Chess shall encourage and support chess programs for handicapped individuals and the participation of handicapped in chess activity, including where feasible the expansion of opportunities for meaningful participation by handicapped individuals in all chess competition. Now, this motion results from discussions of the Accessibility Committee, and I give credit to Janelle Losoff, I think, for bringing this to the attention of me and to Alan Priest, and we're all co-sponsoring it with her. So it doesn't need a second since it has 3 sponsors.
That's correct. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Mr. Manelli, you're at the opposed mic.
Just a point of information. Certainly we don't want to insult any of our members, but I've been informed.
Are you asking the question, or are you making the comment?
I'm asking the question.
Thank you.
I've been informed, and I'm no expert on the subject, but I've been informed that the term disability is not the preferred term. And my question is, what thought was given to the correct term to replace handicap? I've been told, and again, I'm no expert, that physically challenged is the preferred term.
All I can say is this did come from the Accessibility Committee, which is charged with review of that, and their opinion was that individuals with disabilities is an improvement over handicap. I mean, the disabilities will not have to necessarily just be physical. You could have mental disabilities too. So, Jim, I don't understand.
You're not speaking into the mic now, so no one can hear you but a few of us in the middle.
Sorry. I was pointing out that the disabilities don't have to just be physical, as Jim indicated he thought the preferred term would be. You could have mental disabilities as well, and this language would cover both.
This is just something I was told.
Okay, thank you. We understand. You do not have the floor right now. Mr. Manross, I think you do. You were up next.
I believe in this room, I don't see any other members of my commission. I'm a member of the FIDE Commission for the Disabled, and I wish to express my deepest respect for Mrs. Lostoff's access-enabled plan and vision. That being said, I see no problem whatsoever with the name, with the words that are being substituted in individuals with disabilities. For example, we do have the Americans with Disabilities Act, and many people do get very concerned about the fact that if their disability is not recognized, then the appropriate accommodations will not be made. As a member of the FIDE Commission for the Disabled, I endorse this new wording, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Sunil. Mr. Waramantri.
Sunil Viramantri, New York Chess Delegates Council. So I would like to point out to the body that in language we just adopted in the scholastic regulations, we refer to this entire category as players with special circumstances.
Which is certainly the committee's call.
Okay, Beatrice Marinello from New York. I have researched this extensively. In fact, I don't even agree with the name of the FIDE tournament that will run in the US, because for the disabled, I don't think it's the right way to call the tournament. I even proposed changing the name, but he told me no, but I will insist again. I endorse the language that Mrs. Lostoff is proposing. I mean, as long as the person is placed first, and then, I mean, as people with disability or an individual with disability, that's correct. They have been differently able, or the special needs, or special circumstances, there are different names. But people with disabilities or individuals with disabilities is what's generally accepted in this case.
Beatrice, this is just a question in my role of representing the organization before FIDE. Would it be helpful if the president of US Chess were to communicate the sense of US Chess to the chair of this committee? Because I do know Mr. Luther. Would that be helpful? I'm just asking.
It would be very helpful, but I think that they're agreeable to it now. I think my suggestion is to work through the Special Circumstances Committee with Mrs. Lostoff. We can all work together and propose something that can improve the name of the event.
Good deal. I'll mention to Thomas our support for it, because it turns out he's got relatives down the street from mine, from where I live. It's kind of an interesting deal. He lives in Germany, by the way. Mr. Just at the rear mic.
I'll yield my.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Just.
You yield. This will be your second time
Yep,
speaking.
my final line of topic, because he was mentioned, my chairman, Grandmaster Thomas Luther, would very much appreciate to be consulted by you, Mr. President. I know he's expressed this before, and I know he's close to you. Thank you for your willingness, sir. The FIDE Commission for the Disabled is eager to cooperate with the United States Chess Federation in any way that we can whatsoever, sir.
I appreciate the fact of Ms. Herring introducing me to Mr. Luther in Georgia. That was very helpful. Mr. Just, I believe you have the floor. We have the questions been called. Is there any objection? Seeing none. All in favor of this name change in the bylaw signify by saying, or hold up the credentials. I'm sorry. Any opposed? An army to none. It has been approved. ADM 1918. Mr. Winston.
All right. 1918 and 1919 are both to clean up problems in the bylaws and get rid of unnecessary wording. There was a lot of transitional wording when we went from 4-year terms to 3-year terms. That is not necessary. Also, 1919, when we get to that, gets rid of the language talking about 2-year terms for executive board officers. That contradicts another article for which 1-year term, and the executive board has been following the 1-year term rule. All right, so with both of them, the first one, 1918, the committee was in favor, 11 to 0 to 0 to 2. The workshop even stronger in favor, 20 to 0 to 0.
Second. It doesn't require a second. Mr. Winston has actually addressed two motions together, and I don't think that was inappropriate because they deal with the exact same section of the bylaws, okay? And it was presented separately, really sort of to reduce the confusion. So the first motion just takes out all the stuff that changed the terms and the election periods for all the transitional from 4 to 3. And that's the motion that's on the floor right now, basically. And then if this passes, we're going to change the same section again in just a second a little. Mr. Day.
A question. The first motion, one of the reasons this is being done is to eliminate a conflict between two sections, one of which seems to suggest that there's a 1-year term for officers and another that suggests...
Actually, that's not what this first motion is doing. That's the second motion.
Second motion. Thank you. There is wording in Article 6 now that allows the board to elect officers midstream, to have a meeting and do a separate election of officers. Is there a reason that that language is not being added to 7, and is there concern about a potential inconsistency there?
Actually, not on my part. The term is what it is. If the board got together and wanted to change, they can. I mean, a majority can flip that around if they really want to. And that's what the language provides you in Section 6, which still provides the term. Right now, but that's not the first issue. We probably would better be dealing with that in the second motion. The first motion gets rid of the transitional language. Is there any question about that or comment on that?
Point of order.
Yes.
This is Chris Kim from Maryland. Just the last sentence of the ADM says, no person shall serve as USDA president for more than 4 consecutive years. Was that because that time with when the terms were 4 years? Because now we're dealing with 3-year terms, and that means that you would, for certain periods, that you can have someone not serve because their term is up, because of 4-year, 3-year language here.
No, the term is 1 year at a time. What it's saying is you can serve for no more than 4 years consecutively. So, when President Herring had served as president for 4 years and still had another year on her term, then she was not eligible to be the president that year. I am term limited. For some of you all, it'll be a relief that I'll be off the board next August. I certainly can't serve as president past that, even if I were elected to a 2-year term, because I won't be on the board at that point. Mr. Blue?
Just to clarify for the delegates, the language in question, we had switched from 4-year terms, biannual elections, to 3-year terms, annual elections. That meant that for some time we had an overlap of board members with 4-year terms, board members with 3-year terms. The language in question simply clarified what would happen in those years during the overlap. At this point in the cycle, we have been on 3 years for a while. We may have actually gone through a couple of cycles of 3-year terms. This language is just plain obsolete.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the change as proposed, signify by holding up your credentials. All opposed? That motion passes an army to none. Motion 1919, and Mr. Day, you may want to address this here now. 1919, Mr. Winston.
All right, so this would delete the obsolete sentence that says the terms of the executive board shall commence at their first meeting, which immediately follows the annual meeting, and shall continue for 2 years, except the term of an officer who leaves the board after 1 year would expire. The practice we followed has been the elections are for 1 year, and that's what Article 6, Section 6 provides. The committee supported this 11-1-1 to 0. The workshop was overwhelming, 23 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
So, what this would do then is conform the terms between the two periods of 1 year. As Mr. Day has pointed out, there is a provision in Section 6 of the bylaws, which is at the top of page 37. Section 6 of the bylaws says the term of each member shall be for 1 year, except that upon a vote of 2/3 of its membership, the executive board may at any time meet in person or by teleconference and elect new officers. Is that a problem? I don't know, I'm asking.
No, I don't think it is. I appreciate you answering the question and helping clarify the intent. I personally think the wording is suboptimal. I am very annoyed when people try to rewrite bylaws on the fly in the middle of the delegates meeting, and I will not do that. If I think we need better wording, I'll raise it next year in an ATM so it can be properly considered.
Well, and to understand where this came from, the governance task force did a review of delegates' action of continuing interest and the bylaws to identify stuff that was just out of date and weird. And so, well, maybe not weird because there's still some weird stuff in there, but out of date and contradictory. And so we were just trying to resolve the conflict. It may still be suboptimal, and the GTF next year could come back with some other thoughts to it. The principle, I think, is good. You know, if 2/3 of the body wants to change the officers, you know, they ought to. They should not be led by people they don't want to be.
Yeah, I appreciate you answering the question.
All right, thank you. Is there any other questions or comment? All in favor of the motion as presented, signify by raising your credentials. All opposed? Harold's opposed and affirmed, but I think he really meant he was in favor, so that passed an army to nothing. Okay, let's move on to 1920. This is still coming out of some comments in the GTF.
All right, it amends Article 6, Section 3 to remove the requirement to make printed copies of EB minutes available on request. The sentence currently states, and it's on page 36, delegates and alternate delegates may receive printed copies of minutes upon request and upon payment of a reasonable fee. This refers to the executive board minutes. They are up on the website. People can make their own copies. So we didn't see any reason for this. The committee endorsed it 11-1 to 1. The workshop, even a bigger vote, 23-0, 1 abstention.
So as a practical matter right now, you can call up the office, they send me the minutes, they'll say that'll cost you $45 or $4 or whatever the executive director sets as a reasonable fee, and they'll mail it to you. In practicality, if you call up, they say, here's where the link is on the website. That's what happens. So, is there any comment on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by holding up your credentials. That's a whole bunch, y'all. Any opposed? It passes an army to none. Mr. Winston, you and I did good, didn't we? We're on 1921.
All right, this is ADM 1921, and it would remove the last sentences in Article 6, Section 6, and Article 7, Section 1, rather revise them, and they're on pages 37 and 39, to read, the executive board can elect one of its members as secretary or designate a person to fulfill the functions of secretary. If we go back in the past, the EB elected one of its people as secretary, but then they switched to appoint someone as secretary, like someone from the office, but the feeling was, why not give the executive board the option? The committee approved it 12-1, and the workshop approved it 24-0 with 2 abstentions.
Mr. Chairman, what was the rationale for appointment of a secretary?
Predates me.
Prior to my seat in this role as secretary, Mr. Hall, the executive director, was secretary of the board previously to me. Elected or appointed, I'm not sure what it was since I wasn't on the board at the time. Mr. Hall was the secretary of the organization.
And what this simply does is give us the ability to either elect one of our members or appoint somebody else. We need to appoint Fred. Yeah, he's voting for Fred. Okay. Any other comments? All in favor of this motion signify by holding up your credentials. That's a whole bunch of y'all. Anybody opposed? An army to none once again.
And I'm abstaining.
I'm not counting abstentions. He went and said he'd go along with the group as a whole, so that's okay. But I get it. Okay, we are on to 1922, sir.
All right, this is a motion that Alan and I have sponsored to repeal delegate action of continuing interest 2. And that's found on page 1 of your DACI packet that was in the folder. And that reads, tournament coordination. The USCF shall exert its influence through offices to coordinate and schedule sanctioned tournaments sponsored by regional or state chess associations. Well, that's just not done anymore. The committee endorsed it 9-0 to 1, 3 saying needs more thought. The workshop, a greater endorsement, 26-0.
Are there any comments?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, in practice, would this constitute removing the clearinghouse page from the website?
Actually, it would not. What it does is we don't intend to remove that, but it doesn't require us to exert influence, because we don't really know exactly what that means, and there's no or what behind it, as some of you all have said, and we don't have regional vice presidents and regional organizations anymore. So it's antiquated in the way that it does. I will tell you the board has no intention of changing that. And in a practicality, most people are looking at what's happening in their area anyway. I think there's been a little less concern about this and a lot more overlap, if I'm seeing it right, in a lot of our markets. People are, that's and an organizer who hones in on one that's been a long-standing tournament frequently doesn't do particularly well, and it sort of solves that problem quickly. Are there any discussion of this matter? All in favor of the change signify by holding up your credentials. That's an army again. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Keep them rolling, boss. We got 10 more minutes.
All right, ABM 1923 is to repeal delegate action of continuing interest 19, and that's on page 3 of the DACI, and it reads as follows. Investment of life membership assets. The LMA committee shall establish an investment policy that is expected to produce an aggregated return equaling or exceeding 6% on its invested assets, parenthesis excluding the USCF office building, close. Well, we no longer have an LMA committee, we have an LMA trust, therefore this resolution is obsolete. The committee voted in favor of a change, 12-0 to 1. The workshop, an even greater endorsement, 29-0 in favor.
Just as an expression, the LMA trust actually has been working toward that benchmark of 6%. I think it's fair to say, Mr. Vice President for Finance. It does give the LMA trustees the flexibility of setting that rate periodically as market conditions so dictate, but I don't think you're intending to change from trying to hit that 6%. Am I correct?
Not at all. Even in these type of markets, to look at the preferreds of large banks such as JP Morgan, you'll find their preferreds are 5.5. So there's no reason in bond substitutes that we can't go after 6%. But if something happens where we have a period of massive deflation, those numbers could change, and just getting 2% could make a real rate of return of 6 or 7% on cash. So to have a mandate, it's not flexible enough. To have an objective or a goal is the best policy.
And you're adopting that within the group as a whole, right?
Yes, we are.
Sir, if you would like to speak to the motion.
Yes, Andrew Riddy, Virginia, and I would guess
point of information for either makers of the motion, sort of define again for our delegates the difference between the LMA, the former LMA committee and the current LMA trust.
I'll be happy to address that from the chair if you'll give me the indulgence to address it from here rather than coming to the mic. The issue that we confronted a couple of years ago is that we wanted to put some stronger guardrails around the LMA, frankly, is what we wanted to do. The LMA was a committee at the time. It was appointed by the delegates. Our former president, Dr. Redmond, was famous for saying, you know, that it served as the savings account of this organization. And at the time he said that, he was absolutely right. The problem is it shouldn't. The purpose of the LMA Trust is to hold and invest funds provided by life members to provide services for those life members over time. So what we have done in establishing and what you all did, you did it a few years ago, changed to a grantor trust arrangement. So it can be dissolved by the action of this group of delegates if they wish, but it makes those people who are managing the money as trustees fiduciaries to the money. So if they screw it up, they're personally liable for screwing it up. That put it in perspective? That's what the big difference was. We raised the standard for the behavior of the people who are managing over $500,000 and potentially $1 million if we ever sold the building, and it would turn into cash and it would stay in there, of your money. So that was main reason for making that change at the time. And it did put some more guardrails on what we're doing. It coincided with us getting our act together and getting all the money that LMA over the years had put into making sure that we paid the people on time and kept the lights on back into the LMA. And it also got LMA assets out of being security for borrowing from the organization. Also, further, we had paid off the mortgage on the building so they didn't have to retain funds in a more liquid way to make mortgage payments in case the operating side of the organization didn't, because the operating side was not paying them interest, was not paying them rent, but was actually covering all the cost of running the building, including making payments on the mortgage. So after we got all that fixed, we said, okay, we don't need to act like a savings account. Let's put it over here and let's make darn sure that the people who are managing the money have to put the interests of the organization ahead of their own, which was arguable whether they had to do it quite that way before, frankly. Okay, does that help? All right, I'm sorry? Go ahead, Bob.
I'd like to make a comment on it. This structural change came about in January of 2013. It has been a very good structural change. Yes, we have more responsibility and for the funds as trustees, but it is a good structural change for this corporation. I believe you brought it, and I appreciate your work, Alan.
Is there any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion as presented, raise your credentials. All opposed? Seeing none, passes an army to 0. We are at 6 minutes till. I think we got time to cover one, maybe two more, because I'm going to stop at 5. You know, we're pretty far along unless y'all just get crazy on the rule change tomorrow. I know that would never happen here, but I think that at that point I'd like to give y'all who are playing time to have dinner and get to it. So we're going to do a pretty much hard stop at 5. Depends on how much time we take for this one as to whether we can take on the next one.
All right, 1924, Executive Board votes on resolutions will be available to the delegates in printed form at the annual delegates meeting. It would be a DACI. Now that was done this year. If they were in the delegates call, the idea is just to make sure this continues. The committee voted in favor 11-2, the workshop 26-0-1. If this passes, I will withdraw 1925 as unnecessary.
Call the question.
I need it. No, we don't need a second.
Right, we just have a motion out there. There's no point in calling the question. We don't have anybody up to speak to it. So, anyone all in favor of this motion signify by holding up your credentials. All opposed? That's approved again, an army to nothing. 1925 has been withdrawn by the maker. We are at 5 minutes till. I honestly think we probably don't have time to deal with 1926. There may be some discussion about that one. So, folks, I really appreciate your attention today and your good-naturedness in the way that we work together. In the political climate that we have in this country today, it's good that we can get people together and disagree and not throw things at each other. So I hope we will continue that tomorrow. The meeting will resume in the morning at 9 o'clock in this exact same room. We are in recess until then. All right. We are back into session here at 9, almost 15. Our goal today is to get you done by noon. For those of y'all who are playing in 3 o'clock round, that will give you plenty of time to get ready for the round. However, we also would like to get thoroughly through all the business on the agenda. I am always surprised at something that seems to take an inordinate amount of time, and I never know what that is. So at some point there will be. Remember our rules of debate. You will be limited to 2 minutes, and we will start that. I will remember to start that right now. I got the timer here. Second, you are entitled to speak to the issue under Robert's Rules of Orders exactly twice today. That's not speak in total, but to any one issue, you get to speak twice. And you don't get your second turn at the mic till everybody who wanted to have their first term at the mic gets their time. Now, that doesn't mean if you're in line that you have to worry about that. I'm kind of tracking that. So if there's somebody behind you who has not spoken and you've already spoken, don't fuss at me when I switch them. Y'all did great yesterday. Thank you for your help with that. And that will allow us to get everybody who would like to be heard as much as possible. But also remember that when the body does not want to continue to discuss an issue, the question can be called. And if 2/3 of the body supports that motion, we're going to be done and vote, okay? We'll also work really hard to keep track for you all of what we're dealing with right then. Yesterday, I think we had a motion with an amendment, with motion to refer, kind of stacked on top of one another. And I'm going to try to, my job is to help sort that through, okay? So bear with us and we'll move on. Do I need anything from you? I don't think I do. I think we covered it, right? Okay. So, the next order of business on the agenda for this morning is, ADM 1926, sponsored by Myron Lieberman and Rachel Lieberman. Since it has 2 sponsors, this motion does not require a second. Mrs. Lieberman, would you like to address your motion?
I will. Thank you, President Priest. Good morning to all. This is an extremely unique motion. It came about because of a unique situation that happened to me last year. I have since seen it happen to Jim Manella during this meeting. There were 2 people on the floor and nobody else, a situation of 1 and 1. One person had not spoken yet. The second person wanted to call the question. In each case, the person who wanted to call the question came in front of the person who had not spoken yet. The question was called, and the person who had not had the opportunity to speak was forced to sit down, not being able to have the 2 minutes of time. So what we're talking about here is a professional courtesy. We should have some respect for each other. And a person who has not spoken to an issue before should automatically, in my opinion, and this is the spirit of the motion, should automatically have that right to speak in front of calling the question, because we delegates have traveled at our own expense, and we do it, among other reasons, to participate in this meeting. And the purpose of this meeting is to be able to speak your mind and speak your piece. And so 2 minutes is not too much to ask, I would hope. Please help me pass this motion or something that embraces the spirit of this motion. Thank you.
Mrs. Lieberman, I think, addressed issues yesterday. I'd also like to point out that on at least 2 and I think 3 occasions, there were motions to call the question that were defeated by the body. So that does exist. And no one who is standing at the mic, remember the rules, if they're applied properly, and I don't think they've always been applied properly every year, if there's someone who has spoken to the question, right? They've already spoken. They don't get the mic again if there is someone in line who has not spoken to the question. So what we have in the situation yesterday, we had someone who had never spoken to the question who called the question. So, Mr. Bylaws Chairman, I suspect you have something that may have come out of the workshop.
Yes, indeed. If this was considered by both the committee and by the workshop, the committee voted narrowly in favor, 8-6, 3 abstaining, 3 needs more thought. However, the workshop voted against, 7 in favor, 25 against.
Is there any discussion?
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I'm sympathetic to the plight of somebody who hasn't spoken yet, not being able to speak, but usually when the question is called, many other people have already spoken on the question. And I think in order to allow discussion to move forward, the meeting to move forward, I think the delegates do need to have the ability by a 2/3 vote to stop debate. And I would also point out, as Mr. Priest said, that if we enforce the debate procedures in Robert's rules more strictly than has been done in the past, then the chair will be giving preference to people who have not yet spoken. So I think that would address to some extent Rachel's concerns in this matter. So I would vote against this motion.
Excuse me.
Get the button.
Mr. Emmett?
My understanding is this motion only applies to a unique situation where there are 2 people at the mics, one at one mic and one at the other mic, and where one of them is there to call the question, the other one hasn't spoken. So this would not really affect a lot of the situations, but it would affect a situation where there is one more person who wants to say something and hasn't had a chance to do it. So I think that's not too much to ask, to have one more person, if that's what the situation is.
Thank you, Mr. Emmett. Mr. Just?
I'm against this because we already have relief. It happened at this meeting. The second time I was at this mic, I called the question, and rightfully someone objected. This body got to decide whether or not to continue listening to debate or not. We already have a rule in place that addresses this situation. If the person who hasn't been heard yet doesn't object, that's their choice. I'm against this rule.
The next person who was at the mic was Dr. Fong.
Okay, I just wanted to expand a little bit on what Bob Messenger was saying about many people usually speak when a question is being debated, and when the question is called, it's usually after considerable debate. When Tim Just or I come up to try to call the question, we already perceive that the issue is pretty well decided there, and we want to expedite things and call things to a vote. I'm very sympathetic to the Liebermans about wanting to get get everyone's words in and to speak. I think we have pretty good mechanisms there. And I have also, I think Tim does this and I do this, whenever someone wants to speak and they know I'm trying to call the question, I'll let them go ahead and speak before that. That's why I didn't get to call the question this time here, because I've let so many people speak when I wanted to call the question. So anyway, I think we have a fairly good mechanism in place already.
Thank you, sir. Up here at the floor mic, Mr. Lumelski. Sorry.
Alexander Lumelski, Connecticut. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the motion.
Certainly you may make that request to amend it. Could you please read it?
You have to read it. The amendment is, upon a motion to call the question, the subsequent speaker in line to be heard, who intends to speak on the question and is otherwise eligible to speak, may request the chairperson or chair to be permitted 2 minutes of time for a final point or comment by invoking this call-in-one or Lieberman rule. The chairperson or chair shall then yield the floor to the speaker for 2 minutes ahead of the vote on the motion to call the question.
That almost sounds like a
That's a replacement
substitute
motion. That's a
to
replacement
replace the motion, but you're presenting that to Rachel and Myron to see if they like those changes. I like those changes. From the chair's perspective, I'm not really supposed to weigh in. That sounds a little easier to administer, frankly. Okay?
Do you want to put it up?
Can you give that to Pete, please? Give it to Peter on the far side.
So actually what we now have is not the motion that's printed in the delegates call, as I understand it, and it will get up on the screen in a moment, but to summarize where you might not have been able to hear, the change in the motion basically says now that when there is a person who calls the question and the person behind them has not spoken to the issue at all, they may raise a point of privilege, basically. It's sort of that, it's not technically that, and be granted the floor to speak without a vote on the calling of the question. The calling question then will be deferred until after they speak. That's my, Mr. Parliamentarian, does that sound about how we're talking about modifying the rules? Okay. Ooh, I took too long. So, so that's what we're in now. Please don't speak to the original motion. We are now speaking to the changed one, but the essence of it is pretty close to being the same. Andy, you were at the mic next.
I choose to yield.
All right, Mr. Manella here at the front mic.
All right, speaking to the new amendment, the new motion, I would support it. I think the key thing here, Rachel brought it up, it's a courtesy that we're extending to ourselves. I understand Robert's Rules of Order. I understand that at times time itself can be pressing, but we're talking at most 2 minutes of our time, and I believe that just extending a courtesy to ourselves is an important thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Mr. Ballou.
Ken Ballou, representing the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Let's say that the person behind the individual who moves the previous question then has 2 minutes to speak. Meanwhile, another person has stood up behind the person moving the question. Does that individual get 2 minutes to speak, since it is the same situation? We already have a procedure to remedy a premature call of the question, and that is for at least 1/3 of the body to vote no to continue debate.
So I take that you were speaking against the amended motion. Okay.
Against the amendment.
I'm with you. Bob, have you spoken to, you have not spoken to the amended motion, so I
That's
think
right.
you should have the floor next, please.
All right, Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. First of all, we have 2 mics, not just one. So the person, if, in other words, I'm calling the question, there's someone behind me, but the person at the other mic may have got there before the person behind me. This motion is only talking about the one mic. So that's a sort of a technical problem with this as I see it. And again, and this is just making it automatic that you try to call the question and yet you have to give up, allow speech for 2 minutes. So that, again, the delegates, as I said before, I believe the delegates by 2/3 vote should be able to shut off debate and not automatically have an additional 2 minutes speech. And I would also point out this doesn't seem to be, the new version doesn't say anything about whether the person behind me in line has already spoken or not.
I would correct you on that. It does say they would be otherwise eligible to speak. So if you had, that would, it tend to, I get it. There's still some issues with that language, because if they had not spoken twice, they would be eligible to speak. So there's some problems with the language.
Well, they may have spoken
But-
once, but, I mean, if they've already spoken twice, then I agree they're not eligible to speak.
But by being
they
eligible
may
to
have spoken
speak, I
once.
agree with you. I think it would be interpreted as if they've spoken to it once, they'd be eligible to speak the second time. The way this is worded, I don't know that's the intent, but the way that this is worded.
All right, so anyway, so I'm also against the revised version.
Mr. Lemowski, please.
Yeah, Mr. President. The intent is to make it easier on the chair to not have to over-enforce the rule to figure out who the correct speaker is. So I don't think there's really much of an issue whether the speaker is on their first or second turn. It's only an additional 2 minutes. This makes the call the question motion a warning that debate is about to end, and then give the speakers one more 2-minute session. It is a courtesy for the delegates who have traveled a long way to be here, as was already said, and I think 2 minutes is not too long. Thank you.
Mr. Ballou?
The chair's job is easiest above all if we remain with the rule that call the question is non-debatable and voted on immediately.
Mr. Ray?
Yes, Andrew Ray, Virginia. And what happens when you yield to that next person who's only going to speak for 2 minutes, but they present a substitute motion or another motion? That motion will have to be addressed, and that will probably be substantially more than 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen?
Point of information, maybe it's a question of wording or not. It's up there, the chairperson shall then yield the floor. Is this meant that the floor must be yielded, or that the chairperson has the option of yielding the floor?
Generally, shall means you're going to do it. Mr. Attorney? Right, I mean, you've had your time to speak to it, but just clarification in the motion, shall means you're going to do it.
Right, I understand.
No, am I correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fong?
Yes, I have only slight opposition to this substitute resolution. I understand that probably helps, and it goes to the spirit of what has been said earlier. I think it does add some complexity to moderating a debate, and it is a deviation from Robert's Rules of Order, so I think it's just a little unnecessary, is my thought.
There is a technical issue with the wording of the motion. It calls
You're speaking as the parliamentarian?
Yes.
I presume. Thank you.
It calls for the chair to yield the floor. The chair did not have the floor.
Correct. Mr. Just?
I call the question.
There's a guy behind you.
Is there, are there any objections?
Oh, okay.
Seeing none, the question is called. The amendatory language is what is on the floor, and that is on the board.
Point of information, if the amended motion...
If the amended motion fails, are we then considering the original motion?
No.
No, it's a substitute.
It has been substituted, is really what's happened. It was a friendly substitution of one motion for the other. This is the only motion that will be considered. Once this vote happens, we will be moving on to 1927. We good? A very good year? Okay.
It's the roaring 20s.
My daddy was born the next year. He just turned 90. All in favor of the of this motion as printed on the board, signify by holding up your credentials. All opposed? We do not need to count. The motion fails. Before I go on, by the way, just to help you out, because one of my jobs is to instruct you on how to do some of this stuff, when I make a ruling like that, you can object to my ruling. Then that is decided by 2/3 vote. For the chair, ruling from the chair to be overridden, it requires a 2/3 vote by the body. Okay, so just letting you know. I don't have the final word on that. Y'all do, but you have to object, and then it has to have, 2/3 have to agree with the person who object. Okay, is that clear? And I don't think that's debatable. Okay, good deal. All right, we are on to motion 1927. This was put forth by the executive board, but I think that the chairman of bylaws can speak to it to present the information. Is that fair?
Okay, that's fair. All right, this has to do with Article 4, Section 6 of the bylaws, and what happens if we implement an electronic voting system. The amendment proposed by the executive board is to make it clear that if you don't want to vote electronically, then you have to request specifically a paper ballot. Currently, the language talks about getting Chess Life by mail and ballots in Chess Life, but that's not what's practiced. So the committee voted in favor of this 10-3-1. The workshop voted in favor 27-0 with 3 abstentions.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of 1927 signify by holding up your credentials. All opposed? It's an army to like one. Were you opposed or were you still in favor of it? Okay, he's just slow. It was an army to none. Okay, there we go.
Mr. President, may I bring up, it's
Yes.
not a point of information because it's information I'm imparting.
Please, you may have the floor to impart your guidance upon us.
All right, if you had said that it takes a 2/3 vote to overturn the decision of the chair, but if you look at the last page of your delegates call, the very last column, appeal a ruling of the chair takes a majority vote.
I have doubts about the accuracy of that chart. Obviously, I have to do this from memory now, but I do recall that the question is phrased as, shall the decision of the chair be overturned, and requires a supermajority.
The stuff that's in the back is not necessarily Robert's rules. It's a summation of stuff. I'll guarantee you I'm right because I looked it up yesterday. And he and I talked about it yesterday. I'll give it to you. You can find it. Okay, so he'll look, we'll tell you, right? If I'm wrong, he'll tell you. I'll tell you if we're wrong or right, either way. 1926, the maker is here. There is a single maker. This will require a second. I'm sorry, 28 once we go. Sir? Okay. I know where this is.
Mr. President, move to amend the wording on this motion for clarity. And here is a copy.
You're going to have to get right up in the mic, Neil.
Move to amend this motion.
Stop.
Neil
Before you
Deach.
go on, will you introduce yourself and your state?
Neil Deach, State of Alabama. Introducing this motion for chess and education, but I'm moving to, first of all, amend the motion for clarity. All of the, specifically in bullet B, to amend the phrase "such organizations," which is meant to refer to such international CIE organizations. So insert after such CIE, international CIE organizations. The last word in sentence B, please substitute board for committee. This is just for clarity, so I ask the unanimous consent of the delegates.
You're amending your own motion. I think we're good.
Okay.
So would you like to express, now that you've clarified what the motion is, would you like to express further the rationale behind it?
Yesterday, Gary Walters spoke of barges and speedboats. In thinking about this motion and having worked with chess and education for at least 6 years, my opinion is that chess and education, to be successful, is going to require a combination of barge, speedboats, and assistance, in some cases, from other allies internationally. Speedboats are going to be the key component of this in order to be successful, and this motion is in line with that to encourage the communication with the barge, speedboats, and international allies. I'll make 3 points on this, please. Number one, the motion is in line with U.S. chess goals. Number one of the U.S. chess goals is increase chess and education. Alan Priest has done a great article in this August Chess Life in which he elaborates on what chess and education is and what it is not. This motion is in line and consistent with the definition of, and the article put forward by Alan, so I look at this in some senses as an endorsement by the delegates of the ideas put forth in that article. Secondly, there is a great gap in the chess and education in the U.S. in comparison to entities like, or organizations, continents like Europe and Asia. We have a lot of catching up to do. So the intent of this is to help in that effort, specifically to look at the gaps that exist. Europe has a chess and education training program. They have certifications. They do these programs in multiple countries. There are newsletters. There is promotional material and videos put out by the Chess Forum, the the European Chess Union Education Committee. There's much to be done. Finally, I just want to talk to, the third point is public relations. This body had disbanded its Chess and Education Committee. There hasn't been much progress.
Your
so
2 minutes is up.
I would ask that the board think about the public relations, ask you to vote for chess and education. That sends one message. Voting no on a chess and education vote sends a completely different message to all the allies that are needed to make chess and education better in the U.S. Thank you.
U.S. Chess is presently represented on the FIDE Chess and Education by Grandmaster Alex Onashuk. Mr. Weramantri.
Yes, Sunil Veeramantri, New York. While I admire the intent of this motion, I am going to move that this be referred to Scholastic Committee.
We have a motion that has been seconded. However, the original motion has never been seconded yet. Is there someone who would like to second the original motion that was presented? Good, thank you. Now we have that motion, which is fully valid, and now we have a motion to refer. Would anyone like to address the motion to refer? Mr. Messenger's at the floor mic.
Yes, I'm in favor of referring. To give the, this is to the Scholastic Council?
Yes.
Yes, to give the Scholastic Council a chance to evaluate this and report back.
That was what the referral was. And the process of the referral will go to the Scholastic Council. They will then make a report back to this body next year as to, very much like what we did in most of the old business, right? It would be the similar sort of treatment for it. Sir.
William Bowman, Florida. I just want to hear the rationale why we can't vote on it, why we're referring.
Mr. Weramantri, would you like to address?
Yes, in reading through this, it's a fairly complex motion. There are numerous parts to it, and I think it really demands study. And I think it's in our interest to take a closer look at it.
Did that answer your question? Did that answer your question? Okay. Mr. Deach.
I've been working on speedboats. I hate to see a delay here. This is an advanced motion. It's got a lot of discussion in the forums. I would urge that we go ahead and vote on it now. I hope that it's clear enough, the implications are sufficiently understood by the delegates to vote now.
I see some people coming to the mic. I will wait. Mr. Hayter.
Well, I understand that this has been discussed in the forums, and I actually have read every comment in the forum relative to this motion. I am not sure that every other delegate has had that opportunity, and I am not sure that the Scholastic Council has had that opportunity. Again, this motion, the intent is a good motion. Let's make sure that we get it right, and part of that is deliberative. And I realize you may want a speedboat, but a speedboat that moves so fast that it crashes is not a good thing either. Let's take our time, do it right, refer it to the Scholastic Council.
Thank you, Mr. Hayter. Mr. Bauer.
Randy Bauer from Iowa. As one who participated in the forum discussion, I think it would be fair to characterize the support for the motion on the forums as skeptical. I think a lot of the issues that are addressed in this particular motion are already in some shape or form being considered by the Scholastic Council, by the Executive Board, and perhaps by other committees too. In that respect, I think some continued study and figuring out exactly how this fits in with all of what is currently going on makes a lot of sense.
And to help explain some of the other things that are going on is we have our own Sophia Rode, who is on the Chess and Education. I don't think exactly called that, for the Continental Association, and is working very extensively on a new program rollout that has been mentioned a bit, working on how to incorporate some international communications and things between scholastic chess players in this country and others in other countries in our area. So we're not only already engaged with it at the FIDE level, we are engaged with it at the continental level. Just in case folks didn't know, Sophia was working on that. I think, Alex, I think you were next.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the original maker of the motion. The delegates may not have had a chance to fully interpret this motion, but the Scholastic Council has no excuse not to have come up with opinions in 2 months, and they certainly, referring it to the Scholastic Council does not seem to be necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Although
You were at the mic for referral.
Correct.
Okay.
Although I am in favor of the motion in general, I, however, prefer the idea of referring it to the Scholastic Council for them to possibly, in one way or another, improve the motion, possibly including actual financial support, which, as the motion reads, is not required. So it's possible this could come back next year, not only with maybe, although I don't know necessarily if it's needed, better wording, but also with a, I guess, I'm not sure the proper word, but a plan for actual financial support from the USCF as well. So I am in favor of tabling it, or referring it, sorry.
Yeah, the motion is not to table, the motion is to refer. Those are different things. Mr. Dietz, you're back at the mic. This will be your second time speaking to the motion to refer.
I would be happy to have the Scholastic Council build upon this motion and add funding or suggest funding. I would ask that we include this very basic motion now.
Mr. Just.
Call the question.
Are there any objections? Question, seeing none, the question has been called. We are not voting on the motion itself. We are voting on the motion to refer this to the Scholastic Council. If the motion to refer fails, we will be back to speaking to the main motion. All in favor of referral signify by holding up your credentials. All opposed to referral who wish to debate the main motion further, the referral passes by a large majority. The motion has been referred to the Scholastic Council. Mr. Waramontri, presuming you are the chair through the year, and I think that you are, we will expect to have a report on this at next year's delegates meeting. Thank you very much. just as an information as I get my act together up here, I believe Mr. Weramontri and Beatrice Marinello have been elected as co-chairs of the Scholastic Council. Am I correct, for the coming year? If the EB approves, yes. But they have been elected by the council. We will make those final approvals tomorrow. Damn it, this afternoon. Look, I really got to sleep No. I got to sleep late last night. Okay. The next motion is presented by Steve Emmett, Daniel Rode, and Sophia Rode, and just to set the tone properly, no. Go for it, guys.
Letting Dan be the first button.
There's already been conversation about this motion that it might be moot. However, I would like to mention that this is about the practicality of this, that we want not just a technical process, but a practical one, so that tournament directors and organizers can figure out certification of equipment and work with them. Let's make sure that everyone's aware. So this is about awareness and practicality.
As we had mentioned, if you did not pick up a copy of the revised device review policy, that's down here on the table, so you know how we're actually doing it now. Mr. Hoffpower, would you like to address again for the body to refresh their memory as to what we talked about we're doing in this area?
Yes, Mr. President. As this document, which we do have additional copies up front, does state, the device policy is envisioned to be implemented in 2 phases. The first phase of which went into effect on August 1st, revises the compliance checklist for compliance with the rules of chess. The second piece, which we are still studying in collaboration currently with Underwriters Labs, is developing appropriate checklists to look for hardware and software vulnerabilities. And that part, because it's still in work, is not ready to be implemented. Mr. President, if I may, a point of information for the makers of the motion. I understand the use, the phrasing in the motion, but I'm concerned about the part that says granting provisional US chess certification. Can you explain what provisional means? If it means, would a tournament director be willing to test a device at his or her tournament, or an organizer do that, I'm comfortable with it, but granting provisional certification, I'd like some explanation of what that means.
It's pretty much just what you said, that sort of a testing, just a beta, maybe testing phase before it's become official. In other words, there's a twofold purpose: to define the process of certification as a multi-step process. One is not official until the provisional phase has been successfully completed, followed by the official approval.
I believe, to expand on what Mike said about the revised policy, one of the things in the revised policy that has become different, Mike, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the review committee is no longer just a rules committee comprised only of the rules committee members, many of whom are in fact tournament directors, but it expands it, and the checklist expands even the considerations that they're following. So the previous checklist basically just looked for conformity with the rules of chess, but the current checklist, even beyond looking at UL possibly testing the electronics of the device, expands that review relatively significantly. And then also we made it a point to make sure that that committee does not send the approval out to a vendor until that's passed through the executive board. Am I correct in the way I understand that?
Yes, sir, you are. And I can't speak for the rules committee or for David as the chair, but I do think that it's very appropriate to have tests done on devices. And I know of instances where Al Losoff and John Haskell have tested different types of devices in their events, and all of that is very, very useful data for the looking at a device and the potential for it to be accepted.
I believe the next person in the mic is in the back, Mr. Cohen.
Point of information, this is at least the second time we've had something dealing with approval by US Chess. Have we ever had any paid endorsements by US Chess?
Of equipment?
Yeah, twice.
Answer that, please. You all are saying, I'm not sure.
Yeah, to my knowledge, there's been at least twice. There was the original, was it the game timer?
Clock?
Had one? Yeah, clock a long time ago, and then there's currently a clock that's not quite in production yet, but there is an agreement between US Chess and the manufacturer for that particular device.
Clocks.
So it's clocks. They're not electronic notation devices, they're clocks.
Did I answer your question? Yes. I believe Mr. Just was at the mic next.
I have a point of information from the makers of the motion. The delegates request to be advised. That's the only people you want to advise? You don't want to advise tournament directors and organizers? I just want to make sure I understand.
Would you like to address the question there, Mr. Emmett?
Well, originally I was here for something else.
I understand. That's okay. This doesn't take your speaking. You're just answering this question.
The point of specifically identifying the delegates was that if there were certification issues, they could address them with some kind of force as to whether there's something that's to be certified and that needs to be rethought or re-examined. So I think delegates was intended to be there. I don't know if it needs to be expanded. It's probably more cumbersome to include other people because the more people you include to advise, I think the more cumbersome it is. So I guess yes, delegates should be. That was the answer to that specific question.
Okay, so hold that. Stop there. Are we good there? Did that answer your question? Okay. The next person who was up was Mr. Ballou.
Another flaw that I see in this motion is the delegates request to be advised in advance. Yeah. Well, for example, the executive board at a meeting votes on a motion that says they're giving provisional certification. They direct somebody at the office to send out email saying that they're granting certification in about half an hour. That's advance notice. The other issue is the rationale refers to a trial period, sort of a field test trial period. Who is providing this equipment? Are we expecting tournament directors, organizers, players to buy units that are being tested? I know that as a player, if I buy a unit that subsequently does not receive certification, I'm not going to be in a good mood.
Stop. Mike, under the current review policy, would you explain how that's done? Because devices are in fact provided to the office for that review.
Yes, when a manufacturer desires to have a device examined by the Federation and with an intent of having it certified for use in US Chess tournaments, what happens is the manufacturer contacts the US Chess office either in writing or by email or by phone, and then the manufacturer is requested to send in 3 copies of the devices, and then those go initially to the rules committee, and they split out among the committee members who are going to be selected to take a look at the device, and then they use the rules checklist to examine the device, and it all comes back to the rules committee with their forms filled out about how those 3 individuals examined the device. The rules committee chairman would sign off on whether it's acceptable or not acceptable and provide his comments. Then it comes back to the office and to the executive board so we can look at the data that's come in. But it's 3 devices. They get shipped out, and those expenses are borne by the manufacturer, not borne by the office. They get shipped out to the reviewers, come back to the office with the voting forms, and then they come to the executive board at some point with the results of the certification process.
I believe Mr. Hayter has not spoken to this motion, so you would have the floor first, sir.
I am against the motion in its present format. There have already been some problems with the wording. The delegates only meet once a year. Is email, Ken's point about the notification, what does that mean? I understand why this motion was made. We had a problem last year with one particular piece of equipment, and the process was probably not done as well as it could have been. The executive board got that memo. They're taking action. They're fixing the problem that existed. Let's let them deal with that in that way. I think we have to trust them a little bit, and they are doing the right sorts of things, moving this along. Let's not overreact to one time when the train went off the tracks, which it did. They got it. Let's let them deal with it. The intent behind the motion is already being dealt with. I don't think we need to pass this motion to address what happened in the past and what will happen in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Hayter. Mr. Emmett, you have already spoken to the motion once. You answered a question which doesn't count. This is your second bite of the apple balls.
Yes, I would just want to refer this to the executive board.
So now we have a new motion to refer this to the executive board, which would require the executive board to look at it and report back next year. That motion has been seconded. That is now the motion that is on the floor. Does anyone want to speak to the motion to refer? Seeing none, all in favor of referring to the executive board? Any opposed? There is like 2 opposed to that, but it will be referred. Now for one of the most fun parts of the meeting. Well, maybe not.
Annual part of the meeting.
Now we are moving into some rules questions. For some of us, mercifully, there looks to be only one major issue addressed in 2 different motions. My wife will be thrilled. So, motion 1930, Mr. Emmett. Mr. Goichberg is not present, so cannot address that issue, but Mr. Emmett and Ms. Rode are, and it will not require a second because they are both here. Go ahead, Steve.
This motion generally came out of as an outgrowth of correcting another defect, I think, in the wording of, not a defect, but perhaps imperfection in the wording of the rule on illegal moves and the penalty associated. So when the Rules Committee was considering that aspect, I also introduced another one subsequent to that, which was the motion that you see in front of you. This was addressed at the Rules, it was addressed by the Rules Workshop and also by the Rules Committee, and it seems as we have perhaps a perfecting wording that might be applied to this. So if I'm correct in the gist of what we decided subsequent to the Rules Workshop, and Ken, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the workshop considered or came up with the wording. Thank you, Ken. Yes, thank you, Ken. The motion is amended to state to amend the official rules of chess, Rule 11D, not D1, but 11D, as follows. Delete the phrase, quote, i.e. 2 minutes added to the opponent's clock, unquote, and insert the sentence, if the opponent has completed a move subsequent to the illegal move, comma, the standard penalty does not apply. That insertion comes before the word see also. And basically what this is getting at is that in the current version of Rule 11D, the words standard penalty and 2 minutes added to the opponent's clock are both referenced, and we feel it's not only redundant to do that, but also should the standard penalty at some point be changed, we would also have to go back and change this specific wording every time the words 2 minute penalty applies instead of the standard penalty, which is more of a global reference as opposed to a specific reference. The other part is having to do with when the illegal move penalty which is 2 minutes added to the opponent's clock, is applicable, and it was felt by the workshop and the Rules Committee that the penalty should apply only before the opponent has completed a move and not afterwards. In other words, he shouldn't reserve the right to receive a penalty, let's say, 8 moves after the illegal move, especially in a situation where there might be time pressure involved, or even not. So if I've misstated any of this, then I yield to any corrections that I've missed.
Before we do anything else, so have we amended the language? Have we amended the language of the motion? We need to get it over there so we can get it recorded, because I don't know if you all struggled to follow exactly what those language differences were, but I did. Visual aids would be good. Mr. Blue.
Well, I'll move to second the amendment. I also rose to report from the Rules Committee and the Rules Workshop.
Thank you. By the way, what's next door is a water softener company hollering. I never knew water softeners were that exciting.
I was wondering what they do.
Rain soft,
I
yeah.
thought they was playing bug house or something.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. I maybe switch businesses. They sound like they're having a good time. Go ahead, Mr. Ken.
While we wait for the text of the amended motion to be put up, I'm here to report from the Rules Committee and the Rules Workshop. I sent email to the Rules Committee after the workshop and asked for a poll on support. I haven't gotten a complete vote from the committee. Out of 15 members, I have had 8 in favor of the amended rule, none opposed. The workshop was strongly in favor of this rule as amended.
Okie doke. Mr. Messenger.
Yes, Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I wanted to explain some of the change here. First of all, as printed in the delegates call, this was going to be an amendment to 11D1, which only applies in time pressure. Correct. So we changed it to, with this amendment, which changes that to amending 11D, so it applies in all situations, time pressure or not. And also, it no longer addresses what's covered in 1931. So those are now 2 completely separate motions, fixing with 2 different issues. So Steve's issue is completely on if you have an illegal move, but instead of saying illegal move, the opponent makes a move and continues. Steve's just saying he shouldn't get his 2 minutes. That's really all it's doing. And by moving it to 11D, it covers both all situations, whether or not there's time pressure.
Okay. Mr. Messenger, just to clarify, you were standing at the for mic, and I am assuming you were also speaking in favor of the motion. You were also explaining the next one and some other stuff, but you were in favor of the motion as amended, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Blue?
While we are waiting for...
Under what status are you speaking?
I speak as a member of the Rules Committee, Chair of Rules Committee, and not to speak towards the motion, but perhaps to just clarify for the delegates.
Appreciate it.
So the motion that is being presented is in typical amend language, which is delete this here, insert this here. I would point out that the delegates actually have the advantage of having Rule 11D at the beginning of this motion. What I would like to propose...
On page 7 in your delegates call, lower left-hand corner.
Yes, ADM 1930. What I propose to do is, while the delegates consult the text, I will read what the rule would be as amended.
Please proceed.
11D, illegal move. If a player completes an illegal move by pressing the clock, in addition to the usual obligation to make a legal move with the touched piece if possible, the standard penalty specified in Rule 1C2A applies. If the opponent has completed a move subsequent to the illegal move, the standard penalty shall not apply.
I think that clarified things really well. Thank you, Ken. Are there any other comments speaking to the motion? Seeing none, do we have enough information, just sort of nod or wave, to go ahead and vote on this? We good? Yes, sir.
Did we discuss the TD tip aspect of this change at the workshop?
TD tips aren't rules, but
As it relates to this...
I get it. I know where you're going.
No, we did not.
But TD tips are not rules. I'm assuming there may be something in a TD tip that the editor may need to adjust. Am I fair in saying
Yes,
that?
and TD tips are entirely at the discretion of the rulebook editor.
Good thing we just published one like 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? The good news, hey, we can switch it around. Y'all just buy one today, we'll sell you a new one next month.
May I also take the liberty of reminding the delegates that last year we changed our procedure for amending rules. The new procedure is that a rules amendment requires a 2/3 supermajority in 2 consecutive meetings with no change allowed to the motion in the second year before it takes effect. However, if a rules amendment is approved by a supermajority of at least 85% in the first year, the requirement to wait another year is not applicable.
The purpose of that was we had a number of situations where we had a rule change. People just wanted to get stuff done. It got passed. Then when we really looked at it, we went, crap, we've messed something up. So, and we had a series of things where we were coming back to fix the thing we changed the year before that we thought was fixing something in a different way. So, as the person who sort of made that motion, we will vote on, when we vote on this, and we're not done speaking to it, we are going to probably count to see if we have, first of all, at least the 2/3, but certainly the 85%, and that will change how and when the effective date of this applies. Is that fair, Mr. Parliamentarian? Yes. Mr. Hayter, would you like to speak to the motion?
Not so much the motion. Mr. Emmett just asked for a point of information about the TD tips discussed in the workshop, and the answer was that we didn't discuss that. That's not my recollection. My recollection is we did discuss a potential TD tip as an alternate way of dealing with that. I think that should be explained by the Rules Committee going forward, because we did discuss it. I think what you've said may allow for some misinterpretation of what actually happened at the workshop.
Actually,
so we have a question as to what actually was discussed at the workshop, specifically around the TD tip. Mr. Rules
A minor
Chairman.
correction is that the TD tip discussed in the workshop was an alternate solution to the situation posed by ADM 1931, not 1930.
Yes, but we also discussed it in the context of both motions being, so half of 1931 addresses 1930, so I think.
Okay,
Can I
hold
add
on a minute.
something?
We have discussion going on that's not at a mic, so about 4 people can hear y'all. If we're still trying to clarify the information, come to the mic, Mr. Hayter, and let's discuss that.
I understand that the TD tip had nothing to do with whether or not the opponent made the move. It has to do with the other language, which is more in 1930. However, if 1931 passed, or excuse me, I got them backwards. Let me try to clarify. If 1930 passes, 1931 will likely be moot, and we will never get to the discussion of the TD tips that did, in fact, occur at the workshop. I do think we need to get that out so that people who were not at the workshop do, in fact, understand what was discussed. Then they can make up their own minds.
Mr. Just?
As the editor, let me try to explain this in simpler terms. The TD tips are under the auspices of the editor. They keep getting added to motions. Using a TD tip to fix the problems with 11D and 11D1 was suggested by me in the workshop. It wouldn't have been a rule, it would have been a clarification. There are also TD tips being thrown about for 11D and 11D1 by the makers. Don't get mixed up. Just accept the fact that the TD tips will work themselves out one way or the other, because no matter what you vote, the TD tips are mine.
At the rear mic.
Yeah, William Bowman, Florida. So thank you for the discussion because I was confused. I see on my screen here the motion with the bold font, but in my delegates call, which I know we're probably not referring to now, but the TD tip is also in bold. So are we, and then somebody came up and said that the TD tip wasn't discussed, so I'm a little just confused, and so I would ask for just some redirection about like what are we actually voting on or what are we discussing? Is this TD tip to be included in what we're currently discussing or not? That's what I'm-
The delegates do not have the power to put a DT tip anywhere.
Right, but why is
They
this in
can-
bold is what I'm asking basically. Why
I'm
is
trying
it-
to answer your question.
Okay.
The rules can be changed by the delegates. So that's the first part. We have some people who make rules motions who want to suggest other stuff to be put in there, and they have not been persuaded that they ought to stop doing that, Mr. Emmett. So, as Mr. Just said, if the delegates made a recommendation to change the DD tip, the editor may take that under consideration, but it's not really up to the delegates. The delegates have control over the rules.
Okay, so thank you. So we're just on that bold.
That's really what we're voting on. Would it then end up with a clarification and a revision of a TD tip up to Tim? It may. May not. Mr. Rea, you have not addressed the motion.
Andrew Ray, Virginia, I call the question.
Question has been called. Are there any objections? Yes, please. Point of information comes first. That was amended by the maker with the guidance of the Rules Committee. We are not voting on the amendment. We are voting on, we are voting on the languages up there, not voting whether we're going to amend it or not. That's the language we're dealing with. Oops, I ran out of time.
Point of order?
Point of order.
The language up there doesn't show the amended motion.
It has been given over. Let's get it fixed before we vote on it. We're not going to vote on it till the actual stuff that's up there. And this is the reason why we've had that 2/3 in 2 years deal.
I read now that the text on the screen.
Mike.
I'm now seeing that the text on the screen is not the motion, but the text that would result after the amendment. Close enough.
Is that good enough? Is everybody happy with that? If you adopt it, that's what it looks like. Is anyone confused? Okay. That question has been called and there has been no objection. Now, when we vote on this, we got to count. So if my counters could get ready, please. And it will require an 85% margin or a 2/3 margin, just depending. If it doesn't reach 2/3, it's just dead. Everybody got it clear? All in favor of the motion as presented here, hold up your credentials. Please count for me.
Oh, I thought you were counting because you raised your hands. No. 28 on my half. 56.
56 in favor. 56 is not 85% of the delegates who are credentialed. Let's see who votes opposed. Who is opposed?
Point of information, the 85.
Hold on a minute.
We're in the middle of 5 total. I have 2 on my side. Yeah, 5 total.
So we have 5 opposed. How many were in favor?
56.
56.
91.8%.
So that's enough to have a quorum. Follow what I'm doing. That's enough to have a quorum. And it's of the vote. I'm just making sure we had a quorum so we got something legal. That's 90% of the vote. So that motion would pass and would be effective now. It does not need to come before the body next year. Is that clear? Okay. I was accomplishing 2 things there. I wanted to make sure we had it valid just to begin with. All right. So that passes with the language that's up there. Now, folks, when you go to in there and you buy the rule book, guess what? Y'all just invalidated it, but
Right in the margins.
But, time out, stop, please. But what we have done now is posted the rules sections online for free. Now, I will not tell you how fast that's going to happen, but I would anticipate relatively soon. That fair, Mr. Just? Relatively soon? That's
I have to get together with Dan Lucas and.
right. That's why I said relatively soon, and I'm being deliberately vague. But that will be adjusted before we ever adjust the book. Okay? So just telling you how that's going to operate. One reason for putting the rules up there, you don't have to deal with errata or changes necessarily. You can see what's in there. Now, those changes typically will be highlighted, so you'll be able to tell what they are. That's usually how we've done that. But one reason for putting just the rules section up online for free was to help with some circumstances like this. Okay.
Point of information,
Please.
Mr. Chair. Will the separate list of rule changes, as we've done in the past on the website, be maintained for those that have paper copies to have a separate printout list?
I'll let Tim in.
That's an excellent question. Dan Lucas and I have not come up with any plan for that yet. That doesn't mean we won't real soon. It means we don't have a plan yet.
Probably be a good idea.
I mean, the plan in my head, gee, Dan can overrule me here, is that there's a separate file, a master file for the printed copy. And this obviously will go in there, and next time the copies are printed, whenever that is, it'll be in writing right there in your hand, like an old library book. Everything else should be able to update by 1/1/20, if not before, online. And the list of rules changes could appear in two places. One in the online actual 3 chapters that you can download. And
I'm not talking about that.
Oh, he's going.
Yeah.
And?
You're talking about,
Currently, isn't there a separate list of all of the rule changes that have been made since the last edition was printed?
yes, it's in the front of the book, and it's
Online, I'm talking about online.
and online if you download chapter 1. And chapter 2, I put them in the head. There was a list for the changes in the 6th edition. I simply copied that and pasted it into the 7th edition, so people, and it's all right there. If someone's got one in front of them, I have one over here.
Okay, Mr.
Those rule
Lozoff.
changes
May I
are
be
listed.
recognized
Hold on a
here?
minute. Hold on a minute. What, Tim?
Those rule changes are all listed in the front of the book.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lozoff.
To address Mike's question directly, the list of, the cumulative list of changes to the printed rule book that is currently posted on the website and has traditionally been maintained by the chair of the Rules Committee. And the chair will continue to do that. If he declines, he'll delegate it to the vice chair, who will continue to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, we are moving on to 1931. Mr. Messenger has made this motion. He is the sole maker. After he explains it, it may require a second.
All
So
right.
get to explaining.
Okay, so the purpose of this rule was to fix a possible ambiguity in Rule 11D1. And if you look in your delegates call on page 7, in the previous motion, the original version of the previous motion, 11-30, you'll see the text of 11D1. And what it says is, this is talking about an illegal move in time pressure, and it's saying that if you found within the last 2 moves an illegal move, one of the players is in time pressure, or both, then the position shall be reinstated to what it was before the illegal move, and the procedure in Rule 11A shall be followed with no adjustment to the time on the clocks. And some directors on Facebook were saying, oh, so that means there's no 2-minute penalty if you're in time pressure. And that's a possible way to read the rule. That was certainly not the intent of the rule. The intent was whether you're in time pressure or not, there should be a 2-minute penalty. And so we had discussion on the Rules Committee We had a couple of versions. Steve and I had different versions of rules to fix that. And because we didn't have a vote in the Rules Committee, we both submitted that as ADMs. So my original version was to add the words other than the standard penalty. In the Rules Workshop, they came up with a more elegant solution, I would think, which is instead of adding new words to explain that there's no adjustment, the statement that there's no adjustment on the time of the clock, you just delete those words. You delete the words with no adjustment on the time of the clock. And that means you follow the procedure in Rule 11A. And Rule 11A says the players do not recover the time used after the illegal move. That was the intent. In other words, let's say you find an illegal move, and then 5 minutes later or something, it's like, wait, there's an illegal move. You don't get those 5 minutes back. You do get a 2-minute penalty. So do they have the revised, so I'm amending my motion. I guess it needs a second first, and then I've given them the text of the new motion, which is to delete those words.
Let's get the new language up. I'll take the second, but that's sort of provisional. Let's get the language up because you may have seconded. Well, you were in the Rules Workshop, so from that standpoint, let's just consider it seconded. Okay? But we're not going to do anything until we get the language in front of us. You can talk to it because you were in the Rules Committee. You're going to report on what the Rules Committee thought, right?
And the workshop. The Rules Committee, I've received 8 votes out of 15 members on the committee. Again, short time period. There was unanimous support on the Rules Committee for this motion. The workshop was also strongly in favor of the motion as amended.
Mr. Messenger, you're going to get with Pete to get the language fixed here? May we table this motion, move on to the next one, and when the language gets up, we'll come back to it.
Move to lay on the table.
Second? Is there any opposition? We'll lay it on the table, we'll pick it up in a minute. Laying on a table is not a way to kill it, it's just to move it later on. Let's go on to 1932, that'll let them get it up on the screen while we talk about the next piece. Can I, Mr. Emmett, would you mind if I address some stuff that has occurred since this was put into place? And would the members indulge me as the chair with doing that? It's not really something I'm supposed to do, but there's a lot of new information that I think is very relevant to this issue. This matter came up because, quite frankly, US Chess sort of made a mistake. We had a rather controversial nomination to the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, that wasn't handled best by US Chess or the Hall of Fame committee of US Chess, or probably even by the Chess Trust. I think all of us got together and probably think it didn't get handled quite right. One of the problems was, frankly, that US Chess had made a mistake in allowing a trustee of the Chess Trust, who's the approving body of nominations, to be in charge of putting those nominations in place. That's kind of a conflict of interest there. Secondly, the person who was the chair admittedly says he made an error in not informing the executive board of that before it went on to the Chess Trust, and I would tend to agree. I think it was an error of omission rather than error of commission. It just, that kind of has been practice. I don't think there was any malicious intent. It just happened. We talked about that with the Chess Trust, got a little crossways between some leadership here. We met Thursday and had a discussion at some length. The we is 3 members of your executive board, Mr. Unruh, Mr. Hoffpower, and me. And we met with the new president of the US Chess Trust, Mr. Doyle, and with the executive director of the Chess Trust, Mr. Lawrence. So Mr. Lawrence is in the room, Mr. Doyle I think has left, but the 3 of us are up here too. And the essence of this discussion, and I had some discussions with Steve prior to this, what Steve has suggested we should do, and from the US Chess Executive Board situation, we think it makes a great plan, is we had dissolved the Hall of Fame committee, trying to figure out how we were going to do this going forward. We had every intent of putting it back into place. So, but with the understanding, and Steve had said from the beginning of the concept, the idea was that US Chess would have a Hall of Fame committee who would pass those nominations through to the executive board, who could comment on them or approve them or not, and send them on to the Chess Trust. Steve Doyle. Thank you. Steve Doyle. So when I refer to Steve Doyle as president of Chess Trust, okay? So that then we would send them on. The Chess Trust has the final ability to elect, not elect, select, do whatever they want to. It's their Hall of Fame, okay? They can do that. We both agreed that, the group of us agreed that trustees of the Chess Trust shouldn't be on the US Chess Hall of Fame committee, because then they're making selections, they're referring to themselves. That seemed to be a bit of a problem. So, our intention this afternoon, I got the date right, when we do committees, is we'll get our Hall of Fame committee reconstituted. I think you'll see a lot of the same faces that were on it before. There will be at least one who won't be, and the chair of that will be someone different than it was, who is not a trustee of the Hall of Fame, of the Chess Trust. And we've talked about that with Steve and actually with the individual involved. Okay, so given that, I think largely we sort of worked this dude out. And we didn't report on that a lot because it was Thursday that we worked it out. And so I will ask, just because I'm sort of speaking for the US Chess side of this, I'm going to ask Mr. Lawrence, in your opinion, have I expressed what we talked about in the way that you understand it as a representative of the Chess Trust? Okay. So if you didn't hear him, Al said that that's in accordance with what he thinks we did on Thursday. We will be reducing what we did on Thursday to writing in a little bit better way. We already have. Al produced a summary of that and sent it out by email to make sure that we were all in clarity. That's why I think we can express it in the same way, because we were, you know, we've reduced it to writing instead of just wondering if that's really what somebody said. So that's how we have sorted out to address that. I don't know if that resolves the issue behind the motion, but I did want you to understand where they were. Now, Mr. Emmett, you have the floor to address your motion 1932.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if we need to have some extra time to have all the people line up at the opposing microphone. If you wanted to allow that, I will want to start the clock. But, well, basically that does address what my concern was. My concern also is that as a delegate, and I'm a delegate only of US Chess, I'm not a delegate of the trust or a trustee or anything, so my fiduciary responsibility is singular. It's to US Chess, and US Chess is, in addition to a 501c3, it's also a membership organization. And so as a delegate, I, as the other delegates do, we have constituents. Our constituents are the members, and the members, because they're members, are entitled to some voice in the process of what's going on. And in a representative democracy, that voice is achieved by their representatives, so the delegates and the board. So I'm hoping that that is something that will be kept foremost in the minds of the bodies that make these decisions in the future. And I would just like to read one other thing. I did attend the Chess Trust sort of informational session, and I'm pretty sure that my consumption of the food was less than my very modest contribution last year, so I still feel ethically okay in that respect. But I just would like to remind everyone of whatever organization that they're representing that basically the resolution that was adopted by the Chess Trust states in part that the U.S. Trust wants to reaffirm its strong relationship with U.S. Chess and looks forward to this relationship going forward, as we believe that the synergy produced by our combined efforts benefits both organizations and chess throughout the United States. So I would just like to I would like to ask that all the members who are in this organization that are deciding these things keep that also in mind. Thank you. And I would like to finally refer this to the executive board.
Okay. The motion has been made. We didn't need a second on it because two makers are here. Now the motion has been moved to refer. Is there a second to the motion to refer? That has been seconded. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the motion to refer other than the chair to explain one more piece that I think I left out? This is just about the cooperation piece. The other part of what we were doing on Thursday, and Al, jump in if you think I mischaracterized something, is we currently have a written agreement. The executive board has been working very hard for the last 8 years to get back of the envelope stuff and verbal things written down. We were a lot informal with some stuff that did not serve us well with being informal. So a couple of years ago, actually probably more like 3, we started working with the Chess Trust to reduce to writing the obligations of us to one another. So things like advertisements that we provide. Harold's appeal that he made yesterday, for example, was one of those things in there. And then talking with the Chess Trust about their intentions about support they would provide back to US Chess. We remain, short of the Sanford Fellowship, their largest project, if you take everything together as a whole. So that agreement expires in February of 21. Part of our discussion Thursday was working on the new agreement, because we're not going to wait till next fall to get it done. We'll get it done now. We may not wait till it's over, because a lot of times with contracts, when you're going to extend them, you just don't even wait till they're over and you do that. So our working group is, how I regard it there, Al, is working on what that looks like as we go forward. In all candor, it doesn't look hugely different. There's just some more, it's more tweaks than radical changes. Wouldn't you say that's fair, sir? Yeah, because there were some things the Chess Trust sort of didn't like about the agreement. There were some things we sort of didn't like about the agreement. And there were some things we both found out just didn't work real well. I think that's fair, don't you? Okay, so we moved the ball way closer to the goal line in about an hour on Thursday, is my assessment of it. So Steve, your points are well taken. Another thing that I want to put out there is, what I would like to see is if y'all think there's some folks who are appropriate for the Hall of Fame, let us know. I actually posted a request for that on our forums. You know how many responses I have gotten so far? 0. So, if you want input to the process, that's fine. Tell us some stuff and we'll kick it over to that committee for them to think about. You want to be a little careful who you propose, because the good thing about dead people is that they can't screw up something later and make you wish you didn't put their name on a building, like Mr. Epstein. So there's some, or Mr. Madoff, there's some issues there if you do it. So you want to be a little careful. Living recipients are a little bit more of a problem than dead ones, candidly. But you like to have living ones so they can show up at the thing. So so have we answered that and sort of addressed it pretty well, and folks understand where we're at? The motion on the floor is a motion to refer. All in favor of the motion to refer? All opposed? What I suspect we'll be bringing back to you next year is just reporting to you the essence of the agreement we've established with the Chess Trust. I think that's how we'll deal with it. Mr. Rules Chairman?
No, just delegate.
Okay, Mr. Delegate, Blue, would you like to speak?
I move to take motion 19-31, ADM 1931, from the table.
That has been moved and seconded. Do we just have consent to remove it from the table and discuss it now? Thank you very much. Going forward, we are now back on 1931. The language, I presume, is on the board. I can't see it well. Is that correct? We happy with that? Is there any discussion of further discussion of 1931? Seeing none, are we ready to vote then? Now remember, this is a rules change, so that all the same stuff applies. We're going to have a count, hold it up. 85% is required to put it in place now. 2/3 will keep it active for next year. Below 2/3 kills it. We good? Yes, please. Come to the mic, Larry.
My question may have, Larry Weston from Arkansas. My question may have been answered, but I wasn't sure it was about 1/1/2020 that that all the documents would be updated regarding the rules book. Well, my question is, what about like Nook? I know Nook and the other one, I normally use Nook, but there's another one out there also. But I just updated to it to get the book. So is that 1/1/2020 also?
It's a really good question. I'm looking at our communications director and I'm looking at our editor. Can you guys, I can't answer that question.
I'm sorry, I'm asking for clarification on exactly what's being asked.
This isn't directly related to this motion. If you'll just indulge us to work this out, I think it's probably important for us to deal with it real quickly.
Okay, so the intent is that whenever there is a rules change, and Tim says we need to update, the print edition will be updated because it's being self-published, it's not being printed in great quantities. In fact, we're getting ready to do a second print run. At the same time, the ebook that's available on Amazon will be updated, and of course the free downloadable chapters. There was another question about whether the ebook would be available in Nook format. As of right now, that's not the case. It's just the Amazon version. It's a .mobi file, which can also be viewed in other free downloadable apps. Does that answer the question? So, I'm a little confused about whether some of these rules updates don't go into effect until January or if they're in effect now. Okay, right. So the free downloadable chapters, that's a very quick fix. We can get those done as soon as Tim tells me let's do it. That should take a matter of days once we go to work on it. The print and the ebook version just needs a little bit more time. It's probably a matter of weeks. Okay.
Now it will, it is going to require a little more clarification on the print and ebook version exactly what. It's not a new edition, so there's going to have to be some clarification of that, so you're going to have to pay attention to that. And those of y'all who just bought a book in the last 2 days, like I bought 2 of them, you're still going to have to deal with errata and changes. So.
Right, and the intent is to put in the print edition and the ebook version 7.1, version 7.2.
Yep, I got you.
Okay.
Have we answered that question? Okay, we are back on 1931 to actually speak to the motion as presented. It is off the table. Mr. Ray, I think you were up first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ray, Virginia. And I want to ask, kind of refresh our memories, our Rules Committee, as far as their view of this current motion.
Mr. Rules Chairman, can you address that issue? It might be better you than the maker.
May I please ask for the question to be repeated?
Andy, would you ask your question again?
Yes. What is the opinion of the Rules Committee of this current motion?
I'm sorry, yes, I just hadn't caught the question the first time. The Rules Committee, 8 members have voted in favor. There were no votes opposed. The Rules Workshop was strongly in favor of this motion.
Mr. Emmett.
I have a point of information in the form of a question. Is it a true statement that rule changes that pass with 85% are effective on January 1st of the following year?
Not according to the rules that we have today. So if you would like for it to be effective, then I think we have to decide that, and I'm willing to be wrong. I'm hoping I'm wrong.
It is true that by convention, and only by convention, rules changes that have been passed at delegates' meetings have been effective January 1st of the following year. It is true that the motion should specify an effective date. When it does not, that has been the default.
Does the body as a whole consent that these would be effective January 1, 20? Was there any objection to that? Good, we solved that problem. So the motion that we have just passed is effective 1/1/20. That'll give us time to tell people, and it'll let me get to use my book for like 4 whole months. That'll be cool. And you thought this wasn't a money-making scheme, right? Yeah, okay.
We have to vote on that.
I know. So we still need to vote on 1931. Is there any more discussion to this rule with the language that's up on the board? Are you going to discuss it, or are you just wandering around?
I'm ready to count.
Ah, you're ready to count. Good, thank you. Keep me straight, I'm getting tired. All in favor, please hold up your credentials and keep them up, because we must count.
Dirty on my side.
30 and 33, that's 63 in favor. Opposed, please hold up, same sign. Well, even a CPA can do that kind of math, so I think that passed unanimously. And therefore, that will then take effect 1/1/20 based on the previous
So pass with greater than
assessment. Passed with greater than 85%.
I have a question for the chair. In the last motion and in this one, you said you also had a quorum count. What is the number as required for a quorum?
Quorum is 1/3 of the total number of delegates.
Right.
I believe we
The-
have some, let's call,
100.
I'll call it 150, and quorum would be 50. We may have fewer than that, so 50.
At the start of the meeting, we had 100 present, so 101 present. But the quorum is of the total of total delegates, not just the number who bothered to show up. Okay? But that's the number I was working off of. As long as I had more than 50, I was good to go. Thank you for requesting the clarification, Mr. Coons. Okie dokie, we are up to 1933 on page 8. Mr. Emmett, this motion has been made by one person, and after Emmett explains it, Mr. Emmett explains it, it will require a second.
This motion actually comes to me as part of my representative role as a delegate from one of our constituents in our state. And it's, I guess, an idea to keep in mind that when we have national championships, be they worthy of the or not. I mean, we assume every national championship is worthy, but there is an associated additional cost to states, and some states can't really, would be able to absorb those costs better than others. So, assuming that everyone recognizes that, it's probably not necessary to make this a debatable motion. I would just like to request, if it is seconded, to refer it to the executive board.
Is there a second for the motion? There is a second, so this motion is now on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. Does this refer to just the 4 national championships conducted here that have state representatives? Because I do not believe that other national championships have state representatives. Am I correct in my assumption?
I can explain the question. Hold on a minute. No, I can't explain the answer. I can explain the question so you can answer it. The motion says, recommend the creation of U.S. National Closed Championships be done with a commitment in view of cost. Okay. What I believe, and Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, is he is saying, does this apply to things like the herring, the dinker, the barber, or would it apply to things like the U.S. Junior Closed Championship? That is a closed national championship, and it is invitational just like these others are. We do the senior here, it's the same thing, right? So which group are you talking about?
I think it's probably more along the lines of referring to the creation of future additional championships.
But which kind? Just the ones
invitational championships of a closed nature that have a state representative.
State representative.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. Did that clarify that question? That's not in the motion. Oh, good heavens. Stop.
It's just 2-minute timer.
I accidentally hit the timer. Sorry about that. So, does that clarify it, Alex? I thought that was. Now, the motion has been made to refer it. That is the motion that we're debating right now, is to refer this, and that has been seconded. So the motion is to refer. That is considered. Do we want to speak to referral?
Yes.
Please.
I would love to refer this, yes.
That was a profound statement, Sunil.
It's good to know.
Sorry? It's referred to the executive board. That was the motion.
Second.
It's already been seconded, and we are debating it. Are we premature, Mr. Rockefeller? Are we premature with an announcement? Hold on a minute.
There is a motion coming.
I know. Okay, there is. Okay, never mind. So it has been referred. We have, are you wishing to speak to the referral? Because you're the one.
Well, I wish to do Tim justice, if I can. I was going to call the question because you're not allowed to speak to it, but there was no one else here.
Gotcha. Well, I was going there. Okay, so all in favor of referral? Any opposed? That motion has been referred to the EB. We are there. 1934. Mr. Emmett or Miss Rode?
Thank you. This motion also is an attempt to, I guess, involve more directly chess clubs in the U.S., and a lot of them are not affiliated with the USCF, and they don't run rated tournaments. They may be informal events, and the point of this motion is to give them a way to have some more exposure by by creating a new category of memberships that is free called basic affiliation, and basic affiliates basically would be designed as chess clubs. The idea would be to have chess clubs as basic affiliates, and they would receive just a little notification of their existence on appropriate US chess websites. And to distinguish them from the other classes of affiliates, which pay for the privilege, they would be either in smaller print or the other affiliates would be in bolder print. And the basic affiliates would be allowed to run small events, and this is defined as up to 20 players, and They would not receive a magazine, and they would not receive a commission on USCF memberships, although because they're running tournaments, they would be, I guess, have to sell the memberships, but not at a commissionable rate. And the idea is to basically expose our membership and our readership to these clubs and let them know that they exist, and also to give these small groups a chance to run some smaller events with the hope that they would like it, their members would like it, and their club members, and we would become members of the Chess Federation and run additional events, because there's also a limitation. This motion says up to 4 rated small tournaments
Steve,
per
your 2
year.
minutes are up.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I rise to a point of order.
Yes, please.
Is the intent to create a promotional membership, in which case this body does not have the authority to do so? Or is this an intent to create a permanent class of membership, which is then actually a bylaws amendment?
I will ask the maker what the intention was, because it's not at all clear to me from the motion. I cannot rule on that because I don't know.
Well, it's a category of affiliation.
That's a membership.
Okay, so if that's
Affiliates
a-
are members. So is this a permanent membership that requires to be a bylaws change, or is your intention that this is a
Well, I guess
promotion?
my intention has morphed into becoming a promotional affiliate membership.
Okay. Now, that is done, then the executive board has the sole authority to do promotional memberships. Hold 1 second. One of the requirements of any motion that has a financial impact that you all ask us to do, we haven't done it yet because there really hadn't been much of anything, is to deal with the question of financial impact on the Federation. Mr. Vice President of Finance, can you assess what that is?
Yes, sir. Be glad to. We'd all like more affiliates. That's not the issue here. The issue is, what is it going to cost to have another category, another promotion? Is it going to cannibalize our regular affiliates? At the same time, we have to program all this into our new computer. We really don't know at this time what our costs are, and we'd have to study it.
It would be fair to say, I think, to expand on his comments, if you'll give me the indulgence, that it would not be anything we would want to try to program in the system that we're about to throw away. That would be not money well spent. So we're probably 2 years away from doing something that would require this level of programming, I would think. To what are you addressing now, sir?
Whether we can actually debate the motion, and I have an amendment. Because as the motion stands, it exceeds the authority of this body. We cannot consider this motion as it is, and I ask unanimous consent to amend the motion to read, moved that the delegates recommend that a new category of affiliate, ...
That's basically accepted. Mr. Bylaws Chairman, could you address this? Because I think you're speaking to something that's germane to that point.
This was discussed in the bylaws workshop, and of course, although we noted that as a bylaws change, it would reflect Article 8, Section 3 on page 40, the workshop voted 26-1 to refer this to the executive board for consideration as a promotional membership.
So certainly the intent of the bylaws workshop is where you took it and where you've agreed to take it. So I just wanted to make that point because I knew that's what he was going to say. Alex?
Mr. Chairman, the States and Affiliates Committee did not consider this motion due to an oversight. Similar oversight led to it not being considered at the workshop.
Yep. Thank you very much. Sir?
Paul Covington, Colorado. The clubs committee did consider this. We were asked to stand up on it. We voted 9, no objections, and 4 abstains to support this as a method for taking an informal club toward a full affiliateship. Because if you do it in steps like that, it doesn't cost them anything immediately. It's relatively low cost to the US Chess or unknown cost. Then it would morph into a full membership as an affiliate, which would increase our memberships.
I would like to correct something that you said. You made a statement of assumption as if it was a statement of fact. You said it would be of little or no cost to US Chess. That is not at all clear. And our Vice President of Finance has reported it is not at all clear.
Yeah, unknown cost.
All right, okay.
Mr. President, I have
Yes.
a point of information because I was in that meeting too. Kind of the sense that I got from the clubs committee meeting about that was that
You're not making a question, right?
No.
That's not a point of information.
I'm
So
sorry.
this is actually from the club's liaison to talk about the club's thing. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Essentially, what I kind of got the sense that was being discussed was that we want to lower the bar of entry for certain groups so that they can, be more involved later on. And that was kind of the idea, is to create a stepping stone into a bigger role in U.S. chess down the line. That was kind of the sense I got from the clubs committee.
Okay. Mr. Hoffman.
Yeah.
It's even addressed in the motion that some affiliates may opt to go for this free affiliate, especially those that are relatively small. I could even see where some state chapters of smaller states who don't run many tournaments a year might go for this. Even our new Alaska affiliate is probably not going to run more than 4 events in a year. And whether they will get 20 members, 20 people for each tournament, also questionable. I could see where Montana and Wyoming might also go this way. I have a feeling this is not a really good idea. Again, Chuck, you can figure out later what the finances are, but I think this is not going to work.
Point of information.
Hold on a minute.
Can I speak?
No. You've raised a point of information that takes precedence. Come to the mic, please. Point of information is a question for clarification or more information.
Well, something was stated that was contrary to what was intended in the motion, so I don't know how to phrase that in a question.
That's a point of parliamentary procedure at that point, correct? So now you're raising a point of parliamentary procedure. Proceed.
The intent of this motion was not to substitute state affiliates. No state affiliate would be allowed to be a state affiliate with this category of membership. It's a basic affiliation, and it's not to replace the state affiliation.
Of course, it doesn't say that, right?
No.
Okay. All right, so if we gesture that from parliamentary standpoint, ma'am, you have the front mic.
Hi, Jennifer Vallon, Southern California. I think this motion directly speaks to smaller clubs that are unrated, running unrated tournaments. It directly relates to the goals of US Chess and growing recreational chess. So that's just my statement. Not for promotional membership, it should be for a basic affiliate membership, just to include smaller clubs that do not run rated tournaments.
Well, that's not the motion that's on the floor at this point. The motion on the floor is to basically ask for the executive board to make it as a promotional membership rather than a membership that will be inserted into the bylaws. I mean, that's what the motion is. The effect of the two isn't a lot different, frankly, right? I mean, it's more
it still
semantics.
speaks directly to the mission of US Chess.
That point is well made. Mr. Messenger at the back mic.
Bob Messenger, well, I was going to yield to Mr. Hoffpower because he had a question, but I do have a motion I wanted to make.
Okay, then Mr. Hoffpower.
I just had a point of information for the maker of the motion. Is the intent of this for this type of membership to be repetitive and you can just renew it every year, or is it just a one-year thing so that an affiliate can get its feet wet and kind of figure out what's going on and learn how to be an affiliate?
That wasn't considered as part of the motion, so there was no idea whether to cap it at a certain number of years from 1 to something or not to cap it. So that was not addressed.
So there's no guidance on that at this point. That's fine.
So I have the floor?
Mr. Messenger does.
Yes, I'd like to move to refer to the executive board.
Objection.
hasn't happened.
Actually, I don't think it has happened, but now it has. So we are addressing to the referral of this to the executive board to be considered as a promotional membership. You have the floor to address the motion to refer. The questions now are to speak to that particular motion.
Okay.
You have the floor to do it. Bob, if you want to speak to the motion, get up and I'll let
So
you have the
I'll
mic.
I'll speak to refer.
Go ahead.
I can rephrase my question. So if it's referred, I would like those that it's referred to consider an amendment.
It won't be up to them to amend it. It'll be up to the executive board to do what we want to do with
Right,
it.
well, I wanted to speak, I wanted to ask if the maker would accept an amendment to specifically say that this type of membership would not be available to the states to address Mr. Hoffman's point.
That is actually out of order, because
Right.
that's not the issue here.
Well, another point of order.
Go ahead.
At this point, once the question has been stated, the motion actually belongs to the body. The maker of the motion has no authority to say the motion is amended. The maker of the motion may ask, or even the person suggesting the amendment may ask unanimous consent.
Right, so that's my point. That motion, the way you made it, is that statement was out of order because it's not addressed to the right person. On the other hand, if what you're saying is provide guidance to the board as we go, I think we heard you. So, Mr. Messenger actually was up first, so go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to point out, since this was best done as promotional membership, and only the executive board can create promotional memberships, I think that's a reason to refer this to the board instead of debating here.
At the rear mic, please.
Kevin Pryor, Florida. I'm a little confused, so my point of information is, where exactly are we?
What has occurred? What has occurred is that we have recognized that what we're really talking about here is a promotional membership. The only group in the organization who can create and maintain a promotional membership is the executive board. So what Mr. Messenger has proposed, and it has a second, and what we're debating is the referral of that to the executive board as to whether the body wants to refer it. So we're not really speaking to whether this is a good idea. We don't want to address the motion as whether it's not. It's only whether you're going to refer it, and it's whether you're going to refer it the way it is right now. So anybody who wants to say this is a great idea or a bad idea, you're out of order. What you are near to talk about is whether it should be referred or not. Mr. Emmett?
I have a point of information. Would it be a true statement that the words, the delegates recommend a new category of membership is what is being referred to the executive?
Yes, because we agreed to that by unanimous consent of the body.
So that's the amendment, that's what's being referred to.
That is correct. Otherwise, if it were coming to us as a bylaws change, all we can do is report on it for the next year and clean the language up and help the bylaws committee, in which case I would recommend it be referred to the bylaws committee as well. I don't think we want to do that because now you're talking about a promotional membership. Bylaws doesn't matter in that case. It just really doesn't. Mr. Manella.
If Mr. Just will forgive me, I call the question.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, we proceed with the vote to refer this to the executive board. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Are you opposed, or do you just not put your hand down? Okay, on Army to 1. Yeah, as opposed to an army of 1, right? That's Captain America. Mr. Haskell looks a little bit like that because he's a CPA, but.
And a national tournament.
And a national tournament director, an international organizer, and international arbiter. We heard that yesterday. Congratulations, Mr. Haskell. But I do want to point out that he and I share a professional designation. All righty, so now what we have is we are moved down to motions that we have completed the advanced agenda. Now what we are considering, and we got about an hour to do that, are motions that have come from the floor. Keep on going. Whoa. All righty. Here we go. This is Delegate Motion 1, presented by Mr. Winston, Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Messenger, Mr. Manella. Mr. Winston, are you here to address that?
Yes, we are withdrawing the motion.
DM1 has been withdrawn. DM2.
All right, this is not withdrawn. Co-sponsored by Guy Hoffman, Bob Messenger, Jim Manella, Myron Lieberman. The delegation actions of continuing interest should be restored to the delegates' call as it was before 2019, and hard copies be available to delegates' meeting, as the actions contain standards of conduct for the executive board and other matters relating to the delegates' meeting. I'm just going to mention some of these that are in the separate handout. A deal that the delegates have approval over the changing the speed of rated games. That's number 3 on page 1. There are state chapter requirements and recommendations. That's number 8 on pages 1 to 2. There's the rule about calling the question, that you can't talk on the substance and call the question. That's number 15 on page 3. There are the standards of conduct for the executive board, pages 3 to 4, number 21. There's a requirement that ballots can only list the candidate's name and state and nothing else. That's 28 on page 7. There's a requirement that the national scholastics cannot be outsourced unless there's first review by the Scholastic Council and approval of the delegates. That's number 44 on page 8. There are provisions about the Professional Players Health and Benefit Fund on pages 8 to 9, which are number 46 and 47. There is the Life Member Asset Trust, number 48 on page 9. And there are other important things. I've talked with a number of the older delegates, which I admit I am, and we find it much easier to have this in the delegates' call. We can review it during the year, and I think it's particularly important this year, since the Governance Task Force may be offering substantial revisions of the DACI, which the Bylaws Committee will also have to consider. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a substitute motion.
Hold 1 second. Mr. Ballou, are you coming as the parliamentarian, or what's your point? Then we'll know if I need to address Alex first.
A delegate to raise a point of information.
Then you have the floor, Mr. Aurelian.
Resolved, the Board of Delegates shall not attempt to micromanage the office.
That is a substitute motion?
That is a substitute motion. I believe.
Is there a second to the substitute motion?
Parliamentary procedure, does a substitute motion... Does not a substitute motion have to basically coincide or be somewhat not in opposition to the original motion? That's my question.
No, not in opposition. It has to be germane. Right now, we have a motion. Has it been seconded?
Tim just seconded it.
It has been seconded. The board rules that that is not a germane motion to the issue that is in place. Is there opposition? Does that desire to be appealed? By the way, we checked it. You can overturn my ruling with half. That language was correct. Okay, that is not germane to the point. I love the point, but it's not germane to the issue. Now, Mr. Delegate.
I have a point of information. Does this motion require a statement by the board of financial impact? If the answer is yes, does the board have that statement available?
We do not, because it just came up. I would like to point out that these motions are actually in the delegates packet. They're also online. They are also, the link to them being online is in the back of cover of the delegates call. So they are.
Mr. President.
And they are in the president's section of the board, and they were in the packet that was emailed to the delegates. Mr. Just, you have the microphone.
No, Rachel, I'm not going to cut you off. I'm just blatantly against this. It's important the delegates get those in their hands. It's not important that it's in the delegates' call. Just getting it off a copy machine and handed to us the way it was this year certainly gets the information out to the delegates without extreme cost of printing it.
And they are online. All
And
year
they are
long.
online.
Ms. Lieberman.
Rachel Lieberman, Arizona. I have to oppose that and be for the DACI and the delegates call. When we get our delegates call, it serves as a guidebook for what's coming up. And not only for us old guys, it's a good thing for us to review it, but we're getting more and more newbies, and they won't even know to ask for it or look for it if it's not there in the delegates call. Some things are important. This is. It gives everybody a chance to have knowledge coming into the meeting and not just be another sheet of paper that we're inundated with. Thank you.
New delegates had that emailed to them ahead of time. Speaking against the motion, Troy?
Joey Troy with New Mexico, a new delegate. As a new delegate, the process was extremely easy for me. I would like to thank Jennifer in the corner for making it very easy. I was able to find all the information I needed online and was able to download it in a zip format and extract it to my desktop and make prints if I needed to. So I just wanted to stress that as a new delegate, the process was easy, and I think keeping it electronic is the easiest way to go because it's less financially of a burden for US Chess to continue to print and kill trees. Thank you.
I think you were up next. I think you were up before Mr. Lemelski.
I'm Daim Shabazz from Florida. I rise to a point of personal privilege. I'm getting confused that when people are speaking and they say they're against, but they're at that mic, and therefore they're at this mic. And so I don't know if we're still using these mics for that, but if we are, then we should stick to that routine.
Certainly, yes. Mrs. Lieberman's comments were confusing. I think what she was trying to say, she was, excuse me, Ms. Lieberman, let me address this, please. You do not have the floor.
Not just her.
I get it. I'm going to address that piece. So I think what she was saying, she was opposing the previous speaker. We really don't need to do that, because if you're at the fore mic, you're opposed to what the previous speaker said if they were at the back mic, okay? So you're right. That would be very clear. If you are for the motion that is on the floor, get to the fore mic. If you're opposed to the motion that's on the floor, get to the rear mic. Okay? All righty. Thank you for that. Mr. Lemelski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am a first-time delegate this year, and I can tell you that I had no idea what the DACI is until I picked up my packet in paper print, and it would be very useful to me not knowing what it is. I only found out about what it is at the new Delegates Committee meeting, the workshop. Including it in the delegates call would have been helpful for me to know the impact of the DACI on the rest of the rules that we're discussing here today. Thank you.
Some of the impact is absolutely minimal. I mean, seriously, it is, because some of them refer to historical stuff. Some of them are directly related to what we're doing. So I get it. I understand. Mr. Bauer.
Randy Bauer from Iowa. First of all, a question for Mr. Winston. This was discussed at the bylaws workshop, was it not? And I didn't hear your mention of the outcome.
Yeah, sure, that's true. I apologize. Mr. Manila, would you yield the microphone, please? Nope, stop. You're going to have to get up to the mic. You're not close enough at all.
All right. It was considered both by the committee and the workshop. The committee supported it by a vote of 10 to 3 to 1. However, the workshop was against it by a vote of 11 to 20.
Thank you. Now, I'll speak to the motion. I have on my computer the bylaws of US Chess. We also get that in the delegates call. In my opinion, if people are aware of how to use the electronic documents, they're much better because they're searchable. You can find the terms, you can find some of the particular DACIs that Harold mentioned. The world is changing in a lot of these respects, and as long as we're providing the DACI in written form for people that want it at the meeting, I think that's fine. But it would be better, I've experienced with this from my old job where in the Iowa Senate, the senators used to have all of the bound volumes of the Iowa Code, and now it's just a handful that have it because they have a computer at their desk that they can search all of the information. It's much easier to use. I think we as a body should work to make things actually easier for people. And for those that have a need for paper, fine, you can have it. But to have it in the delegates call, this is just a move toward, in some ways, ease of use of our materials.
Yes, please go to the mic for the point of information. That is a question.
Does this motion require a cost estimate?
That actually had already been addressed. It certainly does, and we cannot address it because we don't exactly know. However, the way we did it, we do know the way we did it this year was cheaper because it cut pages out of the delegates call, and so we didn't have. You can't add 6. You got to add 8, right? And so we cut a couple of things out, or we used them for other stuff, and didn't add additional pages to it. The cost to make the photocopies is relatively minimal. Okay. Mr. Manella, I think you've got the floor now. I believe that's the order.
All right, Jim Manella, Southern California. With all due respect to Mr. Bauer, this is not the Iowa Senate, and we're not talking about the state code, which, if Iowa is the same as most states, is huge. I also would dispute the fact that electronics is easier or better. It may be for some people, but it certainly isn't for all of us. And I would also dispute the statement that inserting it in the packet that we get when we arrive here is sufficient because it doesn't give us the time to review it. And it doesn't give new delegates the time to review it because they don't get it until they're here. It is much better to give them the chance to review it by including it in the delegates' call, which they receive prior to being here. Finally, this is a statement which I don't think can be disputed, that the more ways you disseminate information, the better you are. Eliminating a source of information that some people find useful just isn't right. And as for costs, I would point out that this is something that we've done every year until this year. So it isn't a question of adding costs. It's a possible question of reducing costs, and that isn't at all clear either. Thank you.
I will point out that it has been established that the new delegates did in fact receive this. They did not receive it in printed form, but they did receive it. We have had folks who said they received it, and it was sent by email to all of the new delegates, except for the ones who were appointed once they were appointed here, because they got that ahead of time. Also, it is available on the website. Mr. Cohen, I think you're next.
I believe he was first.
Okay, come on up. Thank you.
Okay. Srinivas Alampalli, New York. I agree that DACA is as important as bylaws. Only reason I'm supporting this motion is because you have bylaws, committee reports, and all other information in the delegate call. I suggest treat DACA as the same as all other reports and bylaws and everything too. If you'd like to remove DACA same way, I think a lot of other information can be removed and can be saved cost.
Is your assertion that the DACI are the equivalent of the bylaws? Is that what you were saying?
Similar to like committee reports, bylaws, and there are a lot of other information delegate call, which can also be removed and put. I mean, links can be supplied. So if we are, I suggest to treat DACI as the same as other information in the delegate call.
Okay, because
I
was just asking because I think Mr. Winston has made it clear he does not believe that the DACI are equivalent of bylaws. That they're not the same. That's my point. It's not a second set of bylaws.
Value.
That's okay. I get it, but there has been some question on the part of our lawyers if it constitutes a separate set of bylaws, and I think we've established we don't think that it
The
does.
bylaws are clearly stronger, but the DACI come next. I compare it to the fact we have a constitution, but then Congress can pass
You need to be a little
legislation.
closer to the microphone, Harold.
We have a constitution in our government, but Congress can also pass legislation without amending the constitution. I see the DACIs as the equivalent of legislation.
And I think we said the same thing. We do not view it as a second set of bylaws. That question has come up that we've tried to clarify with council at different times, to tell them it doesn't. Okay, Mr. Cohen, I think you do have the mic now.
Call the question.
Are there any objections? We have an objection to calling the question. All vote in favor of calling the question. Hold up your credentials. Any opposed to calling the question? That is a 2/3 majority. The question has been called. We are now voting on the motion. All in favor of the motion as presented on the screen up here, signify aye by holding up your credentials. All opposed to the motion fails. I will promise you, as long as I have the opportunity, we will give you those in print form. We'll just figure out how. It also doesn't mean we won't include it in the delegates call. It just means you all are not mandating that we do it. Okay, let's move on. I think DM3 is relevant. DM4 is probably not, because it's already been considered.
This one's fairly simple. Since we abolished counting by regions, and it doesn't seem to be any particular reason to identify regions anymore, so I'm moving to remove DASI 9, which lists regions.
We have a second. I believe Mr. Winston is at the mic to talk about the results of bringing this up in the bylaws workshop. Is that not true?
That's correct,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. Okay, we brought this up at the workshop. Guy brought it up. The vote was in favor, 28-0, with 3 abstentions.
That's a little bit of a statement. Mr. Emmett.
I'm not sure I understand what the harm is in having an historical piece of information as to what regions are. Some people use that information to run championships. The Region 2 championship, for example, would be theoretically a championship between New York and New Jersey. And there are other states that used to run championships like that too. And it's a little less awkward if you have a region comprised of large states, perhaps, to identify it in a way that's somewhat geographical, Region 5 or whatever. So I'm not sure what the harm is in continuing to have these designations.
Wonder what percentage of our membership came after the part that we abolished any effect of the regions having other than using them to count votes. I think it's probably significant. Mr. Ballou?
Point of information, excuse me. Were regions established by a vote of the Board of Directors, whatever that body was, at some point in the past?
I don't know.
I make the point of information simply because if they were, this becomes a motion to amend. We're essentially repealing a motion that had been passed previously. It had no prior notice on the agenda and therefore requires a 2/3 supermajority.
All right, I differ from the parliamentarian because it's in the DACI, not in the bylaws, so I don't understand why we need a 2/3.
No, I don't think that was what the parliamentarian's question was. The parliamentarian's question was, is this basically a motion of the board when the delegates were board of directors? Is that fair for what you're saying there, to clarify that?
Or whatever body was the Board of Directors.
Whatever body was the board of directors at the time when this was passed, and what you're saying, that would require a 2/3 motion to overturn the action of the board.
Under Robert's Rules of Order, amending something that had been previously, amending something adopted in a previous meeting requires a simple majority vote if it appears on the agenda or notice has been given of the motion. If notice has not been given, Robert's Rules requires a 2/3 majority.
So the only thing is that it requires a 2/3 vote to be affirmed.
And the other point that I'm raising is that a DACI is very simply nothing more than a motion that has been passed previously by the delegates that we just keep around as, gee, we should remember this one.
Gotcha. Meaning there are other motions that have passed that are of equal weight, that have equal bearing on how we do business today. We just simply don't print them in the book and hand them out to people. Got it.
All right, well, the answer to the question is yes, when the delegates pass this, they were the board of directors.
Okay. All righty. Mr. Emmett, I think you were up next, I believe.
Andy hasn't spoken yet, I don't think.
All righty. Andy.
Yes, reflecting Andrew Ray, Virginia, and I want to note I played in the Region 9 Championship in 1985 in Nebraska. Those tournaments were rare even back in 1985. Since then, region vice presidents have been disbanded, and I have not seen any region tournaments, championships, events, scholastics since 1985. I agree with Mr. Emmett that these remain theoretically possible, but as a matter of actual practice, they have not been happening, and I believe that the region structure can be considered obsolete and therefore not necessary and easily dispensable, and would not mean that if our delegates so chose that they could be reinstated. So I am in agreement of this motion in favor of passing.
Thank you. Mr. Fong, you are up next as not having spoken to the motion.
I call the question.
The question has been called. Are there objections? There is an objection. All in favor of calling the question, hold up your credentials. Give me a count, please.
I have 17, and there's nobody in the aisle. Right. 26.
17 to 26? 43. 43. All opposed. Hold up, hold them up. We need to count them.
It's not 43.
Count them, please.
Eight. 14. I got the aisle. You got it? 14? 8. 14 and 8, 22.
The vote is what?
36 to 22.
No, it wasn't 36.
43.
43 to 22. Again, the accountant's math would tell me that is not 2/3. It fails by 1.
Actually, I got 66.2%. That's not.
Right, that's not 2/3. The accountant can do math. So the question is not called. We are back to speaking to the motion. Mr. Coons.
Now, I can't call it a point of information. I got to call it something else, just a statement of fact.
Just state, you're speaking to the motion.
Please
get in front of the mic. Mr. Coons, please stop. Please get in front of the mic. You're leaning over it.
I'm sorry.
That's much better.
David Kuntz, Minnesota. We had a Region 6 championship 3 years ago.
Thank you.
2 people were there.
Mr. Hayter.
David Hayter from Georgia, and also a former Region 5 vice president. Even if this motion passes, this is still part of our history. I don't think there's any harm in deleting it from the DACI, where it will be somewhere where people can look it up. If we're not using regions, don't kill more trees, don't waste more paper, especially given the last motion we just had. You can delete this from the DACI. It doesn't delete history. It doesn't preclude someone from running a region tournament based on whatever factors those particular people might want to adopt. It's not saying you can't use them. It's just saying we don't need to put it in the DACI anymore, which is probably appropriate.
The great Commonwealth of Kentucky was listed with a bunch of Yankee states in there for a number of years. When I asked why we were grouped with those people that we didn't have much in common with, they said, oh, it's been misprinted, and it'd been misprinted for years. So, Mr. Emmett, you've already spoken to the motion, so you need to defer to Ms. Gramad, who is behind you.
Maureen Gramad, South Carolina, Chairman of the Women's Committee for today. After today, I'm not. Point of information and clarification, the definition of regionals, because we do have these regional women and girls events. So I just want some clarification, if you could talk to the delegates on that.
Well, the regions that you've been using don't correspond to, and the way you're using the term does not correspond to these groupings of states, these 13 grouping of states that are in this. I think that, no, there are 13. There's 12 grouping of states plus this thing of people who aren't in one of them. So there's really 13 bunches. And so those folks, you're not doing them in conformity with that list. And there's no requirement that you do that. There's nothing unique about the term having a regional tournament that has to correspond with that.
Exactly, and that's the reason why I wanted to bring up that point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lemelski, I don't think you've addressed the motion. As we have, you were up first, and then we'll have Mr. Lieberman. No, Mr. Lemelski, you're first. Could you go ahead, please, and then we'll have Mr. Lieberman.
Oh,
Thank you,
Myron
Mr. President.
Lieberman, Arizona.
Not yet. Hold on a minute. Mr. Lemelski, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Alexander Lemelski from Connecticut. My only concern is that for a state like Connecticut, I mean, we can't, after speaking to Boyd, I understood that for us to run a national event or a USCF event, it cannot be one of the major events because we don't have capacity for the amount of space that an event would need. But if the regions were available for a national level event, so it would be a regional event, then it would be possible for a smaller state to provide possibly the space for the event. So my concern is simply that if you remove it from the DACI, does that erase regions altogether from any official mention anywhere in US chess?
They're already not functional in any way at all.
Right, I understand that.
So if you join with another state or another organization to present a tournament, there's nothing that keeps you from doing that. That's exactly what's happening with the Women's Committee. Mr. Lieberman, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to point out that the DACI stands for Delegate Actions of Continuing Interest. Now, I support preserving history as much as anybody in the Federation. I consider myself a historian. But this isn't the delegate actions of historical interest, and in this particular case, that particular item is an anachronism. Yes, there was a very rigid and structured and enforced regional system back then. They eventually removed regional vice presidents. They removed counting votes by region. Yes, it's an important part of our history, but it doesn't belong in the DACI. I urge that the motion be passed.
I believe Mr. Messenger has not spoken to the motion, and Mr. Emmett, you're going to get the floor. We got to deal with everybody who has not spoken to it.
All right, Bob Messenger representing Massachusetts, and I wanted to reply to Alex Lumelski's comment. His state of Connecticut is currently in Region 1. It turns out Region 1 actually, even though we don't really call ourselves Region 1 for our tournaments, but we're actually one of the few places where we have a well-defined region called New England, as the 6 states of New England happen to be the 6 states in Region 1. And we have a functioning organization of which I'm the president, the New England Chess Association. We run regional tournaments like the New England Open. So if Alex has ideas for regional tournaments he wants in Connecticut, he should talk to me. If he wants a New England Junior Open, that's fine. We just wouldn't call it the Region 1 Junior Open.
Gotcha. Mr. Losoff.
Well, I was just going to point out that, and actually Bob's comment and Ms. Gramad's comment about regions existing in the minds of people, I don't think USCF should be mandating what a region is. The women's promotion have been using a different definition of region from what USCF is using. Minnesota is running a Region 6 championship, but I know Region 6 changed
back in history when I was Region 6 Vice President, and they pulled it out from under me. So I don't think that having a delegate action of continuing interest defining some arbitrary regions is at all necessary, and I think it's, in fact, a negative thing. It's a confusion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Velez, you have not spoken to the motion.
Ryan Velez, Louisville, Kentucky. I just want to point out that in Kentucky, we actually have 4 regions essentially, and they have nothing to do with any regions listed in the DACI. And I know Maureen already spoke about the regional she's getting, and that has nothing to do with the regions in the DACI. And I agree with Al Losoff that the whole concept of trying for us to define regions is irrelevant, because I think every state's going to handle this differently.
Mr. Blue, I believe you have not spoken to the motion. If you're speaking to the motion as a delegate, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I have been told by friends that in the South, and especially the Deep South, the word damn Yankee is in fact one word. However, it has been some 150 years or so, and as a proud New Englander, Region 1, we would welcome Kentucky into the fold.
I would like to point out that Kentucky never did secede from the Union. We were actually a Union state. So, and by the way, one of the largest providers of troops to the Union forces, they just happened to mostly be U.S. colored troops that were organized in the largest recruiting facility in the country at Camp Thomas Nelson. And that was not relevant to a damn thing.
That's 2 words.
Yeah, that is 2 words. I don't think Mr. Bowman has spoken to the motion, and if you want to yield and let him do it first because he's been standing there a long time, I'd welcome that. Okay, go ahead, Steve.
I don't know if it's appropriate at this point. I move to table this.
Well, table it just simply means we're going to pick it up later. Are we going to pick it up later in this meeting?
If so requested.
What are you trying to accomplish?
To not have to debate this and discuss this issue. I don't know if it's one of enough of
Well, there's a way to solve that problem, and it's not putting it on the table.
I think if I'm not mistaken, does a motion to table require a rationale?
The motion to lay on the table is very frequently misunderstood. The purpose of the motion is to set aside regular business in the agenda because there is something of pressing need. The example given in Robert's Rules of Order is, suppose that, for example, the delegates were going to have a presentation by a guest speaker at 3 o'clock. It is coming near to 3 o'clock. The body is debating a motion. We don't want to delay the speaker, so the appropriate motion to make is to lay on the table. We've actually done this here today. We were not ready to continue discussing ADM 1931. The motion to lay on the table puts the motion aside so we can move to other business, and that at some later time we will take the motion from the table.
If you don't want to consider it at all, the motion to make is to postpone indefinitely, which would have served the effect essentially of killing it, and then the body would not be voting on it.
I move to postpone this motion indefinitely.
Is there a second? What is the objection? That then, we are debating the motion to postpone indefinitely. Is that a debatable motion?
It is debatable, and surprisingly, debate may go into the merits of the original motion.
There we go. So, Mr. Bowman, you have the floor.
Okay, so I'm right here at the mic I should be at. I'm against the motion to suspend indefinitely because we could just vote on the motion and vote to keep it. That's essentially the same thing as voting to table it indefinitely or whatever. So I would prefer to just vote on the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Messenger, I think you have spoken to the motion once, but you certainly speak to it again.
I just wanted to agree with the previous speaker. We have no need for regions to be in the DACI. I'd like to take care of that at this meeting, so therefore vote down the motion to postpone indefinitely and then vote in favor of the main motion.
Mr. Cohen, you're up next.
Call the question.
The question that has been called,
Sorry, it's been 10 years since I was last a delegate. I no longer have my Tim Just mask.
Man, that's a frightening thought. The motion that has been called is the motion to postpone indefinitely. So, if you wish to go ahead and consider the main motion, you should vote no. If you want to stop debate on this issue and it will leave the regional thing in place, then you would vote yes on the motion to postpone indefinitely. All in favor of postponing indefinitely, raise your credentials. All opposed to the motion to postpone indefinitely? Well, I think we go and deal with the regular motion now. Are we ready to proceed with the motion as it exists? Seeing no debate, all in favor of the delegate motion, which would remove the reference of the DACI of regions. This will require a 2/3 majority according to our parliamentarian. Signify by holding up your credentials. I don't actually think I need to count. All opposed? An army to 2. Okay. That one passes with a 2/3 majority. I am ruling DM4 at this point moot. It was covered in the regular part of the agenda above because this was the making of the bylaws committee. We've already done it. We don't need to do it again. Number 5, Mr. Messenger.
Number 5, because the previous motion that was debated and which was defeated was to put the DACI in the delegates call. So this is a compromise, more or less, which is, well, so the delegates did not mandate that go in the delegates call, but at least the delegate motion actions of continuing interest shall be made available to all delegates in printed form at the delegates meeting, which I believe is the intention right now. I'd like that to be an actual rule.
Is there a second to that motion? Is there any debate? Seeing none, all in favor signify by raising your credentials. All opposed? We have some who don't want to make it available in printed form at all, but that's okay. The motion carries. The way in which the printed form will be available will be at the discretion of the office. Right? I mean, that's what that means. Okay. Moving on. Mr. Messenger, you've been busy.
I believe there was a bylaws change which passed, which said we no longer would mail out minutes on request and payment of a fee. And that was in Article 6. But there's also in Article 7, in the duties of the secretary, it has the same language. It says a duty of the secretary is to mail out minutes on request and payment of the fee. So to be consistent, since we removed that from Article 6, I'm saying remove it also from Article 7.
I understand. Mr. Bylaws Chairman.
Yes, this was discussed at
You need to get closer to the mic.
I'm sorry. This was discussed at the bylaws workshop, and the vote was in favor, 30-0.
Seeing no one desiring to comment, this will require, because it is a bylaws change that was not announced in advance, the vote total needs to be 2/3? Yes. All in favor, hold up your credentials. I'm not needing a count. All opposed? This motion passes an army to none. Mr. Cohen.
Yes. I made this motion because there's a clear need to increase the number of female players in the US Senior Open. I'm hoping that by adding a separate women's prize that we can increase the numbers that actually participate in this event. The US Junior Open does have a number of female participants, and by adding a mixed double prize, that participation will be recognized and hopefully will increase the number. I did specifically only address the 2021 budget because, of course, the 2020 budget is already in place. And secondly, I, a week ago, already pledged to provide those 2 prizes for the 2020 events.
Thank you for that information, and thank you for that contribution. We appreciate it. Speaking to the motion, oh, is there a second to this motion? Second. It has been made and seconded. Now we are speaking to the motion. Mr. Rowley.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is patently unfair to either senior women or junior women. I don't see why a junior woman needs to find a partner and a senior woman does not. I believe they should both be the same.
Okay. Are you proposing a change in the motion? Not at all. Not at all, okay. Mr. Messenger.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I'd like to move to refer this to the US Chess office.
Is there a second? The motion has now been made to refer this to the office, and it has been seconded. Is there any debate of the motion to refer? Seeing none, all in favor of referring the motion, hold up your credentials. Are there any opposed? The motion is referred, Ms. Executive Director, to your team. She's over there. Jean will handle it. Yeah, Jean will handle it, right. I did that 3 times last night after the meeting, too, and I did it this morning on purpose just to aggravate her. Okay.
Mr. President, DM8 is moot.
It is indeed moot because we have already addressed that. Keep going. All right, now we have 19-1 coming up. I forget what NDM means, but it doesn't matter. We're dealing with that. Go
New
ahead,
delegate
Sunil.
motion.
New delegate motion. Go ahead.
For the entire scholastic community for the longest time has wanted to have a K5 tournament of champions to complement the Denker, the Barber, and the Herring NGTOC. The impediment has been financial, and I'm honored to stand here in front of you and report that the Scholastic Director for Maryland and my close friend, Mr. John Rockefeller, has agreed to fund this tournament in its entirety and has made a multi-year commitment to do so. And I would like to have this passed by acclamation.
Point of information?
Yes.
Would this restrict the Barber to be grades 6 through 8, or would the Barber remain K through 8?
I'll let Mr. Barber address that because I think they've talked about it.
Yes, we have talked about it. Mr. President, the Denker legacy is alive. We've accepted that from the moment we stepped up in 1985, and we said we'll bring our young people to enjoy the benefits and opportunities of playing chess and meeting all of the other state affiliate members who are there. And that's what's wonderful about it. I accept this motion. I understand that I will be losing some young people. Please understand that I have mixed emotions about that. I'm a middle school teacher, and it's hard to relate to a kinder player. But we have, over these many years, when the Barber has existed as K8, we in the future will exist as a K6 group, and we will support those young people in grades 6 through 8 who will come and visit with us, and we look forward to this this particular opportunity for us to share this chance for a little bit younger player to come and see a very large picture that we have painted on the wall. I want to refer once more back, but I'd like to yield the floor now to the women's chair. That would be Maureen Grimaud.
Before I recognize the yield, I think the answer to the question is the Barber would change to a 6-7-8 tournament. 6-7-8, that's what I said, and then the Rockefeller event would be K through 5. Ms. Grimaud, you have the floor.
Thank you. I am very excited when I heard this new delegates motion. I just want to address and say, first of all, thank you, John, for bringing this tournament and creating this and making this a reality. I'm very much in favor of this. Coming from the NGTOC side of this, most of our girls, most of the females are in that category, 5th grade and under. So I'm very excited to see this come about and hope to see more participation coming from the 52 state affiliates. Thank you.
Point of information, not opposed, point of information.
Yes.
The motion, are we voting on a motion to thank John Rockefeller and not actually having any effect on the creation of the tournament? We're just simply, acclamation, I think, should not be discussed if that's what we're voting on.
My Mr. Parliamentarian. The question has been raised, are we voting on establishing this event or just congratulating Mr. Rockefeller and others for creating this event? I think the way that it's worded, we are congratulating them on creating this event.
We should add language to have the event, yes.
I think the executive board can have an event. I mean, and I think this has already been created, basically.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen, right? Because we can do that. Yes, Ms.
I'm
Green.
speaking in favor, because of what I had said, and that is this will help create more females coming from the states. So I'm in favor of it.
I'm with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cormack, I think you were up there.
Corey Cormack, Tennessee. Again, I want to thank the people who've made this event possible. I just wanted to, I guess, ask a point of order, point of question. Has it been considered, I know many states have K-6 elementary championships. Regarding the selection, it seems like K-5 is an odd selection. I guess I don't know, maybe to keep the barber at 6 or 8. I just wanted to ask the makers of the event if that had been discussed or what had been to address that. Thank you.
Mr. Waramontre, I think that question is best addressed to you.
Yes, the Scholastic Council this year recommended a change in the junior high. We have a 3-year plan coming up wait till after the Super Nationals, and then do the same thing for the elementary. So we will be eliminating most likely one of the elementary championships and aligning this K5, K8, K12, and so this would fit in exactly with that format.
Hold on a second. Hold on just a second. Come up to the mic. Mr. Emmett, I believe, has a point of information requesting a question to be clarified.
In the words, well, I guess New York State is one of the states that provides a stipend to their state representatives to attend other tournaments, and when it says this motion will be fully funded, is that in any way going to include that?
May I answer that?
Yes, please do.
The fully funded refers to the costs of running the tournament. Each state has the right to offer a stipend to its players if it so desires. There is no obligation to do so. The amount can be determined by each state. This does not include a state contribution.
All right. Is that clear?
Point of information.
Mr. Coons, please.
Yes, point of information. Did this body not create the barber tournament? And therefore, if it's going to be changed, this body has to approve it. The Board of Delegates, I believe, I'm asking a question, whether or not we, as a Board of Delegates, actually created the barber.
The answer to that question is no, we didn't. You all affirmed the desire to have it. It was an executive board creation.
Perhaps that, well, it was a motion.
It was similar to what this is.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
My understanding is the motion on the floor is an acclamation that is not regarding whether or not this tournament shall happen or what the format is. The motion on the floor refers to a well-deserved thank you to John Rockefeller.
Yes. You are correct.
And I would like to see that happen right now.
That's what we're trying to do here.
The point of order is well made. Can we move to approve?
Point of information.
Yes.
Al Terry from New Hampshire. It's not clear from the wording of the motion. Is it intended that this event would be held at the US Open as the other events have been mentioned?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's correct. And in fact, the staffing pattern, this will require additional staffing, which has already been considered by the national events staff. Because the invitational events will now be so many, they will require additional TD staff for that particular event. And it actually sort of happened this year, too.
Mr. President, I'd like to request your indulgence for brief activity after this vote is taken.
All right, we're good. Okey doke. Mr. Just.
Oh, wow, I thought he was still...
Mr. Just.
I can't believe that he was quiet long enough. I move to split the motion.
In what way?
That's what I was looking at when you called on me. One part of the motion is the acclamation. The other part, people seem to want to debate ad infinitum, as is their right, details. Let's split this so you can argue about the details while we still give the well-deserved acclamation to John Rockefeller.
Is there any second to split? I do not hear a second. Mr. Bowman, you're at the mic.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. In the States Committee this weekend, Mr. Barber brought up a point that in the tournaments, when a state affiliate is sending their representatives to these invitationals, that sometimes, and it's not every case, but a few times, they have like a K8 championship to determine their representative, and that's not the intention, and that it was brought up as a point of access to these tournaments. And so I stand for this motion simply to reiterate that sentiment, that by further subdividing out these invitational tournaments, it helps, I think, increase access to all players, K through 8, to participate in these events. Thank you.
Okay, can we please focus our comments on the actual motion rather than the merits of having the event? Mr. Ballou.
Mr. President, I call the question. I ask the delegates by unanimous consent to approve moving the previous question. I ask the delegates by unanimous consent to pass this motion.
Are there any objections? We have unanimous consent to call the question. We have unanimous consent to pass the motion. I think it is appropriate at this point to recognize a person who helped make this possible, Mr. Barber.
I've been asked to speak before the vote here. It is a legacy, the Denker legacy. It's not my legacy. I will remind everyone. It is Grandmaster Denker who stepped up 35 years ago and said, "This is good for kids." At this time, I would like to request permission from the chair to invite John D. Rockefeller V to step forward.
Mr. Rockefeller, please.
John, when people have come forward in our activity, the Denker, the Barber, and the girls, we've always recognized them officially as being part of the family which we have created. At this time, I'm stretching it, hang in there, coach. At this time, with the power invested in me by the US Chess as the Dean of Scholastic Chess, I would like to honor and recognize you by presenting to you the Denker Medallion. This is a medallion which we have given only to our young people and can only be earned and received by those who have or will be making a major contribution to what we have in the way of offerings and opportunities for our young people. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the delegates. Thank you, the Executive Board, for approving the tournament. Director of Events Boyd Reed. John Haskell, I apologize for increasing your administrative work. And I'm just happy to follow in the footsteps of GM Denker, Dwayne Barber, and Ruth Herring as well via the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on.
Just one point of information. I'm going to have an issue now because the Danker is 6 letters, the Barber is 6 letters, and the Herring is 6 letters, but Rockefeller is not.
I believe that NBM 19-2 is now moot.
Yes.
So let's move on. Mr. Winston, I think you are up next, I believe. I apologize. I skipped one. You go for it, boss. Mr. Neatman.
This starts our final motions as far as thank yous. This is from myself and Harold Winston. The delegates give a vote of thanks to Myron and Rachel Lieberman for keeping track of the Executive Board motions file for many years. That's the end of the motion rationale. It's been at least 15, it might be as many as 23. I was asking him the other day and we're not exactly sure, but it's been a couple of decades long. Thank you, Myron. Thank you, Rachel, very much.
And now we are ready for 19-4.
All right, the delegates give a vote of thanks to the following people. President Alan Priest for his able chairing of a meeting. Ken Ballou for his service as parliamentarian. Carol Meyer for her second successful year as executive director. Chuck Unruh, Carol Meyer, Alan Priest, and the entire US Chess Executive Board for a financially successful year. Boyd Reed for his fine work as Director of Events. Anand Domal Apati for his service as Chief TD of a 2019 US Open. John Haskell for his service of TD of a Denker Barber Herring and National Senior Tournament of Champions. Maureen Grimaud for her work on the Women's Committee, including the meet and greet for Denker, Barber, and Herring participants. David Grimaud for his work on the Seniors Committee. The moderators of a forum for all their work, Bob Messenger, Terry Winchester, and Tony Langland. Jennifer Shahad and Mike Neatman for serving as MCs of a Denker Barber Herring opening and closing ceremonies. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. All right, Dwayne Barber for his sponsorship of the U.S. Junior Invitational, the U.S. Junior Girls Invitational, and the U.S. Cadet Championship. Leila Daquin and Pete Karagianis for their work as MCs of the awards luncheon, which finished ahead of time. Jennifer Yu for doing the simuls for the Denker, Barber, and Herring players. Kim Kramer and Jennifer Pearson for their work on credentials, and Grant Owen and Pete Karagianis for running the delegates' agenda projector.
It is 5 minutes after 12. We are really close, but we're not quite there just yet. We have really just a couple of announcements. Mr. Secretary.
For those committee chairs, there will be an executive board meeting after this in closed session where we'll be discussing committee memberships. Please get me any additions or corrections. I don't need complete rosters. We haven't been doing that lately, so if somebody's staying on the committee, I don't need to know. But if it's an addition or a subtraction, removal, I should say, from the committee list, that's what we need to do our business with.
That's for all the committees, right, Mike?
For all committees that are not delegate appointed.
Yes.
Although for the delegate appointed committees, we need to know who the chairs are. Or
Once those chairs have been decided,
yeah.
we do need to know that. Hold on just a minute. The other thing is that there is a fairly significant committee change coming, as we adopt a program committee, and then some things that have been separate committees will be subcommittees underneath those. So I just want you to be aware that that's getting rolled out. We have been talking about it, so it's not something new. We've been talking about the executive board for some time. It's in our minutes. So just be prepared. Some of those are going to look a little bit different. Yes, Mr. Emmett, you had a question? Please get to the mic.
I'd like to see if it's okay to propose in addition to the people that you thanked, because there's a person that really should be thanked who has volunteered her time and who's not here now. She had to catch a flight back, but she showed up at almost, I don't know if it's every national, but the state and regional tournaments promoting the women's committee, taking surveys and asking questions and promoting women's chess. I would like the delegates to give a vote of thanks to Kimberly too, from New York.
I'm with you. And actually, she hadn't left. She's over here. Thank you. That's a great addition. The last announcement. We will be back here, I believe, at 6 o'clock this evening for the Executive Board open meeting. It is indeed an open meeting. You are welcome to come if you aren't tired of looking at all of us and spend a little bit more time with us. Generally, that meeting does not go on for a long period of time. What we will be doing is reporting the motions out of closed that largely deal with committees, and we'll be dealing with a couple of other small issues, maybe one large one, and then we will generally have some opportunities for questions. Seeing no other business before this body, I declare this meeting adjourned.